Hello everybody, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Saturday, the 21st of January 2023. We're back for some more Anno 1800 today, carrying on from where we stopped in the last session, kind of running straight on because we're in the middle of a war, so that will be the main focus, at least for the start of the session today, probably for quite a while. It's a big war that we need to get through. We've made good progress already. We have seized all of the islands in the Cape. We're close to being able to buy a bunch of the islands in the Old World. Main military fleets in the New World, I remember that. And we've used a couple of spare ships in Embasa because the islands there were not so well defended. So I think we're maybe halfway to winning this war against Beryl, the most annoying AI player who I decided I just had enough of. I find it quite likely that when we finish this war we'll probably start a second one immediately to knock out the final AI player we still have in the game. I just don't enjoy having them there, they're too much of a distraction. I want to get them out of the way so that we can focus on the stuff I'm finding more fun. We're a long way into the game, we're definitely in the late game, edging towards the end game. Still perhaps a few things we haven't seen yet, but mostly it's now about putting all of the elements together to progress to the top end of population levels. So when we get through these wars, the first thing I really want to get done is to tidy up everything we've got in the Arctic region, get the gas pumps connected so we can bring Arctic gas down to our main island in the Cape and have a greater electricity coverage because of that as a fuel source. So that's the general aim today. Finish the military stuff, put that to bed for good, hopefully, and then we'll move back to the general empire improvement that we've been doing for quite a while. Let's hop back into the game. Make sure we're on slow mode. Catch up with where we were. Remember looking at this island because we were able to buy it in 6 minutes. It's one thing to bear in mind. In Embasa we've got 2 ships ready to assault the next island.
To your stations.
Need to get them into the right range. About there.
Battle deck to attention.
There I go. In Arctic I think nothing currently happening, thankfully. No distractions there. In the Cape there's just a few ships and airships milling around, but all of the islands are either ours or they're the Princess, who we currently don't have an issue with, just fighting Beryl at the moment. Then in the Old World, where are our ships? Here they are. Where are they going? They're approaching Honest Town. Get them to the right range as well. General strategy is just to get our ships just outside of the range of their defences, because the item boosts that we've got will be within range of our guns, so we can shoot them without taking any fire back.
Aye.
Ah,
Ship under attack.
apparently that guy is in range of something. Not sure what. Definitely not in range of that gun. Ah, this gun, I've moved a little bit too close.
Stations.
Just focus fire on the one that we're too close to. When that's knocked out, we'll be safe again. And we'll, you know, one cannon can't do that much damage to these kind of ships, so we'll be fine like that. There's a few islands here we're close to being able to buy. Cooldown's just coming up on a few of them, but we don't have the spare influence to actually buy any shares at the moment. I don't think there's much we can do to free up any influence other than abandoning islands, which we did talk about before being an option. It just makes the war go on even longer. So I think we'll just have to wait until we can... we need to find a way of freeing them up. in order to seize more, I guess. Rid of any guns.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Aren't necessary now that we've got ships nearby. Keep them there. Here. I'll keep all of them. That Harbour Master office is doing nothing. Get rid of that. Still at -9. Of what we've got in this part of the world, let's take a look in. Our ships are here. Would reduce what we're doing on this side if we've got guns and repairing on that side. Cut that down to 1. And remove the ones from this side of the island. That repair crane I'm going to get rid of. There's 3 influence invested in that.
Aye.
And we can just use the one at the other island instead. In here. Just a flak emplacement there, which... I'm going to keep for now, just in case. A little anti-air is nice to have, and kind of an important spot. Own every island here, so we can remove these guns. Hopefully, it's safe to do so. That's it for that island. Don't think we've got any guns in Embessa.
Aye.
Guys are in range. Let's tell them they can start the fight. No, got 1 repair crane, which is nice to have. Do have a harbour master doing something, but perhaps not getting a huge amount of value out of this. So I'm going to remove that. We'll get more value from the influence points elsewhere. That's it here, and then the anti-air was kind of useful here. They do have some airships in the Arctic that are causing hassle. It's about all we can free up by doing that.
Attack.
I guess our next point to get influence back will be to dismantle some ships.
Ready?
Frigate's not going to do much damage to the cruiser, so we'll let them finish off what I told them to destroy, and then they can auto-target whatever they want after that to protect themselves.
Aye.
These guys doing... looks like they've knocked out all the guns here. Most of the buildings. Let's move them up to
Fleet moving in
clear out the rest of that, then we'll need to move round. And this island's got a bunch of little harbour areas with bits in, so we're going to have to attack quite a few of them to get the island to surrender.
Fleet on point.
That harbour master office, and then those 2 fisheries, and we'll need to come around and take these guns out, which that's a lot of guns for 1 harbour. This is what makes me figure that the AI is cheating, because we seized Beryl's first island, which would have cut their population down massively, which should have cut their influence down, and yet they can still afford this many guns and an active military fleet, and so on and so on. So don't think they're conforming to the same influence rules that we are.
Stations.
A couple of these guys around the corner ready.
Battle cruiser ready.
they're already coming into range and they're at safe distance. Those
Fleet
guys have
awaiting
finished
orders.
off what was there, so let's move them up as well.
Water never.
Good, they sunk that little ship that was harassing them. We got here just a few little guns. One big cannon there. Then the harbour gun. Don't want to move up yet. Want to take out that cannon first. We'll leave them to that.
Aye.
We're just out of range of that one, just barely. It's trying to attack, but don't see it making any shots. Okay, so we've freed up enough influence to buy some more shares. Can we seize this one now? 2 more minutes on that. Get the last share here.
Take it. I'll still be there in one way or t'other.
This one we haven't started. I think this one we have, yeah.
Ah. So you want to play that game?
There's one more, this one.
My
Okay, so we
island. Don't
should have
get
enough
any
to
funny
do
ideas.
the actual purchasing of this, which from what I understand it cost us 32 to take it, but then we'll be refunded the 50 from the shares because we won't have the shares anymore. So we should regain influence when we actually take the island. Oh. Okay, we've taken them out.
Battle cruiser ready.
Move up a bit.
Battle deck to attention.
Edging our way around this island and taking out one gun at a time. These guys are still going on that gun. It's repairing from this repair crane, so it takes some time to beat it down.
Stations.
Almost there. Can't even see anything on its health bar, but evidently it had some. So they can move up as long as they stay out of range of the harbour gun.
Battle cruiser ready.
Should let them then attack everything else in that harbour area. She's still probably going to settle this one unsettled island, which we'll need to take, and then there's this one that she's just taken, which we'll need to go sort out as well. And then Embessa will be done, which is good going.
Attention for the Admiral.
These guys can move up a little ways further.
Battle deck to attention.
And this is our basic strategy all around the world, gradually aging up, staying just out of range of danger. Seizing very, very slowly, but consistently. We should be able to win. I wonder what the change in the ranking is. When the war started, she was around, can't remember now, about 2,200, I think. We're down to 1,400. We've done that with only like 350 of our own rating, so the military rating isn't particularly relevant to your ability to defeat them if you can find some cheesy strategy like this, for example. That's the last of the guns there. They can move around. Take out the oil harbour on the way past. Heading towards the next harbour. God, it's quite a long range at this angle. Need to be
Fleet on the
out
move.
here.
Stations.
They're fine. They can attack anything. We can just leave them on picking whatever they want to destroy, and eventually we'll get this island. We're in no particular rush in Embase because there's very little threat here anymore at the moment. Okay, just 20 seconds to seize. This is the next biggest or next most developed island she has in the old world. Second oldest one she has. So it should, in theory, would impact her economy and her ability to redevelop. But in practice, I'm not sure it matters. Like I say, pretty sure she's cheating.
Another player has had their island seized.
We have seized that island. It's now ours.
My island. Don't get any funny ideas.
Line that up different. That's fine. Get a reward for that. We do. Still not really winning any amazing things. That gun's pretty nice. Not amazing. Good. Hopefully that sets her back, and as suspected, it did refund the influence, so we now have more than we had. Help us continue to seize even more islands. 7 minutes before we can buy the other ones that we've started this on. We could, I suppose, start buying out in the other islands. I might like to leave the influence free to seize things in Embase or in the New World.
I'm orders for it.
Good, they've been firing at will over here.
Pumping smoke, Admiral.
Too far forward, let's try that.
Battle path set.
There we go, they can attack a few more things. Not bad progress on the surrender here. Trying to get that bar below the white flag, and then we have a chance of getting the island. I think we can probably do it with what's here and not need to smash all of these here.
Myself.
Hopefully.
Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
Good. That means we've reached the white flag point. It's really thinking about it. The last obstacle between where we get our oil and the shipping route to get that to the Cape. So when we've taken Honest Town, we can probably resume oil shipments relatively safely. Oil tankers are some of the only ships we couldn't put a white flag on to guarantee their protection, so they can come under attack. And they're expensive, so I don't want to lose them. But the oil is important to keeping our empire happy while we continue a lengthy war, so we'd like to get that flowing again as soon as we can. So I think once we've got Honest Town, I will resume it and take that risk.
Attention for the Admiral.
The last gun with any range on it.
Fleet
Lots
moving in
about there to
convoy.
clear out the rest of what's here, and hopefully, like I say, get that surrender. These guys are doing a good job here. They're attacking the harbour now, so we'll actually get to surrender point soon as well. Four minutes on that cooldown. And the Cape has still just got these few things milling around. The airships aren't a threat. Well, I didn't think they were a threat at all, but it turns out they've been doing bombing runs. They're a threat to our islands, but I don't think they're a threat to our ships. That monitor is. Don't know why that's come here. Could try and hunt that down with a spare cruiser we got sat here. That is close to where our oil shipping line
Ship
will be.
under attack.
It's this one in Embasa again.
Stations.
Last military ships in Invader, I suppose, are
Your enemy's
accumulating here and attacking
resistance
us.
is crumbling.
I want to necessarily tell them to attack the ships because they might chase them then into somewhere silly. Let them do auto fire.
You give it, you gotta take it.
That's the one in the New World. It's going to cost us 20 influence, but
My island. Don't
we need
get
to
any
seize
funny
them all.
ideas.
good.
Fleet ready.
Here in the New World, don't know if there is any specific.
How about a
An
read?
invader. Expensive
My
too,
island.
but there we go. We need to
Don't
take it.
get any funny ideas.
Work our way around the map. Start on this
Fleet
left
soon
edge
they'll
and go
have
clockwise
nothing
around.
left.
Are you finally embracing a just cause?
Give them a bit of time to sail over here, but that's fine. Need to free up some more influence, which I think means we can't continue trying to economically buy out islands in the old world. Need to buy the ones we've sunk any investment into already in order to get the influence back, and then use that to finalise some of these regions.
Stations.
Okay, so her last island currently is just up here. Very underdeveloped, so it should be quite easy to take. But I'm willing to bet she'll seize the unsettled one before the end of this. We don't particularly have a ship to go and grab it with. We could load up our military ships with materials and settle it before she does, but in some ways I think it's easier if we just let her take it and then seize it from her. Much the same now that the region's pretty well sorted. Worst ship milling around here still is this flamethrower monitor, and that won't win against our two cruisers. No chance. That cruiser's coming down to this monitor, almost there. I'm going to take the risk and resume
Fleet
this
ready.
oil shipping route, which is on Cape to New to Cape. Oil route. Resume. The air route that brings the mail is a greater risk because the route it takes I don't really know, and there's still quite a few of her military airships patrolling around the place, so I don't think we can resume mail yet. Don't think it's safe to do so. That may need us to actually finish the war before that becomes safe. These guys have almost reached the next island they're going for. Destroying a ship on their way past it, which is nice. Progressing very well. I think this war might end faster than I first thought, if we can keep this pace up. Expensive.
Another
islands.
player has
There we
had
go.
their island seized.
So that one.
My island. Don't
This
get
one.
it. My island. Don't.
Your island is under attack.
Okay, who's come under attack? Random one here in the old world. We've not got developed at all, but
Battle
Your
cruiser
harbour
ready.
is under attack.
if they're attacking it, we should try and defend it. Bring the military
Another
ships we've got
player
in the region
has
over
had
here.
their island seized.
Scare off their military ships more than anything. Oh, that's the one we bought. That's fine. Thought someone else had conquered an island of someone else's. A bit weird. It's all fine. There's some more we can buy, aren't there? Get that last share on this one.
My island. Don't get any funny ideas.
I think that's it for ones we've already started buying. So he's going to come over and try to defend this one. It's only got one ship that hasn't run away already, so we might be able to win that fight and maintain it. If we lose it, we just have to wait for the 30-minute ceasefire, and then we'll have to find a way of getting it back. But we've still got quite a few developed islands in this region, which, I mean, small ones, but developed, so there's a bit of a fight still to be had if we can't afford to buy them out, which I don't think we can. I think the harbour might win this on its own. I'm going to send one of these ships.
To your stations.
Back. So we've got some defence sat here at Drewstone, because that's an important island to us. These guys,
Aye.
they get started. Yeah, couple more out of range though. It's good they've opened fire. That's that island begun. Oh, hey Timmy, nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well today.
Ready for action. Battle deck to attention.
Fine, good, glad to hear
People
that.
celebrate your
Yeah, I'm doing good
leadership.
today. Doing fine. Maybe a bit sleepy is all, but yeah, I'm doing good.
To your stations.
Still in war? Yeah. It's going to be quite a long one. Making very good progress, but it's going to take time because you've got so many islands and so much more developed than us.
Engines underway.
That's not what I want. We've got one island to seize here in Mesa,
Target.
but there's a strong chance that she'll settle the unsettled one, so it'll end up being 2 in the end. We've got everything in the Cape already. We haven't even started here in the Arctic, but she's not done anything here for a while, so that can wait till we've done everywhere else. Random gunboat.
Ready for action.
Trying to amass some kind of attack force here in the Cape, even though I've got all the islands off her. Leave our spare boat in this region to scare them off, I guess. How's the old world? So I've
Battle deck to
defended this
attention.
successfully. Still got a lot of islands to seize here, lots of little ones, which we're going to need to bring the fleet over to do. I think we've reached the end of what we can purchase off her with the amount of influence we have to spend. Even that might not be enough to get anywhere with this. Main fight is going on in the New World still. This is our attacking fleet.
Battle cruiser
Got the
ready.
anarchist on these, increasing their damage to buildings, which should make it quicker to seize the islands. And they're fine. We've still got this island, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more after it. So it's going to take time to work our way around the map and knock out each island. But we've taken 0 losses so far.
Attention
It's not
to the
like we're
Admiral.
in any real danger at all.
Pumping smoke, Admiral.
So yeah, I think it is just a matter of time and we will win. I've resumed the oil shipping route. They're going to start coming here. Maybe we should
Battle deck to attention.
some defence out in the world. Scare off any people that might try to
Ready
attack
for
that
action.
route. But generally it should be okay, I hope. Safe to get the oil back to the Cape, and because they're currently going to be a little unhappy, like we're short of engineers. Because the engineers don't have electricity.
Inertia.
They're running out of sewing machines, and that'll be because the sewing machine factories don't have electricity. So resuming supply of electricity is kind of important. So hopefully we can get that
Your
sorted out
enemy's
quick.
resistance is crumbling.
Don't know where this island was, but we've won it.
How about a rematch? My island. Don't get any funny ideas.
Aye.
This one, that was this one in Embosa. It's ours now, so she doesn't own any islands in Embosa anymore. We send our ships to defend the unsettled one. Then maybe we can prevent her from settling there at all. And that'll be Embosa done, sorted.
Oh, it's alright. I'm insured.
Can you make the battle cruisers defend the tanker? Yes, we could set them to escort. But I don't necessarily have a spare battle cruiser to do that with because I need defensive ones in every... Well, actually, that's a good point. The defensive ones in the New World are kind of irrelevant because our offensive fleet is here.
Ready
So it's
for
not
action.
so much of a problem. We could probably get away with using these two guys to escort the oil tankers when they get here.
Moving to coordinates.
And use these four to defend and attack in this region. And then when we've finished with them in this region, doesn't necessarily need defending anymore. Might still be useful to have them here, but it's probably a good idea, Timmy, yeah. Yeah.
Fleet awaiting orders.
They are
Aye.
attacking. Don't know why they're not attacking. Interesting.
Churning water, Admiral.
They're not attacking back either. Can't circle round out of range because we're at the edge of the map. I can't actually go any further to the left. Or the below.
Pumping smoke, Admiral.
What if all these wrecks are blocking line of sight? We need to go all the way round. That would be annoying. We just push up and take a little damage. Those are flags, so it's only that cannon left.
Attention for the Admiral.
Let's push round and soak the damage. Try and destroy the rest of this. Tiny island, we'll have it very quickly. Up to an Embosa, not moving. Good. I think we're in the clear.
Battle deck to attention.
I'll move one of these guys more central in the map in case she starts something funny in the north. Let the other one go and protect the uninhabited one.
Aye.
Guy to camp here because that's where her military ships keep appearing. Good, they've opened fire again, progressing things.
Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
Oil tankers are about halfway here. That's fine. Still one island where we've got shares. So 5 minutes we can come and get that one. Then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more islands in the old world we need to take. And 6 in the Arctic. Like I say, it'll take some time. That's
Aye.
fine.
Fleet engage.
Under the surrender
Fleet
point.
ready.
Give us this island soon. There's not much left for us to destroy. There we go.
How about a rematch? My island.
Nice cheap
Don't
one as well,
get
which
any
is
funny
nice.
ideas.
On the move.
To see how little influence we've got available.
Moving to coordinates.
We'll move on to the next one. Defense of this one was a success. The siege progress
Ship
is gone,
under
so
attack.
Attention
can
for the
move these
Admiral.
guys back, or you know, to somewhere more central, so they can go defend the next one she decides to attack. Where is this? Oh, this is in Embasa. There's a little gunboat going around causing trouble. Which is fine.
Stations.
The trading ships here are protected by white flags, so the only place where I'm concerned about roaming military ships of hers is the route that the oil tankers take, because they're not white flagged.
Battle deck to attention. The orders for us.
An awkward angle on this one. It's the cannon with the longest range over here.
Full barrage. Zero on target.
Good.
Fleet ready.
It's the next longest range thing.
Stations. Fleet, prepare
Ship
to
under
fire.
attack.
What's... oh, there's something back there.
Aye.
Finish this one off and then we'll focus that one.
Fleet ready.
That's him dealt with. And I guess we're in range of everything from here, so we just leave them to deal with the rest. There's our row of oil tankers. They're going to end up quite spread
Battle
out, or
deck
a
to
little spread out.
attention.
Until the first one to escort the second ship. And then the other one to escort the back ship.
Sentinel duty commencing.
Maybe that gives some protection around the place. Enough, perhaps. If it's even relevant, they might not come under attack at all. All goes well. Oh, she bought a share back. That's annoying. Sets us back a little time.
My island.
There we go.
Don't get any funny ideas.
Aye.
There's quite a lot left for the surrender. There's only a few buildings that side. Could make big progress just by knocking the harbour out, I think. I hope. At least get us to the white flag.
Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
Good.
Fleet on the move.
Move them up, clear out a few more buildings. Get the surrender, then move on.
Moving to coordinates. Fleet on point.
Tell them to focus the buildings, not the random ships coming past.
Outer Rim, my
7 influence,
island.
Fleet
not
ready?
too
Don't
bad.
get any funny ideas.
Can I move them up? Up
Fleet
here.
en route.
Few things. More things. Reckon we can probably knock this lot out and then come round to this big lot. That should be enough. Don't know.
Fleet
Let's,
embarking.
not gamble with it. We'll start with this one on this side.
Fleet on the move.
Now there will be the starting point. It's really changing here. Well, Sierra up to no good here. Trade ship going around. Nothing new here. On that cooldown again. I'd like to buy out this little one as well, just because of where it's located compared to the other islands. Speed up things if we buy this one instead of attacking it, but I don't have the influence to spare to do that. Might be in a position on this map, now that we've knocked so much of it out, to send those 2 defensive ships we have here to actually start picking off
Your
islands.
island is under attack.
Maybe. Or may need them to defend if this is a genuine attack.
Your
Doesn't look like
harbour is under attack.
Harbour wins against the gunboat. And there's no other ships on their way over here that I can tell, so it's not a genuine attack. Go, sunk that. Knocked out or purchased so many of her developed islands. Could be that she can't make anything other than gunboats. Why we're seeing them kind of crop up here and there. Don't know.
Aye.
Go
Ready
set
for
up to
action.
start the next one.
Full barrage.
Fleet awaiting orders.
Oh, it's all right. I'm insured.
Oil ships have all been
Ready
loaded.
for assignment.
They're on their way. Be nice when that kicks back in at the other end and we get electricity again. The war's going to drag on for a while longer. Don't want people getting rioting and stuff like that distracting me.
Aye. Fleet embarking.
Move up a little now to get the rest of those buildings, then we'll bring them around this corner and round again to keep sieging this island. We haven't seen any big Bettys so far in this war, which I'm somewhat surprised about. Last guy we fought had 2 of them and he was a much easier AI. Could be that the only ones she had were on the islands we bought and therefore we didn't actually have to fight them. Like a big cannon that sits on the shore front on the beach. Very long range. Like that island. Which island? Sorry, zipping around too quickly, aren't I?
Fleet awaiting orders.
Aye. Engines underway.
One of them to come around to keep the pressure on as we move. guy's just got an oil harbour and a few fisheries to tidy up. Trouble here. Doesn't look like anything new here. It's all good.
Attention for the Admiral.
The orders for us.
3 minutes on that. Not sure what we're going to do when we next run out of influence. If any of these are still expensive, it's going to be impossible to seize all of them at the same time
Fleet ready.
without getting just more influence in general. We may need to dump some of our fleet. How do you get influence? From your population. So number of people you've got, but particularly the number of top-end investors, engineers, and particularly investors. So developing your old world population to the top end and as big as you can increases the amount of influence you have in your pool. You can then get other effects, other items, other like palace effects that will provide more on top of that. That creates your influence pool, which you then invest in certain buildings, ships, things like that. So each zoo module, each museum module costs you influence to build. You get like a few for free, and then each one costs 10 more. Every military ship, every defensive gun, every trade ship, varying amounts. So you can see there, like schooners take 1 influence, oil tankers take 5, and so on. Every island you own costs influence. Bigger islands cost more influence. So all of that cuts into how much you've saved up, how much your capacity is. The propaganda one is from newspapers, so if you change the newspaper it costs you propaganda, and that gets refunded when that newspaper expires. The other stuff that's invested, you get it back by removing what you invested it in. So if you invested 10 in building a trade union building, then you can destroy that trade union, you'll get 10 influence back.
Enemy target established.
Your
We've
harbour
invested,
is under attack.
12 in every battle cruiser.
Your island is under attack.
That's annoying. We can get quite a lot of influence back by shrinking our military fleet, which is possible to do now that we're like halfway through. He does this thing,
New mission?
dropping bombs from our airships.
Your people can't hold out much longer.
So he comes to an island, drops bombs 3 times, gets the island straight away. If I'd known that that existed before we started this war, we'd have done the same strategy. We just don't have enough anti-air defense to scare people off, so she's just destroyed this island, seized it from us, but instead of taking ownership, she's just seized all the shares. So she's getting money from it, and no one can attack it for the next 30 minutes, so in 10 minutes I can buy a share back, start to reclaim the island. If she maintains all 5, I guess she has the option of seizing it. This is one we're actually doing things on, so in an ideal world we won't let her take it permanently. It's just kind of annoying that she's doing this. I wasn't entirely aware of how strong those bombs were, how quickly she can seize an island with it, even like a fully developed one.
Attention for the Admiral.
If it's got no anti-air defense, she just comes in and takes it. So that's not been fun. Hoping we've got enough influence to seize all of the New World. Then we've just got Old World and Arctic to worry about, and I might take the military ships from Enbasa and sell them to reclaim the influence, or at least one of them. So we got sell off some of the trade fleet, but they're all doing something constructive. That's how the trade fleet works. Don't know. We can shrink our attack fleet. It doesn't need to be 4 ships. We can go slower. We can seize islands with one of them quite easily.
Fleet awaiting orders.
But it would take a lot longer. Though, don't know. It's not that many more islands to go, so maybe we'll need to do that. There's no way we can boost our population by a significant number
Little fish are careful who they...
while we're at war in order to get more influence. It's probably not a viable approach. Need more population? Yeah, would be good.
Aye.
But more population means you need more goods. Sometimes that's easy. Sometimes that involves more trade ships or more trade unions or other things that will require influence as well. So build up some of the islands. Well, it's interesting. I'm not sure what's best. In my view, developing one island, like a Crown Falls, to its absolute maximum capacity is better than multiple little islands.
Fleet ready.
There's not really much point in having, even if you develop a second island up to investor level, having 2 islands with investors isn't inherently better than developing one further. Probably easier to develop one if you've got local production of things. You don't need to set up movement from one island to the other. So having Crown Falls, the island from this DLC, and it's so big and has so much flat space, I think you just build this one to like absolutely huge. Which we, once this war's over, we'll be looking at. We haven't looked at skyscrapers yet, which should be a way of increasing our population quite a lot. If you can get them self-sufficient, yeah, which you usually can't, because I mean, if you want to get to investor level, you need to import things. Like that's necessary.
I'm used to the best,
Because you can get
and this isn't it.
Spectacles, glass, brass, so you need an island that's got copper and zinc. Coffee can be made in the old world. There's a way of doing it, but you need malt, so you need grain fertility. Then you need oil to make electricity on the island. Light bulbs need coal. Champagne needs grape fertility.
Farmers? Didn't know we still had the blighters.
There's a few ways of doing quite a lot of them. And you can use docklands as well to get quite a lot of the imports you need. And it could be possible to do an island that doesn't import anything, with the right items, the right imports and stuff like that through docklands. And then you wouldn't need like a second island that makes your coffee to ship it over. But yeah, it's things like those fertilities and stuff like that that can sometimes trip you up. I mean, you can't make a entirely self-sufficient island.
Another player has had their island seized.
No longer got any shares anywhere, I don't think.
My island. Don't get any funny ideas.
Yeah, good. So all of the influence that we have is not sunk into anywhere. Fine, just need to keep progressing
Aye.
all around the world.
Fleet moving in convoy.
There's not a huge reason to settle an island if you can't get to investor level. Engineer is something, like you'll get some influence from whatever, you'll get a bit more from engineer, but you get a lot more from investors, and then your income, it's difficult to make a profit with only farmers and workers. When you get to artisans, it's possible to make a good profit. But once you've got investors on the island, your amount of profit you can make from that island just shoots up massively. So, personally, I can't see the point of developing any island unless you can get it to investor level, or it's feeding
Battle deck to attention.
a material into an island with investors. So, like, almost every island we own is just to create something to give to Crown
Fleet
Falls.
ready?
And I have considered, or probably will, like just abandoning every island that's in the original Old World map. Like the one with the bright sands from the quest chain. There's nothing here that you can't do at Crown Falls.
How about a rematch? My island. Don't get any fun.
Fleet awaiting orders.
So another one done. Where's the next? This little one here.
Fleet on the move.
Lined up ready for that. Some oil is just arriving at the Cape. Good.
Battle cruiser ready.
Long now, and we'll have some oil back here. Take a few deliveries to get everything back up and running. There is oil made on the island, but
Look sharp,
it's being spread so thin over everything that's probably causing no end of trouble. No big deal. That's that one in base. Still got ships around here. Gunboat. This cargo ship is capable of settling an island.
Ready for action.
Can't take all of our ships away. Because you can just keep bringing cargo ships in and resettling islands or attacking us with like a single ship or whatever. We do need ships in the region until she's completely knocked out. So we've still got another 80 influence to go. That's probably enough to take the New World completely. Then we can see what we can do. At that point, probably won't need to escort the oil container ships anymore. You can sell off those 2 escorts, get 24 influence back.
Battle deck to attention.
On the bright side, it'll be over soon.
Wants 200,000 to avoid war.
I'm sorry. This is the only way.
Or we can avoid war
You're right. We need...
for 2
I can't
hours
say I'm not relieved.
at no cost at all. Pirates are not so scary when your fleet's this big. May become
That's all
scary
right.
again when
I'm
we get rid of
insured.
our military ships. Or not scary, just expensive, I guess. Which is no particular concern to us with our 400
People
million in the bank.
celebrate your leadership.
Fleet ready?
Flame, that's cannon. That should be
Aye.
focus. Go from here. Yeah, can reach almost everything.
Crisis.
Battle cruiser ready.
Have to move up to get in range, which do that. Sometimes they go too far and get attacked. Just okay there, so that's fine. Four minutes on that. Do I want to try and buy this one? Not really. Move.
Monitor on
Keep the anti-air guy wherever he's. Even the bombers have moved back to the Arctic, so not so helpful here. Take
Fleet
the two
awaiting
cruisers
orders.
we've got in this region.
Your harbour is under attack.
Moving to coordinates.
See if we can take the island with just them two. Now what's
All
this?
the evidence we had of war will sink to the bottom.
Monitor on its own. Might be getting back up. Just driving past, or is it actually attacking us? It's just driving past. Okay. Don't necessarily need to worry about it then. Yet.
Aye.
Stations.
Be in range there. Yeah, they're in range of everything.
Fleet, prepare to fire. Fleet, engage.
Take out that gun, then take out the harbour. That should get the surrender here, I would imagine. Speed time up a little.
Your island is under attack.
That's predictable.
New mission?
Move the military ships away and she attacks it straight away.
Your harbour is under attack.
Only going to take one more bomb and she'll have
To your
one of our
stations.
most developed
Your
islands.
enemy's resistance is crumbling.
Battle cruiser on the warpath.
How about a
Is us
rematch?
taking the New World one, nice and
My
cheap.
island. Don't get any funny ideas.
Wait for the siege to time out before we can rebuild any of this, which is understandable but frustrating. Be no sign of another airship coming to finish the job. Don't know why. Yeah, I'll move the ships back to defend that. So we're not going to be able to use our ships that are here to go offensively. We're going to have to bring the attack fleet into that region, even to do the odd island in the middle of nowhere.
Aye.
Next island in this region is here.
Fleet en route.
One, two, three, 4 islands left here. I've said before, it's difficult to tell from the minimap what's red and what's pink sometimes, in terms of like the little dots for the ships. I don't know what's her that I need
A
to worry about, what's
competitor
pirates
raised a
that I don't.
settlement.
But look at that, just as I thought.
Ready
Ship
for
under
action.
attack.
Didn't care that I had a ship guarding it, she came around and settled it anyway. One cruiser should win against the harbour gun, I hope.
Battle cruiser
Always.
ready.
Move it out of range anyway, because can still outrange the harbour.
Engines underway.
Then, yeah. Thought it would happen. Can't be avoided. Just means we're going to have to sink more influence into taking this island as well. There we go. Timer hasn't started yet. Still some time before we can repair that. There we go. First oil delivery has just arrived. I do think those escorts are unnecessary. We'll leave them going for another trip or two, and then I'll sell them off to regain a bit of influence.
I'll just have to build some more.
Disobey's a pretty way.
Interesting that the pirates are happy about me sinking other people's ships, but still declare war on us. Very difficult to please them. Which we would like to do. I would like to knock out both of the AI players that are left in the game and then ally with the pirates, so that they stop hassling us as well. Then we'll get like no hassle from any AI. Would be nice.
Ship under attack.
Battle deck to attention.
It's fine, he's almost forced the surrender there.
Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
Aye.
And this guy's doing his job, waiting for these to appear and then sinking them. Excellent.
How
There's
about
the
a
Iron base up.
My island. Don't get any funny ideas.
Ready for action.
That guy doesn't necessarily need to sit down here anymore.
To your stations.
He'll sit in the middle with his friend until I sell him off. These guys, yep, they're in position.
Stations.
Pumping smoke, Admiral. Battle cruiser on the warpath.
It's a little too close.
Battle deck to
Ship
attention.
under attack.
Should be better.
Fleet, prepare to fire. Aye. Fleet, on point.
It is a terrible shame, it is.
That's the Druidstone timer passed. We can rebuild. Everything will repair. Good. Yeah, like I say, we just got to leave our defensive ships there to scare her off so she doesn't try and take it. Hopefully that scares her off. Long enough for us to take all of the islands. I'm still relatively confident that if we take all of her islands in the Arctic, it will force her to abandon the plateaus she has. Because if it doesn't, then we need to set up a production of drop bombs and
Attention for the
some
Admiral.
military airships to drop them. Which you might do anyway. It might be interesting to try that approach to defeat the other AI player. See if we can just run 4 bombing runs onto an island and immediately seize it. Guess you probably can't. A lot of the reason it's working for her is those islands are so undeveloped. Like no other harbour buildings. Got a bunch of guns next to their harbour, then you'd need to bomb them as well. What are this player's defences like?
When I believe a tree is one I know,
Reasonable.
I see the
Couple
bird
flak
within it
emplacements.
is not.
Quite
Your
similar to
enemy's
Bell's defensively.
resistance is crumbling.
Oh, Bay, that's a
How
cheap
about a
one.
rematch?
Fleet ready?
Glad to have a rematch on the
My
next island.
Don't get any funny ideas.
Fleet embarking.
3 more to take here in the New World.
It's hard to get shipped.
A whole bunch of random airships on this map.
Your harbour is under attack.
Interesting. Second cruiser is just approaching this area actually. Come defend this for us. Top left island. The left top island in the corner here. The New World, you mean, or was I looking at a different map? This is us and us, the two
Your harbour
top
is
ones in the
under
New
attack.
World.
Ship under attack.
That's a drive-by.
See where I'm coming from now?
Destroying fields, which I don't think they're supposed to do.
The fire left ruins behind. Yeah, here, yeah. So we have always owned Manola, the big one, with the dam project on it. It provides electricity to the whole island, which is a really cool island to have. Then this one is where our population of artistas are settled, and most of our New World production is on this island. It's very well developed here, and then I kind of do regret settling this one first and wishing we'd put our artistas on Manola, because this one's huge. Got like this edge on the landing, which is nice and flat. Got all of this with the beachfront, which is huge. Got the dam, which gives you free electricity. Then this huge area over here as well, and a bunch of fertilities and mining spots and everything. So this island, or all of the ones around the left and the top of the New World map, are from the latest DLC season, the one that adds the artistas. So when that DLC was released, they appeared on the map, and I rushed out and settled the biggest ones, and then obviously Beryl came and settled all of the other ones, so got to clear out of them.
Battle deck to attention.
He is too close.
Oh, it's all right.
I'm into fire.
Send him to repair because he's taking a little bit of damage.
Battle path set.
Should build a nice city there. Yeah, it's I'm halfway inclined to lift up everything we've done for the artistas here and move it to this island instead. Don't necessarily need to. Don't have a problem. We could develop artistas on both islands. Could do. Perhaps a waste of resources, but it'd be pretty nice. The free electrification of everything makes this a pretty good island for industry. And we've got a lot of industry on the other island, which perhaps silly. You need 2 islands, well, don't need, but want 2 islands to create the regional mail to boost the artista population. Yes, we don't need to do, could do everything on 1 island. Just have more houses. Yeah, but this one, I mean, this island wasn't bad either. We just had to change one of the fertilities to get orchids. Which I guess we'd have to do on Manola as well. No big deal.
Ready for action.
Don't send him off to repair and he decides he wants to sail straight past the enemy island. And get himself sunk.
Battle cruiser on the warpath.
Ship under attack.
I'm not surprised. Don't really need these guns anymore. It's all good.
Attention for the Admiral.
You three should be
Enemy target
off that
established.
flamethrower. Have we now got... Ah, the gunboat has escaped
Aye.
our watchman. Reasonable amount of oil coming in. Got electricity supply. We've got sufficient engineers again. Our institute is functioning again. That's good. Base has still got just a bunch of weird airships all over the place. No real threats. Single frigate. Keep protecting Talarine with these two guys. Arctic, can I get a share back just so that she can't immediately buy the island off us? I mean, we're coming here soon with our big guns, but it'd be annoying if things in the Arctic had to pause while she messed around with us. That is all the guns I think. Let's
Engage.
move in, start clearing everything else out. Where's the next harbour front on this island? Hasn't built there. Big load here, okay. So we just need to come around that corner when we're done there. Old world, nothing's currently happening here. Freed up quite a bit of influence. Might be up to, I think I will start buying Urchin Bay.
I know what you're after, and I
It's
can't let
out of its
you
way,
have
I
it.
think. Stand a chance of getting them all before we can get the military here. It is, one of the things I feel about this military system within the game is how underdeveloped it really is and how irrelevant. We've wiped her off 2 of the sessions and half of this one as well, and half of the old world. She's like a third of the size when we started this war, and at no point has she tried to stop the war. No point has she been like, oh, I'll give you like 1 million coins to stop completely destroying me, or a relevant number that I might actually consider taking. Just don't do it. The last war we fought, we occasionally got offers for us to pay to end the war we were winning, which, why would I ever do that? And perhaps some offers of a ceasefire. It's not really developed out like you would have in other strategy games. I don't feel like war military is really something the developers cared about. Just
Fleet en route.
shows in how it's developed.
Some orders for us. Battle deck to attention.
target. Full barrage.
Get them started on this harbour area. Quite a bit there, but made good progress towards the surrender already. This island's going to probably need both harbour areas attacking. Problem. And then this one's quite small. Just have to attack that one. Good, making good progress through it here in the New World. Definitely think these escorts are no longer needed. What I'm going to do is send them to Crown Falls, unload their equipment, and then send them off to get sold.
Aye.
Can reclaim 12 influence each. Get rid of them too then. I think we've destroyed enough of her islands and fleets that she's not a threat to our moving traffic anymore. Perhaps a threat to some islands where she is dropping those bombs, and threat the Arctic where we haven't even started, but
To your stations.
there-ish. Repairs are finished. This guy can come rejoin his friends.
Battle cruiser on the warpath.
Ship under attack.
Oh, that's... Just as I say, we don't need those escorts. They come under attack while
The orders for us.
someone's trying to attack the oil.
We've had to fight to
To
keep
your
ourselves.
stations.
Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
Ah, she's at
A bit
war
of
with
a
the
coup
pirates as well.
during their
That's
expertise.
nice. Add that into the mix.
Battle deck to attention.
That was the scholars telling us about. That guy we really wanted ages ago. It's finally finished. He was going to come up here and help us make iron. These mines. I remember vaguely. This guy, he's going to make oil and gold. Mostly oil from these two iron mines, which are already running nice and
Not
fast.
busy, people.
I guess he'll make oil if our iron storage isn't full, which it is.
How about a
Oops.
rematch?
It's an expensive island.
My island. Don't get any funny ideas.
The orders for us.
Guy is outrunning us. Or shot.
Stations.
These guys are done. Let's line them up ready for the next island.
Fleet on the move.
That ship is sunk. Find out what the reward is. They're usually
Bullseye.
rubbish.
Churning
Just
water,
out of
Admiral.
curiosity.
Battle path set.
A few gramophones. Yeah, don't care about that. Send him back the way I was sending him before.
Battle deck to attention. Pumping smoke, Admiral.
Out there should be okay. Two cannons are covering this kind of distance.
I'm orders for it. Aye.
Started on Berylstown. Two and a half minutes there still. No real change up here. Minute and a half to get another share back on our island there. No change here either. Could hunt down this random cargo ship, but
Oh, it's alright. I'm insured.
I don't particularly see the point. Now that we've got every single island here, it can't really do much damage.
To your stations.
Send this guy to hunt out that frigate. I don't think that's worth it either. We just stay defensively in that area.
Aye.
Sound of things getting built or getting destroyed, not sure. Sounded like our guys were attacking the fields as well. Weird thing to see. To the left here then, the
Enemy
repair
target
cranes focus
established.
that so it stops repairing things. Then all those fisheries are probably unnecessary. Take that out.
Fleet en
Let
route.
me just do a little drive-by before heading this way. Approaching this harbour area.
Moving to coordinates.
There. Let's get onto that cannon. I think most of these dots on the minimap are pirates. Not her. Maybe all of them actually. Ooh, pirate monitor, that's new. First time I've seen them with something so advanced. Hope they don't become a threat. Still a cargo ship of hers. That's about it. Good. We are whittling her right down. Yeah, a long way. So that was like 2,200 when we started the war, 1,400 when we looked about an hour ago. Down to almost to our level of military power. Which is good. Good progress in. Other than her airships, we've nearly got nothing left to worry about. We can get some normality back. Other than in the Arctic, when we haven't even started. But I think we'll mop up the New World, 2 islands here, then go to the Old World, clear up the last few little islands there, then head to the Arctic and clear her out of there.
Fleet awaiting orders.
And then we'll declare war on the other AI player. Part of the problem is that I want to win this war. We're then going to have like almost every island in the game, which is a huge sink of influence points that I want back. So any island we're not using, you know, like this random one we've seized over here that's not really any use to us,
lost.
want to delete the trading post and regain the influence cost, whatever it was on that island. But if I do that, then the princess can come over and settle it. Generally hasn't settled much, and has always asked, so we can say no. But we run the risk of her then just growing into all the space that Beryl's abandoned and becoming harder to root out later. So now, while she's small because she's been hemmed in,
is under attack.
Makes sense to clear her out now.
Your island is under attack.
There was a bomb drop. So there's another bomb drop coming. Yow. Nothing we can really do about it if they've decided they're going to drop bombs here. I can move my
is under attack.
anti-airship over, but by the time it gets here, that island will be hers. Yeah, if she wants it. Looks like she doesn't because she's just done 2 bomb drops and stopped. Oh no, here come the others. Which will be here way faster than we can get our anti-air here. So just up to her whether she wants to seize it or just take all the shares like she has been. There we go. She just took all the shares. But we have kept the island. For whatever reason. There's nothing here, so I'm not fussed if
Your
she's
harbour is under attack.
if she buys it out from us fully or whatever. We're going
You'll
to
be
bring our
right
military here
again.
soon and we can take it back if need be.
Fleet ready.
Your people can't hold out much longer. Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
Good. Almost got Beryl's town.
I too hope to spread good and truthful.
Bought shares back, so I'm not going to play that game anymore. We'll just take our military over there. There's not enough time to be buying and rebuying and rebuying. Our military can get through all the other islands to there before then.
My island.
Attention
Don't
to the
get any
Admiral.
funny ideas.
One more island here in the New World. Then we move on.
A rusty nail in the enemy's socket.
When we move on from here, there'll be no cruisers left to defend anything if she decides to harass anything. Might be an idea to send the 2 that are currently defending the old world here, swap them over.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Not sure it's really relevant on account of military power waning so much that she probably can't take an island if she tried, other than with the bombs.
Aye.
Checking through the other regions, seeing if there's anything going on. Looks like the usual stuff everywhere. Yep. It's fine. Finally at the point where she's weak enough we can move at a faster speed as well in the game. Not constantly juggling between 3 different theatres of war.
Attention for the Admiral.
Battle deck to attention.
Got here, there's a cannon on the end as well. That one there first, probably.
0 on target.
Stay Stations!
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
It's both of them, so
Ready
let's
for action.
Oh,
those
it's all
back
right.
into
I'm
storage
insured.
in case we need to use them later.
Fleet ready?
Send those guys to someone who will buy them, who they can get to without being sunk, which Isabel's probably the best choice in that case. Okay, they've cleared out good number of
Stations.
guns. Flamethrower left.
Fleet,
Harbour.
prepare to fire!
Stop just out of range. No.
Ship under attack.
Missed that cannon. And we'll survive a little bit of damage while we destroy that.
Fleet,
Now
on
we take
point!
out the harbour.
Fleet en
Just
route!
move up and finish off whatever they want. Of course they pick a ship which isn't as important, but never mind.
Battle cruiser ready.
Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
Good, almost have this one. Then other than the airships she's left hanging around all over the place, that's her kind of not here anymore. That's not even her. Yep. Should be all good to take the guys to the new world then. The old world. If they can stop getting distracted by boats and finish the job. There we go.
How about a rematch? My
Says
island.
got
Don't get any funny ideas.
50 influence left.
Fleet ready?
And these guys to the old world. Wherever for now, in the middle of the map. Good. And then just, yeah, hopefully she doesn't cause any trouble here now that we've abandoned the area. Inclined to do the same here, other than concerns me that these military ships keep arriving here.
Aye.
Gonna send one of these guys down to guard the entry point, like we have here in the
Ready
Cape as
for
well.
action.
She's trying to amass a military fleet. We want to knock it out while it's small, rather than waiting for it to get big. I have the influence available now, but if we shrink our fleet down a little more, I could buy out East River. One thing we never tried, or never able to try with Beryl, is what happens if you buy the island when they're at 100 reputation? Does that avoid war? With Beryl, we bought her island and she just declared war on us straight away, so like an economic way of wiping her off the map wasn't an option, it had to be military.
Battle cruiser ready.
It'd be okay against Ship of the Line and a frigate.
Battle cruiser on the warpath.
Yeah, they're on the way, so let's give chase.
Main guns.
Then
Your island is under attack.
we've been airbombed. No? Yes. Been airbombed in Embasa. How did they
Your
suddenly get
harbour
bombs
is under
that
attack.
they didn't have before? Whatever.
Your harbour is
Whee.
under attack.
We'll lose all the shares in that island too.
Your harbour is under attack.
May yet frustrate our efforts.
You'll be right again soon.
At least she isn't seizing them and destroying everything. That would be much harder to rebuild after, but it's still weird that she's had these parked here for like an hour with bombs in them and has done nothing until now.
Aye.
He needs to be changed, doesn't he, to active defense. To chase them down.
You steam ahead. I'll take you for a change.
Probably going to forget to buy shares back in the ones that she's saying that. Remember this island, so let's do one there.
Ship under attack.
Hopefully we can just knock her out of the game and regain all of our shares rather than me needing to remember to buy them. But if she does seize the island and destroy everything, then we'll just have to spend some time rebuilding everything. Guess these guys have probably got bombs in and they're just waiting for the right time to drop them. Where's our
The people
fleet's
celebrate
just
your
zoning in.
leadership.
Don't know what edge they appear at. I think it's around here. Yep, there they are.
Stations.
When they zone into the new map, they don't have full health or the health they had when they left. They go back down to default health, so
Fleet awaiting orders.
the
Are
added
you
hit points from the
finally
items
embracing a
need to be
just cause?
repaired. Can only do up here,
Fleet on the move.
one at a time. We'll do that first, and then send them round to get the islands back. Hopefully 51 influence is enough to do here. What about here and the Arctic as well?
To your stations.
It's a weird amount of military ships for Princess to have here.
Ship under attack.
There, that one's sunk as well. Let's keep this guy
Engines
down here to
underway.
pick up anyone who comes into the map.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
So these
Come on,
two
it's
ready to
ordered.
sell.
Ready to evacuate at a moment's notice.
Reclaim a bit of influence for us. That
We're
takes us
running low
further
on
from
everything.
the influence bonus, which is if we invested 300 influence into military ships and guns, we get a 25% attack speed. Currently just beyond the 15% attack speed bonus, so if we sell too many more ships, we'll lose that, drop down to 7%. We don't need it necessarily, but it is a nice bonus to have when you're in the middle of a war. Just don't think there's anything else we can reclaim our influence from. We've got a lot of trade unions, town halls and harbour master's offices, but they're all in use, I think. We've got no harbour master offices now. It's maybe a town hall that's not properly being used over here. That one's got providing schnapps, pub and beer for free. It's not terribly important. They got pub anyway. Have pub anyway. If I remove that,
I'll boost to that.
these guys are still happy. Just that we need to make the schnapps and the beer for them, which I think we are. Plenty of schnapps. Plenty of beer. That is unnecessary, at least at the moment. That reclaims 20 influence. This one's empty and is just covering that many houses anyway. That's 20 influence back. They don't have one, neither do they. These two are in full use.
They can stay. And every trade union we've got is doing something, otherwise we wouldn't have built it. Planned ahead, we might have reduced the number of them we have, but it's fine. I mean, we could move them down here, but they'd have no electricity then. We could move them over there. Give them their own warehouse. Another warehouse. Then we can put Chef Michel into that one instead. They need to move again, I can see that.
The people celebrate your leadership.
It's those two. That one isn't in range, so he needs to move. He doesn't fit anywhere there. That's fine. So that's no longer got a wasted space. I think we were planning on getting a different item to affect the mines to put into that third space, but at least for now, that frees up 20 influence, which
How
will
about
help
a cup of
with the
coffee?
war effort.
You've been playing for 2 hours.
Those two are repaired. We'll start by reclaiming what was
Your
Ditchwater.
harbour is under attack.
Fleet embarking.
Your island is under attack.
Wobbly Bridge is under attack from actual gunships, not
Fleet
bombs.
ready.
These guys are nearby, they can hopefully come dislodge them.
Monitor ready and lurking.
This guy hasn't been particularly useful at shooting things down, and I'm assuming he's been a deterrent that's kept people away, hopefully. Otherwise he was a big waste of everything.
Battle deck to attention.
Keep those guys there for now. Move them around if
Fleet awaiting orders.
we end up in a different situation. Barber can sink that gunboat, just want these guys to sink that monitor. These guys can get started on this island.
My
Let's move along this
defenses may
region
be a mite
can.
harder to
Clear
spot.
stations.
That's there. We've pushed them away from the island at least, so they're not going to win that siege, but
Stations.
I want to keep this up and actually sink that ship so it can't come back, cause trouble anywhere else. Nice if that got, yeah, did get sunk. Nice. Few more shots on, but still not sunk.
Fleet engage.
I think the harbour will get it. Send these guys back to repair.
Fleet en route.
Yeah, good. He is sunk as well. Perfect.
Aye.
Until these guys are allowed to attack the island, they can get started. They're at frigate against her ship of the line. I'm glad she's at war with the pirates as well. That is spreading a little bit more damage on her for free. I don't think the pirates can win the fight. Going to amass ships in the corner of this map as well. That's going to be annoying. These are all airships now, so other than the bombs, which we've got no answer to,
Ready for action.
there's nothing else to defend against here other than Well, this guy's protecting the things that spawn in, so I'm going to take one of
that's
the
all
two
right.
ships
I'm
we
insured.
have in the region. Sell him off to recover influence. They are attacking them. It's weird that they're not
Ship
fighting back.
under attack.
Just sailing straight through us instead. Okay. Bit weird.
I've orders for us.
Still got 1,000 health to repair of him.
Battle deck to attention.
To get back to attacking the island. It's got no siege progress, even though we did destroy a building. That's fine.
Target lost.
She is just sitting them in the corner of every map. Can we do about that? Probably will send
To your
this guy
stations.
to the New World. We'll have one defensive ship in every area then, instead of two. I don't know what that island was called. Let's just go to the New World. That'll be fine for now.
I've orders for us.
Those two can still stay as the defensive force here, actually. There's a lot of airships in base, so let's send our flak monitor there.
There's no forgiving. Never.
Some ships here. Oh, we're attacking them. I was wondering how they were taking damage, but we're shooting them from off screen. Good, they're progressing there slowly.
Battle cruiser ready.
Do slowly heal themselves without the repair crane.
Aye.
Guess if they're not taking damage, I'm going to move them up. They've got enough health. They're not supposed to take any
Moving
hits anyway, so I'm
coordinates.
sure they'll be good.
Battle
Random
deck to
ship appeared
attention.
Here. For whatever reason, I think we're relatively safe to get. I was going to say to get the mail being shipped into region again, but that's an armed airship that's just camping close to where the route would be. So no, I think earlier thought we need to knock her out completely before we can. Probably right.
I've
Unfortunately.
orders for us.
Nice cup of tea, character item.
Churning water,
No value.
Admiral.
Your city has grown more beautiful.
Okay. Doing well.
Ship under attack.
Oops.
Ship
Who is
under
under
attack.
Of course, didn't think about that.
A ship was destroyed.
Sent that anti-air monitor off map and didn't check the route he was taking away, so he's got himself sunk. Oops. My bad. But at least we get the influence back.
Battle deck to attention.
I don't think we need the flagship here anymore. Wasn't so necessary to be providing materials around the place. Send him back to sit at Crown Falls ready for when we're done with all this.
Aye.
Very strong island. Has it got? Yeah, it's got a whole bunch out the back there as well. Okay.
It is a terrible shame, it is.
He's not tapped the oil wells on the island. Don't see an oil harbour.
You've gone and planted it.
Nope. But she's got an oil power plant providing electricity to a steam shipyard. There is a rail line. Where does that go? Goes into another oil power plant. They definitely cheat.
Fleet awaiting orders.
There's
Disposing
an
of the
oil
bodies is
tanker
much
there.
easier at sea.
but nowhere for it to deliver to. Interesting. Don't know what that's about, but obviously not following the same rules we are, even if it's not like completely fabricated.
Aye.
That's all the guns, I think. We can move them up to clear out the rest of the buildings here, but it looks like we are going to have to go to the other front as well to finish off this island. Looking okay everywhere, nothing to worry about.
I can't wait to scratch out your eyes.
War with the pirates, I'm sure we'll be able to
Prepare to be boarded!
end that for cheap.
Call that a storm? I don't need telling enough.
I think the cost of that must be relative to your power against theirs. The stronger we become, the less money they ask for. And they haven't been becoming much stronger, so...
Fleet ready?
Relatively, we're a lot stronger than they are.
Black, white, and red all over.
Ooh, a free legendary person
Battle cruiser on the warpath.
from the war loot. It's the first time we got something so valuable. Usually just, yeah, 7
Pumping
cigars.
smoke, Admiral.
We're not going to get the surrender from these buildings. Let's
To your
leave
station.
one guy to mop up and send the others around. 18 advanced weapons. We don't make them, so might as well take them home
Battle
with us
path set.
when we get to heading home. Okay, the approach here is a
Fleet
bit
en route.
of a squeeze. Might have been easier the other way round, but let's see what we got range-wise. Anti-armor gun on this edge. Cannons at the back.
Aye.
So that cannon's probably got the longest range, which is where we're going is good. Then, yeah, anti-armor's close, but fine.
Aye.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Battle cruiser
Ship
ready.
under attack.
Random frigate driving past.
Main
Your
guns.
enemy's resistance is crumbling.
That resistance pointless. Send this guy around here, it'll be more constructive to destroy the guns than a few fisheries. And then move on to the next island.
This island used to be ours. She seized it off us earlier in the war. Was like the first island you get in the campaign. But we weren't actually doing anything here of value, or producing anything that went anywhere. Like, everything had changed so much over the course of the game that the island wasn't really useful to us. So even though we're going to seize it back now, we're not actually going to rebuild anything on it.
The people celebrate
We abandon
your
it like all the
leadership.
other ones at this point.
The
We are
people
doing
celebrate
something
your
of value
leadership.
on Bright Sands, and the people here are fed by some items coming from Drudestone, so those two
Your
are
ship
still
has returned from its voyage.
vaguely relevant. But what we're doing on Bright Sands we could do in the Cape instead,
How about
quite
a
easily, so we could abandon those two as well.
My island. Don't
Still.
get any funny ideas.
Now we need to hold it so she doesn't just take it back.
Attention for the Admiral.
Send a force up this way first. Tiny island there. Tiny island there. Both of which face away from the map, which is weird. Guns have we got here? It's a cannon. Let's come round out of distance of that, which we are. It's fine to go there. I sent a ship in this direction. Is he still moving? No. No, it's this guy. This is the guy I'm thinking of.
Your
Need to
ship
come,
has returned from its voyage.
camp in this corner to scare off whatever they're up to, amassing there. That guy's doing a good job of here. And that guy here. All good.
Have orders for us. Aye. Churning water, Admiral.
Get them started on this island.
Oh, it's all right. I'm insured.
Siege has begun. Yeah, it's not going to take long, really. There's a lot here in the harbour, but it's such a small island. It'll
So,
clear out
you
quickly.
do have a room.
Bullseye.
Don't know where we sunk a ship, but apparently we did. We've got full research points. I should be coming and sinking those into research now that we've got electricity flowing back here again. Got a few talent left to develop, so I feel like we want to sink into finishing that off. We'll have everything available from this area. All legendaries left to get. We just get them all until there's no more to get. We can only do one at a time because of the cost of it. That's fine.
Aye.
Should be okay to move closer. What's that, a cannon? No, that's anti-armor. That's a cannon. Just around
Battle deck to
there.
attention.
Good to move up that far at least and hit the rest of these buildings.
Will you give me time to do me laundry?
Ah, there we go, finally. He's requested a 2-hour ceasefire, which will give us 120,000 for it. Means in 2 hours we just have to carry on doing everything the same. Doesn't help us.
Ready for action.
And 120,000 is like utterly meaningless to us. So
Oh,
no,
sure,
we
you
will
can
not
try.
be doing
It's
that.
Ship under attack.
Full barrage.
Ship under attack.
So this guy who's going to fight the ship of the line.
To your stations.
Doesn't have the bonus 40% or 70% health from those two items because he zoned into a new zone and I didn't repair him. But
Your enemy's resistance
still
is crumbling.
should have enough to win against the ship of the line. Especially if it like runs away and doesn't take every shot.
Armor holding, Admiral.
Probably want to send him to repair after he sunk this though. And he'll need chaining to active defense. 3 influence to get that island.
Don't get any funny ideas.
There's a fire.
Let's move them up to the next one.
Fleet on the move.
Cannon, there's the harbour. A little bit further forward than that, it's good. Should be okay there.
Have to do our best.
Gonna have to chase him.
Zero on target.
Almost sunk. There we go. Let's check what the loot is.
Engines underway.
In case it's another legendary.
Battle cruiser on the warpath.
Send this guy to repair.
Aye.
These guys, they can open fire.
To your stations.
This one shouldn't take long either, there's very little in that harbour.
Fleet ready.
Take the repair crane out, so we slowing things down. I think we just focus out the harbour and that should get the surrender
Enemy target established.
pretty quick.
Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
Any second now. Here we go. Should be a cheap
How
one.
about a rematch? My island. Don't get
Good
any funny
amount.
ideas.
Hopefully enough to get the Arctic sorted as well. Seized. Next island to take is all the way over here.
Fleet en route.
Park up around there-ish, a little
Fleet
further back.
embarking.
The guys over for that. So we got Port Lane, Turchin Bay. I think that's it in the old world. 2 more islands. Still things spawning into the new world. Want to wait to repair before going and chasing him away. Still things spawning into the
Have
cape.
orders for us.
Monitor even, don't know where that came from. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 islands in the Arctic to do when we get here. That's a ship spawning in here,
Ready
so
for action.
somehow she's still making ships, or they've all just been into session in all this time and finally arrived. It's a bit of a problem. If you start like attacking an island with them, have to hope she doesn't, I suppose. One thing I will just do before we start attacking the next island is take a short break. We are 2 hours and 10 minutes into the stream. Be a sensible time to get up and stretch my legs, and probably for you too if you've been watching a long time. We speak a couple minutes. I will pause the game properly because we're at war. Be 3 or 4 minutes to just get some chores done around the house because it's getting a bit later. Refill the drink, stretch the legs, all those sensible things that I usually do on a little break. And then, yeah,
like I say, a few minutes we'll come back, we'll carry on with the war. Don't know, another hour or two, I reckon, to finish this off. Probably less than 2 hours. Then I'm pretty sure we'll see what we can do against Princess King as well. That could take the rest of the session. Maybe we might be at war for the whole session tonight, but we'll see how it goes. You know, like I say, we'll come back after the break and just keep going and see where we end up. I'll see you all shortly. Hello there everyone, I'm back from the brief break. Let's get back to war.
Raise the corsair cloth!
Good, making good progress so far today. Happy with how things are going. May not be the best military approach in the game, but it works. So happy with how we're going.
Ship under
A bit
attack.
too close. That's the problem gun.
Prepare to fire. Zero on target.
Fleet, engage.
Oh, it's all right. I'm insured.
That out. Then focus. Where's the repair crane? There it is.
Fleet, on point.
Good. What else we got?
Enemy
Cannon.
target established.
That's a cannon 2, I think. That's an anti-armor gun.
Fleet
Okay.
awaiting orders.
Knock that out.
Fleet, prepare to
Couple of
fire.
flamethrowers. Tiny island, isn't it? We just need to do this one. Should be quite quick.
Ship under attack.
From what? From the
Enemy
harbour.
target established.
Just focus that down. Have the island long before they can sink a cruiser.
Your
Anti-air guns, I think
enemy's
they are.
resistance
There we go.
is crumbling.
Reach the surrender point. Not much left to destroy. Oh, a bunch of depots, that's what is there.
Very well.
Fleet, engage.
How about a rematch?
More influence for that one.
Don't get any
Fleet
funny
ready?
ideas.
One island left in the old world. It's just down here. We keep accidentally sailing past and getting things sunk. Probably be best to approach around
Fleet
this
on
side
the
of
move.
this island, rather than trying to squeeze through that gap and get the angles right. Setting like a, using shift to set a waypoint path to get here.
Fleet
Out there.
moving in convoy.
Should be good. Another check around the
we
world.
won't forget this.
Battle
guy's
cruiser
repaired.
ready.
That frigate has moved. What's in the corner here?
Engines underway.
I'm gonna send this guy to camp in the corner anyway. Don't know where that frigate's gone. We're important.
Ready
Let's
for action.
move this guy back to protect the corner. Chase down whatever he was chasing. Nothing really changed in the Arctic. Things are still doing what they were doing before. There is you here, but this guy had to chase a
Battle
long way to
cruiser ready.
get the last guy. Let's bring him back. I'm sure she still has opportunity to make things awkward for us, but hopefully we're getting close to the end of finishing the war against Beryl and getting her out of this game.
To your stations.
Aye.
Fighter Urchin Base, another small one, shouldn't take long. Quite a lot of buildings, like before. It's these ones that... So your depot can have like two appearances, this one that looks like buildings and this one that from a distance looks like it's nothing, but that is a building that needs destroying to progress the siege.
Stations!
This city is a magnet for genius.
Another free legendary. We're good rewards around the place sometimes. I don't think we'll ever use him, but he is a legendary.
Fleet,
Give it
prepare
that
to
repair
fire!
crane.
Fleet,
Knock out
engage!
the harbour. Give us some good progress. Get close to the surrender point, hopefully.
Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
Good.
Aye!
Oh, it's all right. I'm insured.
Fleet, 1 point!
Have to focus on the buildings, not the ships. Still, the ships aren't really a threat. There's no more empty islands for them to settle behind our back or anything, so... There we go.
How about a rematch? My
Go back to
island.
5, so
Don't
84
get any funny
influence
ideas.
left.
Attention to the Admiral!
Hopefully that's enough to get the Arctic with. And then
You're good.
she'll be out of the game, I hope. Really hope. So I'm going to send this fleet up to the Arctic. King William. But we are going to keep hold of all of the islands. Guess I should take a share back in each of them so that you can't force us to need to send our ships back to take them. I don't want to be sending them back around in circles. And find the islands where she's got shares. There's one in the Arctic she's got shares on, isn't there? It's probably a waste of money buying more because we'll get them all back if we knock her out, I hope. One in them bases she took the shares on, is it? This one, yeah, the one that's actually developed. Buy a share there as well. And we'll get a warning if she buys it back, so we'll be able to buy before she actually seizes the island in that case. All looks fine to me for now.
Battle cruiser ready.
Other than her airships everywhere, which are still a concern, of course. They've just kind of given up, I hope. She might just not try anymore. Would be nice.
Battle deck to attention.
So we should have 2 defensive ships in the Arctic as well, which are going to become kind of irrelevant
Fleet awaiting orders.
when our fleet gets here. The anti-air one, some relevance, so I'll keep him on that island for protection.
Aye!
2 defensive guys, I think. When our offensive fleet arrives, I'll send these 2 back to Cape to get disassembled and then sold off. Did we have any others we were doing that with? Yes,
To your
this guy
stations.
is assembled, and send him... Wrong button again. That button. Oh, you can go to the old world now. It's a little bit closer. Safe route now, so be fine.
Battle cruiser ready.
I guess that means the defensive ships in the old world aren't so relevant anymore.
Battle deck to attention.
One there. Know where the other guys went. Oh, did I already move him? I think I did. He's the one I sent to the new world, isn't he? Yeah. I'll keep one here to guard against any future trouble she may cause.
The people celebrate your leadership.
A
scattering of blossom.
They're not moving quickly. Tripping each other up or something. We're on super fast forward speed to get things moving along. Everything looking fine at this point. Don't see any more of her ships kind of like arriving in the corners
Your
of maps.
harbour is under attack.
Say that. Who is attacking me? She's got a frigate chasing after a pirate. Fine, I think we leave them to it, I guess. If the frigate does actually try and siege an island, the harbour will win. That one's not even trying, so I think that'll be fine. There are the ships just leaving the old world. Two behind them. There we go, they're underway. A lot of ships protecting that one clipper, but won't be any hassle for us. Hey guys, get here, we'll just get started on the islands and not so heavily defended in this region. That one's only got the harbour gun, which might make this even easier. Moving close straight away and knock out the harbour, mop up the rest. That's flak as well, it's not even a gun that can hit our ships. Yeah, it looks like it's just the harbour building itself that's possible. Ah, this one island here has got greater defence. Okay, that's fine. Maybe we deal with that one first to get it out of the way.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
It's the one to sell.
Taking the initiative.
Pick up to 96 influence. I'm sure that's going to be enough. I hope that's going to be enough. Not sure, but seems like it would be. Those have arrived. So let's send these guys to Crown Falls to be processed.
Your ship has returned from its voyage. Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Fleet awaiting orders.
There we go. Got no repair cranes on this map, so we can't get them back up to full health. Slowly gaining health, which is fine, I'm sure. I'm sure they got enough for what they're up against here. It's very little. But yeah, let's bring them out this way first. And we actually got here a couple cannons. Cannon flame, flame and flame. A bunch of flak. That cannon's the worst one.
Attention for the Admiral.
Send them a bit too close, I think, yeah. How about that?
Fleet embarking.
There should be fine.
Aye.
Didn't start it already, didn't even tell him to.
That's all right. I'm insured.
Cannon.
Fleet on point.
Flamethrower. It's just the harbour that's got a gun.
Ship under attack.
We'll win that fight, no problem. There we
Fleet
go.
on the move.
Move in and mop it up.
Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
I think
Attention
we
for the
better
Admiral.
reload our muskets.
Offering another ceasefire, but this time we would pay for it. So that's
What's
definitely
this
not going to
little
happen.
rebellion of yours?
Little rebellion, she calls it, as
I like people with a coarse air.
only has 5 islands left in the game.
How about a rematch? My
Take that
island.
one.
Don't get any funny ideas.
Bullseye.
Attention for the Admiral.
Some of this loot might be worth grabbing if it's Arctic specific stuff, but in general it's just worth making it ourselves instead.
Fleet ready.
Just going to tell them to come in and hit the harbour building. Nothing else is a threat to them.
Ship under attack.
You tell them to do that, they move within range of the harbour, which is silly of them, but just how the AI calculates it, I don't know. Might not calculate based on the expanded range that they've been given. I just say that's how close they need to get at their base range, so that's how close they'll get. Let's quick surrender.
Attention for the Admiral.
Send them to the
My
next one.
island. Don't get any funny ideas.
Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
We'll have to sort out all these free items we get from
Many
Island Seizure
previous
soon as well.
expeditions became lost in the ice. Most were forced to leave valuable resources behind. I see.
We won't bother getting those at the moment. It's just a quest that gives you extra lost expedition scraps.
Fleet ready.
Are infinite and not difficult to get when we actually want them. Gonna go up to full speed. Actually, let's have one last check around the world. I think we've just mopped up everything that she had
Target lost.
everywhere at this point, other than airships, obviously. But yeah, I don't think there's anything really to be concerned about that we could take action, so we should be fine to go
look.
full fast forward speed
Uncompromising journalism.
Attention for the Admiral.
just to clear up these last few islands.
Ship under attack.
There's that one.
How about a rematch? My island. I don't get any funny ideas.
Your island is under attack.
Wobbly bridge again. What is... oh, she actually...
Your
That would
harbor
be
is under attack.
a bombing. She's just come and...
There, you'll be right again soon enough.
dropped a bunch of bombs,
Islands, babe,
seized the
a bit
island.
of money can buy anything.
Yeah, took over control. Okay, and then immediately was able to develop it, even though that doesn't work when we do it. This is why we kept a ship back,
To your stations.
in case he did any silly things like this. So I'm just going to move him up just outside of range.
Battle path set.
See if on his own he can take an undeveloped island back. It should be able to. Just have to wait for the ceasefire to end. About half an hour or something like that, which is extremely annoying. That the random airships she's got lying around with no base to operate them out of just have an infinite amount of bombs, I guess, and can come and take any undefended island. And if I were to just abandon the islands so that she couldn't do this to them, she'd just bring over a random supply ship and settle them, and then we'd have to fight them again and
Ship
again.
under attack.
Attention for the Admiral.
that harbour. Yeah, no big deal.
Fleet en route. Fleet, prepare to fire.
That destroyed. I guess to mop up these depots and we'll seize this island as well. One thing I wanted to be doing that I've forgotten about is trying to buy this. I think we'll wait for the war to end, put in a nice fixed save point,
Ship under
and
attack.
then start that process. We'll want a bit of time to tidy up after this war before we start another one, if we start another one anyway.
Fleet awaiting orders.
If we can seize the Princess's Islands
Oh, it's
economically
all right.
without
I'm
her declaring
insured.
war, rebuilding her relationships much easier than with Beryl, so
Stations.
that should then only be a matter of time. This is a problem. I can't attack the depots,
Aye.
and if I can't attack the depots I can't seize the island.
Ready for action.
Okay. Don't know what that's about.
Fleet ready.
Let's send these guys to do this island.
Have orders for us.
Do I need to drop bombs from an airship on them? That'd be difficult to do.
Battle deck to attention.
Let's abandon that siege and then come back and try and start a new siege. See if we can destroy them that time. Can't attack them on this island either.
Fleet awaiting orders.
Could be a problem.
Ship under attack.
In fact, to preempt that, I want to see what it will take to make bombs. Just so we know.
Aye.
While I'm here, these guys might as well be defitted and sent to
Attention
sell.
for the Admiral.
Maybe we could do it with a howitzer. Consider that as well, but saltpeter, dynamite and steel, which steel we're making, or BA surplus because we don't need so many beams. This is a lot of workers, we don't have enough. Interesting. Could bring dynamite and saltpeter in through the docklands. In fact, we are bringing dynamite in through the docklands. Let's just swap one of them to saltpeter. And then we'll make some bombs, whether we use them or not, or whether they're made efficiently or not. I don't particularly care. There. That'll do something for a while. If we get extra workers, that is. Let's fit that many into that gap. 4 more there. That ought to be enough. That leaves us short of artisans. Don't know why doing that left us short of artisans, but okay. I guess 0 isn't short. That's fine. That will make some bombs, and then because she's got airships, 1 isn't going to be enough. We're going to need to make what we can. Can't afford to make out of Kanto. Don't have enough steam motors. Don't need steam motors to like Calibri, so let's make 2 of them that we can. I think we'll need more than that, but we'll see. Short of Breros here.
Our grandmothers would never have believed this.
Why are we short of 400 Breros here? They're receiving everything they're supposed to receive, and we weren't short before the war. Oh, if you're not building something, you would get the workforce back. That's okay. So we kind of want to maintain a
400 people surplus here, which is 20 houses. $6, $12, $24. Let's try it. This like layout isn't great. Maybe they'll be happy up here. Guess we'll see. We're getting all the services, so that's fine. Just need to see if they get enough of their
Couldn't have
needs.
turned out any better.
Let's leave her to rebuild that and see.
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
So we can't seize this island either. Can't attack it.
Fleet ready?
And I bet we can't do that one either. Okay. I don't really know what to do about that.
Fleet embarking.
Seems like a bug. Yeah, like I say, with these milling around, we're not going to get an airship over here with bombs to drop. It's not going to happen. So, yeah, howitzer is my only thought. Or whatever, mortar, whatever. Where you click to attack. Rocket could work. Rocket could be good.
Attention for the Admiral.
Let's send one of these guys. Actually, no, let's send a faster ship. Like our flagship, because it's got a boost. To a shop. See what, like, targetable military item we could get to take up there to get this done.
Bien hecho. Good job.
They should move in. That should balance back out again. And then even if we don't use these airships, we have the... in fact, I'm going to try and do it without them first. But we should maintain the workforce to create them at any point we might want to. So I am going to keep that population building like I just did.
Couldn't have turned out any.
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
It did withstand an attack. How did it do that? Cheating. Let's have a look. Not sure Nate's going to be the one to sell things I'm after. He might transmute something I'm after, but I don't think we'll have the materials for it. We need to go to Archie, or whatever his name is. The old world. We will need to. Don't see anything here that can do the job. No, let's send this guy to Archie at High Clarence Hall.
Aye.
These guys might as well hang around here. She's rebuilt all that. Still can't target that, so yeah. Park up nearby but out of range until we can find something that will do the job. Hello, Jazz. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing good today.
Ready. Taborim, Tabernacle of Inbasan Splendor.
Speed time up to get our man. This shop.
Anyone for croquet?
Ooh, bacon and egg sandwich. Sounds lovely. Makes me kind of hungry, but I did eat a lot before I started streaming, so I don't think I could eat a bacon and egg sandwich right now. Though I assume you've got none left, of course. You could probably knock another couple down. Surfing Bird, hello, welcome. Welcome to the chat. Nice to have you here. Doing a good job, thank you. It's been slow, but you know we're getting there. Went to war with Lady Hunt and lost. Yeah. We've had 2 occasions in this game now where, you know, for things I didn't see coming, an AI player declared war on me. So I wasn't ready for it. Didn't have the ships, didn't have the equipment, didn't have any defences, and they just like steamroll over everything. Completely destroyed my trade fleet and so on and so on. The AI can be a real pain if you're not ready for what they're going to do.
Don't tell me I've missed a nut.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
And we've got 2 easy AI and 1 normal. I think Lady Hunt is like a hard one, which is, you know, much more aggressive. She cheated. Yeah, that's what I've been kind of finding earlier in the game, but particularly in this war, as we've been like looking at their islands and how they respond to things. They do cheat, absolutely do. They just like magically create boats and weapons and electricity out of thin air and stuff like that. It's very unfair. But you know, you just, like all I did, roll back the save to just before the war's declared and do something different.
Your ship has returned from
Prepare
its voyage.
for it. Find the cheese that works and get rid of them, really. I've said a few times, if I was starting again, I would just not have AI player. I don't think they contribute anything fun to the game, personally. Just my personal feel about it. This is the kind of thing I want. A rocket barrage. Might need more than 1, but that's the kind of thing you tell it where to drop some damage and it does it. I'm hoping if we drop that on the untargetable buildings, it'll destroy them. Another set for another ship.
An explosion
Like
in one of your
that.
factories. A fire broke out.
There you go, it's the 3rd one of them. Oh, it stacks. Okay, we can take more. Doesn't look like he sells any howitzers or mortars, so unless we got any of them for free in an island takeover, we can pick up on the way past. I think might be making do with rockets. As many as we can take, I guess. Don't want to burn through all 400 million getting them though. That might be enough. Let's send him up to the Arctic to hand that off to the actual military ships who will attack with them. See if they work. Where is that explosion? Naps on low moon.
Dry hail only stoked the blaze.
We got firefighters? Yes. Should be fine. Lost a couple of buildings. Tends to happen when they explode. Still something on fire. Ah,
None
it is.
care
Okay.
if we burn.
Good. Fire's out. We
The
can
fire
rebuild.
left ruins behind.
It's dealt with.
Experience can teach a person. Target lost.
Had a target. This place had a target. He's still around, yeah. Still got... Oh, it's this island. He seized back. She's trying to build an institute and scholars alongside just farmers.
Battle
We
cruiser
can't
ready.
attack yet because we're at ceasefire on that island. Even though she's amassing here. Nothing we can do about it yet. And that ceasefire doesn't have a countdown. Usually it tells you how long until you can attack.
You want to dance the danse macabre?
Let's
You
deal with
force
the
my
pirate
hand.
first. Doesn't distract me.
I also have my wife. My people will be glad
There
to
we
hear.
go. That's a piece.
Uncovered. You've left
Don't
the
want
out.
that. It's letting me buy shares even though we're at ceasefire. Which,
Are you sure you want to be part?
if there's something wrong with that ceasefire, then it might be the only way we can take the island. So I am going to start buying the shares.
Frightening stuff.
Not seeing the best side of the game, both in terms of gameplay that I find boring, but also what seems like some bugs, some glitches, some weird behaviour. It will be nice to get rid of these AI players and get back to actually like building stuff. Bits I really enjoy about the game. There's plenty of interesting stuff in the military here. It's not, it's not all bad. It's just not the part of the game I enjoy.
Fleet awaiting orders.
Bring these guys in, knock out the buildings they can. Start the siege. Deliver in some rockets and see what we can do to the depots with them.
Stations.
Ship under attack.
Bought the shares back before the countdown was over. I think she really doesn't want to get knocked out of the game. She's cheating pretty hard right now.
Ready for action.
Unbelievable.
Aye.
Okay, so they destroyed everything they can do, and we haven't got the surrender point.
Engines underway.
But I'm not allowed to launch rockets. What? Oh, you need to equip it, of course. Silly me. They're not taking damage. Okay. If they don't take damage from that, they're not going to take it from bombs that get
Battle
dropped by an
cruiser
airship, are they?
ready.
I don't know what I can do.
Battle deck to attention.
Buy some more. Okay.
Station.
That can't be correct. That's for sure.
Attention for the Admiral.
We need to be able to destroy them somehow. Don't know if this is one of those moments I need to Google what's going on in order to know how I'm supposed to get past this.
Fleet on the move.
We're at a bit of a blockage if we can't. We can't just abandon the war now. It would be a nightmare. Likewise on this island, the difficulty we're going to have there. Things are bugged. I don't know how far back we'll need to roll back in order to get before the bug. Which, you know, I'm not doing this war again. Save and reload, maybe? In fact, a restart of the game could be in order. Let's put a firm save point in. Then let's restart the game. See what happens. That makes things work again or not. So no, we'll see. If we can't knock her out, like it's just bugged and we cannot get rid of her, then that could be the end of this run, to be honest. We can try playing on, leaving her on the island she is on, but if she continues to like harass and annoy us, and we have literally no way of removing her from the game, I would rather restart without the AI players than continue to put up with that. And you know, having learned what we've learned, I think we could get back to this point in the game quite quickly. Not too put off by the idea of doing that, but really I would like the game to function properly and let us win this war. That would be the ideal outcome. There we go. How many hours in this run? I don't know actually. Let's think about that. We've been streaming it 16 hours a week for 5 weeks maybe? We'll be somewhere around 80 hours. Not far off it. But it's not, you know, it's the first run I did and it was the campaign one as well, so I wouldn't say we've achieved 80 hours of progress, we've just played the game for 80 hours. So I feel like we could get back to this point a lot quicker than we got here the first time. Let's see what we can do. Still can't attack them. Music scan.
Fleet en route.
Made you jump. Yes, still can't attack them.
Ready for action.
And rockets still do nothing. Okay.
Aye.
Another tab opened up at the same time it opened. Oh, interesting. And just
To your stations.
can't equip while it's on cooldown. Okay.
Ready for action.
So what do we need to do then if we can't take that island, can't take that island, and can't take that island? One thing we should do is put depots on all of our Arctic islands so that she can't have them. Man, that's leaves us in an awkward spot. Like, can we? Because I was thinking of abandoning islands to get influence back so that we can go to war with the princess. Because I don't think she will seize the islands, whereas Beryl did. But I don't think that's going to be an option. Can't get her to declare war so that she comes and finishes the islands off for us. Pirates are at war with her, but they don't come to the Arctic.
Stations.
If we end this war, we run the risk of her just declaring war on us again. Constantly, so we need a fleet here to defend. In general, so leave them just parked by that random island. Send these 3 guys back
Attention for the
to
Admiral.
the Cape. Would be nice to knock her out of this island as well, but don't think we can do that either. Other than, ooh, there's no shares in the Arctic, are there? There are. There's our answer.
I know what you're after, and I can't let you have it.
Don't have enough influence to buy them all at the same time, which is a pain. Can we
Couldn't have turned out any better.
I don't think we need to take the plateaus. I think they are abandoned if we take all of her
Are you
other islands.
sure you want to be part of me mob? I know
So we need to
what
stay
you're
at
after,
war.
and I can't let you have
We don't need to stay at war because we can just let her declare war again whenever she wants. It doesn't really bother us. We can end
Fleet
the war
awaiting orders.
or just leave it running. In fact, that's something that might shake things up. If we end the war and then it starts again, we might be able to attack the island.
Battle deck to
So
attention.
yeah, oh, I've sent the wrong. Could have done with sending them back with the other ship. Have they left yet? No.
Ready for action.
You can go back to the Cape.
Battle cruiser ready.
You're going to stay here. You're going to go back to the Cape. Everything else is going to kind of sit as it is. Yes, I think try to end the war just so that we're not at war, and if she starts another one, no big deal. Actually,
I heard you.
shouldn't have clicked that button specifically, but I wanted to put in a save. A specific save file for this point before I ask for peace, which just pay 200,000 for, which is nothing. Now at peace, we can try and economically take over the last 4 remaining islands gradually. When we take one, she will declare war on us, which is fine. We can pay 200,000 to end it, or see if that's refreshed things and will let us destroy them. Does mean we need to juggle all that now, which is a pain. There you go. This is the situation we're in. We'll just have to deal with it. Oh, we got so 6 minutes. We want to come back up here. This one I can buy one.
Are you sure you want to be part of me mob?
Pretty sure she's going to buy that back without waiting for the cooldown, so we'll see how that goes. That's all fine, and everything else in the Empire is functioning perfectly fine. She just declared war on us.
No more.
Like, yeah, we'll have peace. Of course we'll have peace. And then I buy a share of an island and she declares war on us. Which makes, like, no difference to the situation at all, but it's just funny how these systems work. As in, not very well. But fine. We've done so well so far in the war. I suppose it was time for something to trip up.
Monitor ready and lurking.
do with more influence. We can sell
Your
off
ship
another
has returned from its voyage.
few cruisers that we're no longer using. Still want one in each
Your ship
session.
has returned from its voyage.
One there, one there. There's one here. So that's all fine. It's the ones we've just sent back here that can mark up for a minute.
Aye.
This guy can unload them. Take all that to sell back, as it's not going to do the job.
To your stations.
Send him to High Clarence Hall. Be another battle cruiser about to turn up. We'll see. Okay, another share. Another share here.
I know what you're after, and I can't let you have it. Ah, so you want to
There we go.
play that game?
Be interesting if you
Are
can
you
actually
sure you want
build
to
an
be
institute
part
with
of me?
literally no resources. Guess we'll see. That's nice. We can harass her ships as if she wanted war. Oh, if she actually did declare a new war, why don't we try? Oh, there she bought one back. No. No, two I bought here. Okay, that's fine then.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Fleet
To
ready.
see, has the new war allowed us to... Well, I can tell now, can't I? They're not letting me target. When you mouse over this, you get like a target icon. When you mouse over this, you do not. So
People
no, that hasn't made a
celebrate
difference
your
for sure.
leadership.
Moving to coordinates.
Fine. There. Second share there. Don't have enough influence to really be getting more.
Aye.
This guy's back, so unload the stuff that could be useful. Stop making bombs. We've decided they're not going to work.
Battle deck to attention.
Unload the useful items. Might be useful in the future. Send you to get sold as well. Change the dynamite and saltpeter in here as they're no longer needed into gold. We should still have a little ship
Awaiting new horizons.
around here. Yeah, it takes the gold to be sold off. All
We
good.
hammered something out.
Got enough influence to buy on every island
People
at this point.
celebrate your leadership.
Should probably focus on one at a time. Yeah, for a while, till we get some more influence.
Are you sure you want to be part?
Which we're running out of ways of doing that.
Your ship
Short
has
of
returned
abandoning
from its
islands, which
voyage.
we can't do while we're at war with her.
Aye.
More flexible than you imagined.
Can't sell a part used one. Interesting. No problem.
Ah, yes. The
We are now down to the smaller military bonus. I'd like to have the big one, but there you go. We need the influence more. So with 30, can buy another share here. Need the 20 to get the last two here. Yeah.
So you want to play that game?
We've got maximum research points. Let's sink some of them as something to do while Don't want to get stuck into anything else while I'm buying these shares, because I
Can I
can't
assist you, perhaps?
multitask in my mind to that degree. Finish the war
We can
first,
afford
then we'll
to
do more.
invite some of these visiting experts to join us permanently.
It's all interesting stuff. We might level, I guess we just grab whatever first and then keep going. What have we got left? Another 32. Need to do it 11 more times, which we're at 17,000 already. 18, 19. We should be able to do them like one at a time, but we should be able to do them all with our current cap.
Look at you swagger!
I think I want to take this island last because taking all of her old world islands before encouraged her to bomb one of ours and take it.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
I'm orders for it.
This will give us another 12 influence.
Don't tell me I've missed it.
So, gonna take. No. Yeah, I'm gonna take one from here.
Are you sure you want to be part of me mob?
Then we'll take the next one here. Who knew this is what war looked like?
Ah, so you want to play that game?
Now we can't buy any more. We need the extra 10 influence, unless I can free any more up. Which don't necessarily need. We know we can't win this by war. There's no point in having these guys here anymore, other than defensive. So
Battle deck to
send
attention.
another one to get sold, unloaded, and then sold. Keep these two guys for defensive purposes.
Fleet on the move.
At least until she's gone for good. We could. No, can't free up any modules there, they're all fine. The museum ones get refunded by the palace. These really just islands, yeah. Find a way of removing trade ships. Kinda need them all. The Great Eastern we've got, we could trade for a cargo ship. Free up 7. Yes. It's kinda nice to have. Got 29 in defensive buildings, which could be unnecessary at this point. Where do we have defensive buildings? I mean, there's repair cranes. They're fine. Gun there. Why don't we? In fact, we don't use this island so much. We could use the other side. This makes one of the intercession routes a bit quicker, coming to this side of the island instead of the other, but it's not so important really. Can come this side, that's fine. Being defensive here. More there. Got a flak cannon here. Might actually be useful, but I'm going to get rid of it anyway. See it in the New World. The Cape, I think I got rid of them all already. There's nothing there. Nothing here. No. Got a flat cannon here, which again might be useful, but for the sake of trying to get this done. Then in base I don't think I've got any guns. No. That's fine, so what is that now? Got 9, which must be the repair cranes.
Deep down, I know you're a
Yeah, 3 each. That's fine. I want a repair crane, really, ideally. Keep that 9 for now. That's got us to 33. We need 10 for this island, which is almost ours. 20 for this one.
Don't get any funny
And we'll
ideas.
get some refunded when we buy that one, so I can spend our current.
Are you sure
getting another one
you
here?
want to be part of me mob?
Wrong share. That hurts.
It is
but
much
never mind.
admired.
You're asking for the cutlass.
Ship under attack.
Pirate has just declared on us. Let me deal with that first.
Your harbor is under attack.
There we go. That's them dealt with. Just check that is
Call
pirates
that a
and not
storm.
barrel.
Why, it was fine. But here's an easy target, lad.
Think so.
You are a superior person.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
So I accidentally sold a share instead of buying one. So I want to buy
Ship
that
under
back.
attack.
That gives me buy this one
So you want to play that game?
for now. Yeah, that's all fine.
Ready for
Why is this guy
action.
moving? Wouldn't be moving. Oh, the ceasefire here ended, so he's able to attack this island now. We wouldn't necessarily need to buy it, but like I say, I want to leave this one for last anyway.
Pumping smoke, Admiral.
Move him out a bit. Shouldn't have moved. It was on passive defense. If they're on active defense, they'll chase after people, which can lead them next to an island where they get shot at, but shouldn't have happened. Seven fast forward minutes and we can buy this island out. Hello, Aki. Nice to see you again. Winter is here, yeah, yeah. Up in the north. Hope you're well, Aki. Nice to see you. Yeah, working. Good.
Battle deck to
What's
attention.
this? Yeah. I got a bit of a cold. That's not nice. Hope it's not too bad. How's the cough? Still here. Earlier in the stream I had a couple of coughs. Little ones. It's getting better. A lot better. Slowly. But it's not gone. Unfortunately. I wanted to ask what I do in my free time. It's a bit complicated at the moment. At the moment I don't have free time. I work all day, every day. Because this is new. And it's important for me to get a good foundation.
Take it. I'll still be there in one way.
So on like Mondays when I don't stream, I do like the chores around the house, washing, cleaning, hoovering, laundry, all that kind of stuff. That's what that day off is for. Every other day I stream for like 7 or 8 hours.
So you want to play that game?
Like working. And that's obviously a big change. Like before I'd be working and then in my free time I'd be playing games. This is like, you know, very different.
So you want to play that game?
I hope at some point that will change, you know, when things are a bit more settled with the streaming, with the other content that I want to create. We'll wind down, we'll do fewer hours per week, because like up to 48 hours in a week is a bit too much streaming, really. But that, like, I wanted to start by getting a lot of content done for like specific reasons. So at some point we'll probably do like 4 days a week instead of 6, and then I'll have like a proper weekend day or something where I don't need to do chores and I don't need to work. Then I'll do gardening, reading, see the family, things like that. Like those are the other things that I've done in the past when I had more free time. That, you know, I have sacrificed those for a few months on purpose because that's part of the plan.
I feel it reflects the times.
Ooh, that's a nasty newspaper. Not much we can do about it. I'll just blank
Surely
that one
these
over.
are alternative facts that I'm
Probably
not privy.
worth
Censorship
the
is
10,
not always
I think.
the cranny of the corrupt.
How's it going? Yeah, end of January's almost here.
We're
in
in
a
the
week.
presence of a virtuoso.
Ooh, that's a nice freebie. Very nice freebie. It's one we want. Like, it's going good. If you were to compare my progress to an average person who starts streaming, it's not. It's a good question, Aki. It's you know, a bit complicated, but I'm happy to talk about it. Like, I want to be open about this process because a lot of people are interested in streaming as a process. So I want to share my experience so people can include that in their own, you know, whatever they want to do with streaming. I'm doing a lot better than the average person does. So I've been streaming for, what is it, like 2 months, 2.5, and I'm going to get affiliate like any day now. I've met the criteria as of this morning, so I'm just waiting for the invitation. That's like, I'll be affiliate as soon as I get the invitation to do it. And that's pretty short. A lot of people will take 2 or 3 years to get affiliate. On the other hand, some people get it within like a week because they've got like a springboard. They've got something that helped them get to the numbers quickly, like a bunch of friends who have come specifically to get them over the numbers, or whatever it is. A pre-existing community from YouTube that they've brought over to Twitch. A lot of people get affiliate very quick, but more people get it very, very slow. So I've done very well with that. But that's not like the whole picture. I've got 69 followers. If all of them subscribed, that's a lot of money, but it's not enough. A lot of those followers are bots. Well, not a lot. Some of them are bots. Some of them are people who don't watch a lot. Some of them are people who don't have money. It's not reasonable to expect all of them would subscribe. I think very few. In reality, we might have up to a dozen people who would subscribe when they're able to. And that's, again, actually that's a lot of money for me, but it's not enough. The objective will be to get around 1,500 subscription points by the end of the year, and that's pretty much impossible. If you look at any statistics or any people who would advise you on this kind of thing, let's say you just can't achieve that level. Subscription is so once you've got affiliate level, viewers can pay £5 a month. I would get half of that money. Roughly, you know, there's some other cash comes out of it and other things happen, but it's roughly how it works. I can survive with about 1,000 subscription points by the end of the year, which is also still impossible. My objectives are very, very big, and that's because my lifestyle is quite expensive.
Previous expeditions became... How will we get through
That's
this?
because I had a well-paid job before, so I committed to financial obligations that are expensive.
Take it. I'll still be there in one way or t'other.
So to keep paying those, I need to earn a lot of money.
Take it. I'll still be there in one way or t'other.
Which means needing a lot of income. And it basically means essentially that streaming isn't enough. I can't just come and do 48 hours of streaming every week and everything will be okay. It won't be. I need another source of income. So I could, get a part-time job, a seasonal job, whatever. Or I can create other content that will generate money faster, which would be like my first choice. So essentially next month I need to get big on YouTube as well as being bigger and bigger on Twitch, which is hard work, basically. It's not an easy decision to make on what the best route forward is. The simplest route forward is to stop it all and go get a job back in what I used to do. I could get one, maybe not easily, but I could get one within a month and be paid more than I was paid before and never have to worry about the money. That's the easy option. It's the one I don't want to do. So I don't know what the future will bring. And I don't want to be negative about it because what I've achieved so far is really, really good. But we've got a long way to go, At least for February, I'm going to keep streaming. That much I've decided. So there'll be at least another month of me giving it a go. But I'll need to get proper YouTube content, the kind of stuff YouTube viewers like to see, designed, recorded, tried out to see if I can break into that market alongside this one. Then we'll see, we'll have to see how that goes through February before I decide. It'll be like a month by month decision, I think, if we can make it work or not. But there'll come a point where it should become obvious that I'm not going to reach like the minimum I need by the end of the year, and then I would have to scale right back. Which, even if I got another job, I could probably do 1 or 2 nights a week. A couple of hours here and there of streaming, I would probably do that still. But it would not be 48 hours of streaming a week plus a full-time job. That's for sure. Yeah, it's hard to know really what the best thing is, where to draw the line, where you have to change it. Growth is exponential, so we've got like 70 followers now. You get typical viewership around 3 people in a stream. That becomes like bigger quicker. So if it took us 2 months to get to, let's say 3
I'll still be there in
viewers,
one way or
another player has had their island seized.
Then in the next 2 months we shouldn't be getting to 6. We should be getting like bigger than that. Each viewer encourages more people to come and give it a go. The more people who come and give it a go, the more people who stick around.
Take it. I'll still be there in one way or t'other.
But yeah, that's still like, even if you doubled every month, you wouldn't be anywhere near the number I'm trying to get to.
A competitor raised a settlement.
That's interesting. She raised a settlement. On a plateau. Okay. I thought... So as a player, if you lose all of your islands in the Arctic, you lose your plateaus in the Arctic, I think. That has not happened to her because we've seized every island. Want to see if seizing every island in the world will cause her to lose her plateaus. If not, we just need to buy the plateaus, but it probably means she'll bomb another island here in the old world when we take this one. So, we'll see. And I suppose the key, you never know what's going to happen. A lot of the success I've had so far has been completely random, purely luck based. I've seen a big amount of growth because someone I wasn't expecting raided a dozen people into the channel, and 1 or 2 of them hung around for a long time. And you can't predict that, you can't plan around that, so we never know if next week we're going to get raided in by 1,000 people and all of them are going to hang around. It's unrealistic to expect that, but those random events can happen that can turn things around and make this much more viable than it currently seems, you know. And I can afford to take the risk until summer. Like there will come a point around the summertime where if it's not obvious that things are going to grow bigger, I will need a second income. Which might be, I don't know, could be something new. You know, I know a few people here and there who do different stuff. I could do work from home stuff that lets me stream easier in between it. Ad hoc freelance stuff is also on the table, so all of that might be a risk to do something brand new, but it might be more flexible to let me continue streaming on a smaller scale and other content creation on a smaller scale while also earning something, like more directly. Or certainly, if you've got a contract that says you're going to get however much money at a certain point, then you can rely on that, which you can't rely on with Twitch. There's no commitment month to month. What's there to buy this island? We'll see what happens in the Arctic if we suddenly win or not.
Another pair has had their island seized.
No, I don't think.
Take it.
No.
I'll still be there in one way.
That did not give us, did not get these islands back to us, so we're going to have to buy these ones as well.
I know what you're at.
It freed up a lot of influence, so we can go full speed at trying to get them, but still gonna
so you want to
be added
play
on. And there's a 4th plateau that she hasn't settled yet, which she will do, so we'll need to buy this one as well when she eventually comes and settles there. Move back into parents. It's not a bad idea, as my parents usually go out of the country for 3 months of a year, so wouldn't even have to see them all of the time. But
you are loyal. We have
I
traded
wouldn't
many times.
enjoy it. I've lived with my parents for a long time before. It's not bad. They're pretty cool people, so it's not difficult. But financially, because of the way I've financed my house, it's not really an option. Selling the house wouldn't necessarily pay off the debts on it yet.
Call it altruism?
Because I used part of a government scheme that's left me with additional loans on the house, so I'm kind of stuck here for a few years, which, you know, it's the same kind of deal. I wouldn't necessarily have to move back to my parents. I could move to somewhere cheaper, like the mortgage here is whatever it is. I could sell this house and move to somewhere where the mortgage was smaller and therefore be able to use my savings for longer, except I can't get out of this house in a financially responsible way. Joking. No, it's not a bad idea, really. Finding any way to stretch the savings so that I can keep going longer isn't a bad idea. You know, I've already cut back on how much I spend on some luxuries and stuff like that, so that the savings will last longer and I've got less of a risk. So, if like changing the accommodation was a viable option, then it's something I would look at for sure. Your opinion, get a job and stream as part-time, and then go full. Yeah, did cold turkey? Yeah, I did. Yeah, absolutely, on purpose. You know, and you're right. Absolutely, you're right. If you just do a couple of evenings a week after a full-time job, then you're in a much safer position, obviously. But it will take you a lot longer to progress. Well, it depends. There's a line. If you stream like I do 48 hours a week, that's not a guarantee of viewership. It's not a guarantee of anything. It's probably too much. There's a point where extra hours aren't getting you anything, really, or diminishing returns on what you get back. But if you're only doing 6 hours a week, you're not getting your maximum potential. You know, if the 12 hours would do better, but beyond that isn't worth it, so on and so on. It's so vague to know.
I know what you're after, and I can't let you have it.
So yeah, like doing this full time isn't a guarantee that I'll grow quicker than doing it part time, but at least gives me the time and energy to focus on it and do it properly.
Are you sure you want to be?
And you know, do a better job of it earlier on. And I personally, I think it's the better way for me was to just go full time. Yeah, or weekends only. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, like sacrifice some other hobby and spend your hobby time streaming instead, and growing it. But then, if you were starting a business, would you work a full-time job and start the business in the evenings? Like, yeah, maybe if it's like a small little thing you do. Maybe you make jewellery, for example, in the evenings, and you sell it on a Etsy or whatever. Yeah, you can do that after a full-time job. That's viable.
Altitude stable.
But how big's it really going to get? You know, it's the same concept. If you want to then make that big, you've got to stop doing your job and do your business. Business is something else. Yeah, they're all different, isn't it? Yeah. Obviously yours are, yeah, you got a loan to begin with, yeah.
Crops are spinning.
But it does depend. And the size that I am now, you don't really need to be professional. You don't really need to be good or anything. You kind of need to be lucky. More than anything else. You need everything, but mostly you need to be lucky. So now isn't the best time to be doing it full time, but when we reach that point, I'll be ready. Because I'll already have the routines and the targets and the expectations and that kind of professional attitude to it in place. The experience I would have gained very quickly. That's part of the reason of doing 48 hours a week, is to get more experience, learn more lessons in a shorter frame of time, and improve quality and you know, of the content and of what I'm doing. Risky business with banks, yeah, never had a great experience with banks in general, but taking their money is usually comes with a very long set of terms and conditions. What's going on in the old world? I was expecting her to like bomb and seize an island here. I don't see her airships. Don't see her on the minimap at all. Nor in the new world. Got that airship in the Cape. And a few little ships here and there. May have exhausted all of her development. We know these ships have got bombs. So you could still take something here and invade her. I guess.
I just have
Sink
to
that
build some
random
more.
gunboat just because.
At least you're a bit rough around the fringes.
Bullseye.
A few ships milling around the Arctic map as well, so keep an eye on what they're up to.
So you want to play that game?
Well,
Are you sure?
Beryl, to be honest, I would like to play the game, and you're in the way of that, so
I know what you're
we're
after.
going to keep doing this
and
until
I
you're
can't
not in the
let
way.
you have it.
It's not too bad going. If we can just buy through this last 3 or 4 islands, get them off her in the next 20 minutes or so. It's 4 hours today trying to get rid of her, 4 hours in the last stream trying to get rid of her. It's not too bad, it's just, man, what an unfun part of the game. Personally, again, I'll say that every time, if you're the kind of person who enjoys the military aspect of Anno, then do enjoy it. I personally don't. Do I go out bars or trips? No, not at all, Lucky. I've travelled a lot when I was younger. Never really interested me. You know, you see so many other countries and it's just like, well, it's not different to home. I feel much more comfortable at home, so I tend to stay here. I'll go see family around the country, and we'll go out and do stuff, day trips, you know, local places, stuff like that. Socially, there's nothing near where I live. If I wanted to go to a bar, I would need to, like, drive or take a train or a bus or pay for a taxi that's like £100 or something, which is just not worth it. Really not worth it. I don't think I've had fun going out to drink in like 10 years, maybe. You know, it's not my cup of tea. This is crazy. Yeah.
So you want
you
to
were in
play
Brussels recently,
that
weren't you?
game?
Yeah. 210 euros to get to the airports. Like, airports are well connected. The route is obvious.
I know what you're after, and I can't let you
210
have it.
euros.
Are you sure?
I can't buy that
you
one.
want
Not got
to be
enough
part
influence.
Of me mob?
Need to save that last 10 to get one of these two. So yeah, like I said, she has settled the last island because she can, and I couldn't have done that quick enough. So I might have been able to if I thought about it, but no big deal. We'll need to buy this one out.
I have you down as a worry.
We've still got too many military airships for me to just build a couple and come and bomb her. We'd need to knock a lot of them out first. You know, there you go. You went to a restaurant, it's like 60, 70 euros. Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Per person, yeah. The prices here in the UK are pretty much the same as they are in somewhere like Brussels.
You want to dance?
Depending on which city you're in and stuff like that, obviously. But,
all in.
Yeah, it's
your harbour is
going
under
out
attack.
is expensive. Wherever you're going, whatever you're doing.
You're right. We need. My people will be glad to hear it.
Your harbour is under attack.
No, it's not.
Your harbour is under attack. Your harbour is under attack.
No, it's not. Oh, I've got a couple guns still, of course. I reckon it's safe to get rid of them. This barrel isn't on this session. Or that one. Or really here. We're getting there, guys. We'll be rid of her soon. Oh, that's expensive. €25 breakfast, 170 a night at an Ibis. I guess that's like inner city hotels. That's about what we'd pay. My local town, I stayed there recently. That was like 100 for the night, and yeah, like 10 for breakfast, which is still
Like it's a small town, very small. It's not a city. It's nowhere near that size, and it's still a lot of money just to like go there for a night. But yeah, like that's similar to what you'd pay for like a cheap hotel in the middle of London.
Take it. I'll still be there in one way or t'other.
I get one more influence from somewhere. Yeah, I think this
To your station.
cruiser's no longer necessary. Let's get rid of him. Take a minute, but free up a bit of influence as well. Anyone else we could get rid of?
Altitude stable.
Could get rid of this guy, but I'd rather not. Could get rid of repair crane somewhere we could demolish, but I don't really want to do that either.
Battle cruiser ready.
This guy we want to keep to do expeditions later. Let's move him home. Ah, this guy was already sat here ready to sell and I didn't do it. Okay. Cover his goods for later use and then send him to High Clarence Hall. Good. That's another one. We can rebuild a repair crane if we need one. Where did I keep one here? Or didn't I? I didn't. Okay. Where's the repair crane in Old World? It's on this island. That will take us to 10 influence, so I can just buy one more share now. Laptop or
Take
PC?
it. I'll still be there in one way or t'other.
At the moment, I'm on PC. It's one I built. Well, built and rebuilt a few times. Which, you know, like I said before, my last job was well paid. Not amazing, but well paid enough, so I've got a pretty modern computer. Not very modern, but quite modern. So, cool. It's kind of weird to get one this good just to play, like Factorio and 10-year-old simulation games on, but occasionally I play more modern games.
Take it. I'll still be there in one way or t'other.
That's freed up a whole bunch of influence. Let's,
Not too many changes, I hope.
Some more shares.
I know what you're after, and I can't let you have it.
Aye.
Guy's the expedition ship, so he wants unloading, but
your ship has returned from its voyage.
This one wants unloading and sending to sell. If we do need to gear back up to fight the princess, we're going to need to rebuy a bunch of these, or rebuild a bunch of these ships, but with the frustration of defeating Beryl, I think defeating the princess might come later, and we may have an opportunity to do it economically and slowly, which I would prefer, so we're going to give that a go initially. First one's just arrived here to sell.
Ready.
Taking the initiative.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Minutes on that one, 1 minute on there. This is going to be the last one.
Another player has had their island seized.
And she can still
Take
frustrate
it. I'll
things
still
by
be there in one way or t'other.
Raise
just
the corsair cloth.
bringing over her airships and bombing these points like 3 or 4 times and we'll lose the island, so she could still drag this on if she wants to. Tomorrow Factorio, yes, yep, tomorrow Factorio, same time as always. More space exploration mod. Should be fun. I'll have to make sure I get enough sleep tonight, ready for putting my brain through that again. She just bought one back. Now is the mod really good? Really good. But confusing. Or not confusing. Don't know. Challenging, yeah, different. Very different to vanilla. You have to take a different approach, which is the whole point, I suppose. It's nice to be able to take a different approach and try some different things out. So what I tend to do in vanilla is build each science pack one after the other, build a rocket. And if you want particular things like inserters, belts, they're all part of the science, and you can just build extra as you go. In Krastorio 2 is the one that changes the base game before the rocket. That's quite different. It seems quite different. All those things are more complicated to make and require more resources, so you can't really build a sensible size of science production immediately. I didn't feel like it. I could be wrong, but for me it seems like you need to produce the goods to make a bigger base first, so science kind of goes slowly.
Your ship has returned from its
until
voyage.
You can expand
ready for action.
Big enough to actually like industrialize fully. So yeah, it's just like a different approach, different priorities, and the slower progress, much slower progress. Minutes there, 6 minutes there. Airships are zipping around all over the place. I'm kind of worried about them, but we'll see, I guess. Could bring our flag monitor out to kind of harass some of these airships. Just make sure it's on all-out attack.
Tracking target.
See if we can just bring some of them down. Get enough of them out of the way, we might be able to bring our own to do something. Bomb these or whatever if we can. Might take too long, I think, but we'll
target lost.
Knock them down anyway.
Monitor ready and lurking.
If this guy can do it. Yeah, this is what generally happens when you attack something, is it turns around to let you attack it more. It's very kind of it. Rather than carry on doing what it was doing or whatever.
Ready, Admiral.
I see, if they go over the island,
People celebrate your leadership.
Loses range on them if they go over the middle of the island. That's why he's having trouble. Oh well. Try and chase them. Whatever.
Target lost.
And out of the map to get away from him.
Take it. I'll still be there in one way or t'other.
Almost there on the right island. We can buy it out in the next cooldown, and then 2 more shares and the buy on the left island.
New mission?
Only a fool loosens that grip.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Monitor ready and lurking.
Ship under attack.
It's not really working. Who's... Oh.
Waiting course.
Chase them into
Your
the
harbour is
airship.
under attack.
Where?
Your harbour is under attack.
No, it's not.
Prepare to be boarded.
Oh, I see.
Let's get rid of Anne.
It's rare we leave any alive. I don't need telling enough's enough.
New mission?
You might actually sink one. Very nice.
Your harbor is under attack.
No, it's not.
Your harbor is under attack.
Like, it processes one message
Your
after the
harbor
other.
is under attack.
And not always necessarily in the most sensible order. So, it told us we were under attack before it told us she'd declared war. And then it's queued them all up. We've gone and ended the war, but it hasn't told us we're under attack yet. So it really needs to tell us for some reason. Even though we've ended the war and nothing happened. Just how it works, I guess. Speed time back up now that pirates dealt with. Ah, spectacled bear, that's nice.
Engines up to speed.
We'll go put that in our zoo at some point. Minutes and I guess 6 minutes, yeah. Oh, we're capped on points again. Let's do another research. Keep forgetting about that. It's an easy thing to do that isn't really a distraction if I remember to do it.
We can recruit someone world-class.
Okay, we've identified all of the industrial experts. Good. Keep going with the others and finish that one off, and then I guess we'll put points into the others. Although the left set that get you the animals, artifacts and plants, I feel like it's easy enough to get a large volume of them through other sources. Expeditions, diving, that kind of thing. So I'm not sure we'll actually pay the research points to make any of them, but if there's a particular one we want to finish a set or something, it could be good to have that available as an option, I guess. I do want to collect all the dinosaurs, so you may hunt them out by research.
Many previous expeditions became lost in the
Are you sure you're well?
Don't know what else there is to do next. I do want to actually like harvest the gas here. We'll need to finish the war, get her out of my hair before I can focus on how we do that, but I do want to do that. Probably need to get a bunch of items that go into the Arctic logs to simplify things. I think the key issue for me is that
how thrilling! A renowned personage has arrived.
You need to heat the homes up on the plateau, which means you need to deliver coal. Or I think there's an item that lets you use wood instead, but neither of those can be created on the plateau itself, so you have to deliver them in by airship, which means we need to make them down here. So we probably, I mean, other than using another island to do it, my feeling would be to create the coal on this island and then ship it up. Don't know if we're creating a surplus of coal here or not. No, we're not. In fact, we're not even creating enough coal for down here. And we've covered over the whole island, so some items that help us condense this island down, produce more goods and get them up onto at least one of the plateaus to begin with, and learn like how to get it done, and then I suppose we'll need an additional ground island to get enough resources for a second plateau. I don't know, because yeah, depends how tightly you can build around the heaters up on the plateau. If it's if you need few heaters, then it won't be such an issue.
Another pair has had their island seized.
One more share on that island too. We'll be getting there.
I know what you're
at. She's got a bunch of ships over here. Oh, it's this guy again. Every time an airship comes to attack him, he just goes flying away. The stupidest way.
On course.
And there's no option of changing his behaviour that I can see to tell him to just sit there while the
Anti-air cannon does his job. Just thinking, this shop sells some Arctic items. Don't know if that's the best source for them, but I mean, it's giving you epic Arctic Lodge items, which... There we go. Maybe I have to look up what specifically I'm after first. If we want something... Does Arctic Lodge come under trade union? Don't know. Something that does something with charcoal kilns, I guess. But it has to go in... Can't go to trade union because you can't build them. So something like this would work. It goes in the Arctic Lodge and it makes schnapps. It's not... Well, it increases productivity as well as making schnapps. That's very good. I want one of them. It's transmuted from Oldenate.
What's that I can smell on you?
There.
Pickled eggs.
Log splurger. Grape pepper schnapps. We can get all them from elsewhere, but we're going to need 50 scrap. So it's probably about time we started gathering scrap again.
Crops are spinning.
If I can get this guy over to where the scrap spawns without him getting shot down by these patrols.
Monitor ready and
They're
lurking.
chasing him, are they? Looked kind of like, but they've given up now.
Engines up to speed.
There, you should get there safe now. Skirting around the edge to avoid them. And we'll need to collect whatever it was, the 50, isn't it? That's what it always is. To make one, we might want more than one. We should... The islands are all a bit awkward. We might want to move to like one with a wider open plain to make the coal.
Leadership.
Yeah, like that kind of area. Interesting. They have a dedicated coal island or something. How big is a coverage of an Arctic Lodge? Where is an Arctic Lodge? There it is. Okay, so you might have like 1, 2, 3 maybe. So we want to gather like 150 scrap.
Hovering.
That'll take a while. It is an equally boring system within the game. Hopefully we get more of those quest offers. I know I've skipped a few and we could have done them to get the scrap, but don't want to juggle too much in my head at the same time. I do struggle with that in Anno 1800, the amount you need to juggle. Trying to keep it as simple as I can all the time.
Maneuvering.
Last share, so the next one, we will buy that island and Beryl will be gone.
Take it. I'll still be there in one way or two.
I'm confident it's going to happen this time. There's a bit of scrap. It wouldn't be too bad if all of the scrap pickups gave you 5. But as it seems to be somewhere between 1 and 5, it's can be time consuming. And you can't, as far as I'm aware, leave him to do it automatically. I need to be here clicking to find it all the time.
On course.
In a very bright white screen that hurts my eyes a little bit.
Dirigibbling.
With the same 2 voice lines repeating a million times as well.
Maneuvering.
I'm getting more inclined to download the mod that gives you makes the requirement for scrap be significantly less. Like it's clearly cheating, but
target lost.
I do feel like it'd be more enjoyable for everyone, especially me.
Flight path plotted. Heading set. Flight path plotted.
terrible going today, actually. There's 32 already. That's kind of like the fastest we've managed to gather it before. Oh, an item. Collection of lost expedition relics. Well, it's part of a set, so I want to keep it. If we can fit it, but I get like a better offer. Yeah, we could, yeah. I would like to get some sets going at some point. We've not finished a set of anything yet, and I know that they provide a bonus when you get the full set, so I'd like to learn more about that. Just bought a share back even though we're still on cooldown. It's going to delay that a little longer, but that's fine. It's more time to come find scrap, I guess. Yes. Our dinos are set. Yes, Timmy, they are. I will show you. Keep time running. We come to the museum.
Ready to fly.
And we go to the artifacts screen. It shows us all the sets that are available and all the artifacts that we have. So the Jurassic set contains 2 fossils and 4 dinosaur skeletons. So we've got the T-Rex, the Apatosaurus and the Protoceratops eggs. We just need to get Stegosaurus, Mosasaurus and the Ammonites, and that will finish the set. And I'm almost certain that you then get some kind of benefit, like global benefit, for having the Jurassic exhibition on display. So yeah, I really want to finish that one.
This city is a magnet for genius.
As we've got 2 of the legendaries already, it would be a nice one to finish off. Maybe getting the last of Origin of Mankind, because we've got 2 of them already as well.
People celebrate your leadership.
Trying to fix them. Yeah, absolutely. Once we finish this war, we can focus on getting these. Look at how we get them and focus them. Oh, we have finished a set. We finished the Battle of Trelawney set, which was like a quest chain one. We displayed all 3 items. That's giving us 20% extra damage to sailing ships. Yeah, I'm right. I thought I was right. You get a bonus. These other things where we've got like 1 here and there is perhaps not worth displaying them until we get more of the set, but neither here nor there. And then it's the same in the other, so the zoo has sets as well, which I would like to collect. Where is it? There was one that's like, yeah, Abyssal Depths. It's got like the Kraken and all of these really ugly fish. I wanted to collect that one as well, to check that out. I guess you get sets in the Botanical Garden as well, so you know, we made pretty good progress on Sacred there. Might be nice to try and finish that out, find out what bonus you get for that. So that's part of the game that we've not made a lot of progress on, that I would like to do more. That'd be pretty cool. Expeditions, yeah. We got some ready to go and do, like when I've got headspace to do it, which will be, you know, soon, when this war's over. Soon.
For you to fiddle with. You've left the
we can do the expeditions, and there's also a few these things, treasure hunts.
Celebrate your
I want to get our salvager equipped to do better in treasure hunting, and that will get us some of them as well.
Take it. I'll still
see
be
if she
there
doesn't
in one
buy
way
that
or
back
t'other.
in the next 10 minutes. We do, we do have, actually, yeah, you're right. I need to send this guy clicking around at some point. I don't necessarily need to do it now. We've got time while that's waiting. We can equip out our expedition ship to do one of these.
Churning water, Admiral.
So if we want, let's say we start by trying to get the Mosasaurus. We can't like specifically pick the reward, but if we try, we might get it. We might get another one we want. This can be got on an archaeological expedition 3 skull level, or diving with a map of a forgotten wreck, a dubious treasure map, or doing a large archaeological world fair. Can we do
all going smoothly?
Archaeology. We can't do large yet. We need 7,500 investors. Okay.
Battle cruiser
But
ready.
we've got an archaeological expedition ready. We need diplomacy, hunting and naval power. Diplomacy, hunting, and naval power. So, that might be best with the salvager, actually.
Battle path set.
Let's try. Hunting and diplomacy. Naval power. Can't equip him. Fine. Naval power. He's can be equipped. That's good. So he's got 6 more slots. What were they again? Hunting, diplomacy, naval power. We got good hunting, good naval power. So a little diplomacy would be good. 20 from the flag. I think we got like a person. Yeah, he gets 50. I know we experienced in the last session for the first time it's possible through failing events to lose these permanently, which yikes. But you know, you just have to go for it. I think we can remake. I don't think we can remake him. I think he's unique, but you know, whatever. Basically, one with medicine for extra. Sure. If we got one with a big medicine, he's 25. Is not very big. I think we got like a doctor somewhere. Yeah, he's 45 medicine. Let's take him with. That's a lot of different bonuses. That should be all good. We need to take some food. Low on chocolate. Interesting. We got canned food. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Let's take canned food this time. Some spare, just in case. Some gold if we need to do any bribing. That's like probably all we need to take. See from the screen, some other items give other bonuses that we might use. So that's the oyster catcher. It's only at 74%. Interesting. What if I had more food? 79? Not great. Chocolate. Is chocolate better? Hard to tell. Don't have enough chocolate anyway, so.
Born by the waves, die by the waves.
79. I'm not sure how to boost it more other than more food, but we've ticked all the boxes. Don't know if we like give more diplomacy. Will it give us more? Yes. A lot more. Okay, so let's take 50 stacks of canned food. That's the food we got available, and a whole bunch of champagne. Which is a diplomacy bonus, and it's making them very happy.
The worst.
Let's give it a go. 97 is a good level to start at. Problem loading the ship. Why? No? All good. Yeah, fine. That's on its way. Expedition started. Island gained.
Better to bow out all your big guns blazing into the night than die a gout in a debtor's jail.
Goodbye, Beryl. No longer on the diplomacy screen, no longer in the game. No more random airships flying around the place.
Another player has had their island seized.
And no more annoying me.
A competitor has been annihilated.
Annihilated even. Let's drop a specific save. Beryl War 1. So we know that's good. And that is a big success. Took a bit longer than I wanted. But we found a way around the whatever it was, bug or whatever, eventually. And goodbye, Beryl. I'm not particularly keen to jump straight into a war with the princess, but what I do want to know is, can we, having started at 100 relationship, can we seize her most developed island and not immediately go to war with her? So I'm going to start buying shares here in East River,
as you may think.
and we'll see whether what happens when we take the island, and if it's bad, then we roll back to that specific save I just dropped in and try everything again, basically. Good. Expedition's underway. That's a good start. We could perhaps do a second one using this ship. We can get that ready in a moment if there's a good one to equip it for. But before we look at that, I will just take another quick break. We are 4 hours 15 minutes into the stream, which is a sensible time now, especially with the war just ending, for me to go and stretch the legs again. It's gotten dark out, so curtains need closing and all those other little jobs, so I'll do those. If you've been sat around as long as I have staring at your screen, then get up, stretch your legs as well. Be good for you, give your eyes a bit of a rest and your brain. And if you're having a good time and you haven't yet, please do click the follow button and show some support. Really do appreciate that. We play a lot of Anno here, so if you enjoy it, you can use that to see every stream we're doing and come join in again. A couple minutes, I'll be back. We'll carry on with what we're doing. I'll see you shortly.
I'm confident it's ready to go.
We're in the presence of a virtuoso.
It's out of my hands now.
Hello there everyone, I'm back from the break. Let's see what I missed. Expedition's underway, good. Had a special visitor. The hat of some kind.
Our cruise was just as full as last time.
Thomasina. Increased chance of specialists, that's interesting and could be good. Welcome, thanks Timmy. Oh, we've got all sorts of other rewards that we've had. We do need to work on a few bits and pieces from the items we've had while we were at war. Nice one, yeah. This one increases attractiveness, reduces maintenance costs all the way. 15% extra specialists is pretty good. We have harbour, not at the moment, but like we can put one in. Now that we're not at war, we've got a lot of spare influence. Well, not a lot. This guy, defense turrets, meh. Corn, Melia. We'll see. I'm going to do this event from the expedition first to get that moving.
Superstition.
It's the mermaid event. We've got 140% chance to tell them to ignore it. Thanks to that guy and a lot of champagne. So there's your lesson. If someone tells you that they think they've heard a mermaid, just give them lots of champagne. And that will solve the problem perfectly. Good, on they go. One thing we need to deal with is, can we abandon islands? So, for example, here in the Cape we own Warrisop. It's pretty useless to us at the moment. We don't need these things right now. If I delete this trading post, we'll recover some influence, which is useful to have to spend on better things, more ships, or more the harbour masters, that kind of thing. But it opens the opportunity for Princess King to come and settle on it. we ultimately need to remove her from the game, that could be made very difficult if she comes and settles all of the islands we just took. Yeah, maybe just the small islands, because they're quite quick to take back if we go back to war, and cheap to take back if we do it economically. I mean, I'll free up what that was. I do know what that was.
Celebrate your leadership.
That was silly of me, is what that was. All the islands we seized had items in them as the reward from seizing them. We should sort those out as a priority. Won't free up much influence from the little ones, but we'll free up some, and then...
May there be more good news from you.
What I might do, until we run out of influence, we'll just do this one, and I'll see how the princess behaves. If she asks us to settle there, then we know what the deal is. If she just settles there without asking, then we know it's war. And we'll see how that goes. I still want to be
a con.
as often as possible trying to buy her home island. Whatever items we had there we've lost. It was just some pocket watches. No big deal. So what I want to do is use Research Institute. Going to sink some points first into the talent development. Then we're going to donate any of the items we've just won that we don't actually want. Like, we're not going to use them. So any common person...
A competitor raised a settlement.
Well, there's your answer. So any common cultural item that's part of a set I want to keep. If it's not part of a set, we get rid of it.
Incapable to tell a lirapoop from
so
a
sheep is part of domestic animal set, we keep that. Fox is not part of any set, and it's only worth 10 attractiveness.
Your
we get rid of it.
people are rioting.
All of these common people. Any common ship item not worth having. Goat is part of a set. Grey Wolf is not. Horse is part of a set. Need more investors. We do. That's perhaps a bigger thing, but we can look at it. I think skyscrapers would be the best way of getting more investors now, so we should look at creating elevators in order to make some skyscrapers. That's full.
Donated to
them.
science. A noble way to go, I suppose.
Well, that's actually kind of interesting. We should assume there's a higher rarity that does the same thing, but instead of flour, the building uses grain in a bakery. I don't mind having the flour mills. We've not got that many of them because they're electrified, but it's still interesting idea. Any uncommon, same deal. People I'm getting rid of. Animals that are part of a set we keep, but probably just one of them. Probably, yeah. Crocodile is part of a set. Brown bear is part of a set. Black bear is part of a set. Interesting. We might have quite a few of some set pieces. Bag of money don't want. Alcohol crate don't want. So rare is where we get to items that could be worth keeping in some cases. A lot of sets we keep that we don't. Slurry pit I'm vaguely interested in for a while, but no, we'll keep. Park ranger we're actually using, so we need to keep. Muskox part of a set. Milliner, I think we've used one. Let's keep. That's a really nice idea. Oil power plant creates oil.
Workforce shortage.
That's part of a set. Them. Let's use gold ore instead of gold. Don't taken other approaches that are doing okay. Generous Innkeeper, there's a better rare on. Part of a set. That we wouldn't use. Costume designer we've used. before. I think we found one I prefer instead of that, yes. Part of the set. These guys, I mean, we can always find and rebuy rare items. It's not difficult. Arborist we are using, but we're at cap, so we need to use some of that points. Where did I get to? Around here somewhere. Arborist and actor we've used, so keep. Get rid of the guns. Anarchist we definitely keep. Flags we definitely keep. This guy we do not. Those we do. Those we do. Spectacled bear probably only need one. Music not sure of yet, so we're going to keep. Conservationist I think get rid of. No, I want to keep that. That might be useful in Embaser. Maps I say we keep, and we do the dives. Johan we've used, so we keep those. We keep epic gun. We didn't use it so far, so I'm going to get rid of them. And mortar. There is like a legendary gun I might be interested in. Gordon we've used, so we keep. Elephant definitely keep. Definitely don't want that. Don't care about that. Want to keep the Doctor for expeditions. We've used the Tragedian, so we keep it. One Jaguar. That guy I'm interested in. One of them. Rid of the Howitzer. Keep all the legendaries. Probably. They're good for expeditions. Sometimes. I'm going to donate them. That'll be the end of that. We do need to send ships around to collect all these items from every island now. So, the salvage is the best to do that with. I need to wait for him to come back to do that. Let's do this event, and then I have a thought I need to finish. The breakout. Yes, our guys have been imprisoned, and we need to break them out. We've got a 55% bonus to blast them out of there. Which is successful. Very good news. And on they go with very high morale. This is going well. So the thought that we need to finish is Warrisop has been settled almost immediately without her asking. So we cannot abandon any islands because Princess King's just going to settle them all, and then removing her from the game will become as difficult as removing Beryl. So if 130 influence isn't enough, then we're going to have to knock Princess King out of the game at that point. Another ship, yeah, we will. We'll see which ones we can do using this ship, which ones need to wait, but that's fine. I need to deal with Riot's gone away, but this shortage of Yornaleros unexpectedly probably means there's a supply issue with goods. No, it's because they're rioting. Okay, so we need a police station here to stop that, quell that, and get the people working again. When get more investors, get more influence. Yes, so that's definitely one quite high up the to-do list is skyscrapers. Definitely. I'm kind of happy in the new world for now. We want to get Artista to 6,000 population. And I kind of want to move all of this industry and everything over to this island instead, which is like a big job, but that's like lower down the to-do list. Redoing Embaser completely is low down the list, but needs to be done at some point.
We don't have to deal on paper.
And then getting the Arctic gas flowing is kind of high up the list, but let me get
I'm
rid of
sorry. This is the only way.
Pirates. There, no more war there.
I also have my wife and children to think about. I can't.
Let's get this guy lined up for an expedition. Logical would be interesting if we can do that. For skyscrapers, we just need to be creating elevators, which is something we're not producing at the moment. So we'll look at the production chain for that shortly. This is hunting, navigation, crafting. That's not great for this ship. What about the pirate hunt? Naval power, force and medicine is better.
Battle cruiser ready.
Let's try naval force, naval power, force and medicine. Crafting on that. Naval power and force. Naval power. Force and naval power. And naval power and force. Need some medicine. And maybe like some other items that do other generic stuff. Not got any items, I guess, for doctors on the other ship. So do we have goods that provide medicine?
I'll never get seasick.
Schnapps does a little bit, but it's probably enough. So it does rum. Rum gives less, so let's take schnapps. That gives us 100% morale. Oh, and schnapps can be used as rations as well. That's fine with me, unless we mix things up a bit.
People celebrate your leadership.
Like an extra 50 naval power isn't really doing anything for us, so let's swap that. Needs to be another item we can equip in a ship. Like a little diplomacy is available. No, I can't do that because I can't have two flags. Little diplomacy is available from that. These other things don't equip into a ship. Diplomacy, faith. Navigation. Don't think it matters. This is 98% morale, everything ticked and some good. We'll give it a go. I've got an event on the archaeological one, let's sort that out. Heading to the opera in the jungle. We have biggest bonus to navigation to get there, let's try that. And we succeed. We get to the opera. Morale stays high. And on they go. Good. That's good then. Don't really have a ship to do another one. The flagship's not got enough slots really to ever be successful at any of these, so just use those two ships for now. When the salvage is back, there's a few other things we want to do with it, so that'll have to wait. Which is fine, because all we've really got after that, zoological, botanical, no rush for them. Zoological maybe. I'd like to do some diving anyway with the maps we've got. Okay, so investors, elevators. This is one thing we need to work on. We need to create steel, motors and veneers, which are all very easily done. But we're like already making some of them. First, I guess we look for an item that changes it in case there's something that simplifies the production or is more attractive to our situation. So we're looking for anything that affects the assembly line elevator. Get rich quick. Just added productivity. Don't really care. More productivity. Substitute the workforce to engineers. Don't know what it would normally be, but okay. None of those are of any particular interest. And there's nothing that affects the item elevator, because some items called elevator. That's assuming, yeah, the item's called elevator, so there's nothing that changes that. Anything that changes, like motors, steam motors. I'm kind of interested in that one that changes them to engineers, because this would be 500 workers. We've got 500 workers, but still. Yeah, anything that changes steam motor would be something. Causes other things to make steam motors. It's vaguely interesting. And advanced weapons. The place making our bicycles and sewing machines would produce weapons and motors. That's interesting. That's for the cabs. We're already using one of them, I think. Yeah, that makes no difference. So Bruno Ironbright would be something, but we don't currently have one. We have it researched. We can make one, but might not be worth that investment. Just to create 1 per 3 cycles in a few places.
The people celebrate your leadership.
What's the name of the building? Motor assembly line.
Untold perils await us.
Which looks like it's just, yeah, the generic kind of items that benefit everything. Nothing specific to the creation of steam motors. Okay. So I think basically we have to just do it as it tells us. Another event on the archaeological. Let's take a look. Severely ill man, afraid of the light. We've got a doctor with us, so let's see how this goes. Symptoms speak for themselves. Man's neck is stiff, breathing distraught, cheeks paralysed. It's meningitis. Delirium of a dying man, biggest bonus. Good. Doctor is successful. No truth but the voice of science. Accusation was a plea of a sick fool. Doctor does his job. Morale stays high. On they go. That one's going very well. So this is producing an elevator every 15 seconds and requires electricity, so should be making an elevator every 7.5 seconds. Every elevator factory needs 2 furnaces and 3 steam motor assembly lines. And 4 workshops. I think we just got to not create it at full speed, because that's quite a lot. We're producing steam motors and we don't use them, we don't consume them for anything. They're made up here.
Welcome to the manufactory.
And we just store them up so we can use them to make like tractors and stuff like that. So we have some production of that that's going. We have steel being made. I don't know if it's enough like leftovers. No, we're actually short. So we don't have a problem because we're not making steel beams actively, so it won't run out, but we do need more steel. We should deal with that. Finding where my furnaces are and putting another one in. They're here, and another one doesn't fit.
We careen into the unknown.
What can we do about this? Move weapon factory over the road. Put one of them on the other side. It's not too bad. I'm happy enough with that. That will increase the amount of steel we make to be 19 over the 17, which hopefully is okay to produce some elevators with. Our iron ore income is sufficient, it's good, and our coal income is just enough, although we're going to improve that soon. It's one thing we need to work on. Good, let's do this event and then come back to this production chain. The fugitive.
There's no forgiving. Never.
Your
We are looking for the fugitive who we've taken in. We have a 190% bonus to threaten them, which is a success, and we have got Captain Smith for free. I suppose his best use is on an expedition. He's equipped into any ship and provides 50 navigation, 30 force, 10 naval power, which I kind of like. It is probably worth swapping a stack of schnapps for him. And they can carry on now. It's not a bad start to that one. Another riot. Don't know why people are rioting, but Essentially all I do is throw a police station towards them and things tend to fix themselves. Whether that's right or wrong, I don't know.
Untold perils await us.
Another event, okay, let's deal with that. Minefield. This is new. The cry of mines all rush to the prow. Sure enough, several of the conical terrors bob seductively below. Who knows how many of these infernal machines have passed us by or yet await us. A false move and the sea shall be a lake of fire. What the devil do we do? 45% bonus to navigate around, which isn't bad. We've got a 139% bonus to look for clues in the diplomatic papers. Don't know how that helps, but it's a big bonus. So, search is a fruitful one. Well-organised diplomatic library includes a comprehensive folio of papers on nearby mine positions. It enables the navigators to chart a safe course through the waters. Very same paper remarks that the mines were moored during the war in order to protect a now disused outpost. Stop by the outpost and pick up anything that looks useful. Which is a museum item that's part of a set. It's only uncommon, so odds are we'd be able to get another one pretty easy. So I don't know if it's worth... I mean, we don't need a 150 champagne, do we? Let's bring it home. And continue. They're doing very well. Okay,
you
so...
look like a royalist. That's enough for us.
Let's deal with the pirate again.
It's rare we leave any. I don't need telling in.
Just reminded me to go buy the shares here. This is what I mean about juggling so much in the game that it's just all I want to do. I guess we are on super fast forward. That, you know, that is my fault that we get so many events so quickly together. We need to set up marquetry production because we're not doing that here at all. We need like 1 or 2 of them. 1 electrified should be okay. Anyway, we've got spare electricity down by the front. Here's a good one for me. Get that on the end there. That'll be an electrified marquetry workshop, but we will need to check wood supply. That is 19 in surplus. I'll check if we're doing anything at the docklands with it. We're not. So if we're 19 in surplus of wood production, why? Well, it doesn't really matter. We're not short of farmers or anything. We can cut it back later. Sometime when we do a tidy up of those things. We are now short of artisans. They're not getting sewing machines properly. We need to check into that. We also need to check into where all the bricks went. Have I
The
sold
strike
them?
has ended.
Yeah, I have. Going to not sell all the bricks. Okay. Sewing machines. Right, issue. Here they are. Yeah, it's just marginally under what's needed. We must have expanded population of something to a point where they need more, slightly more. So, who needs them? Artisans and engineers? Yeah. We turned some engineers into... No, not really space for that. I think we just need to make more. We can't have fewer artisans. We need at least 1,000 engineers for research. Could turn some of them into investors, but we want the investors to be covered by this town hall, which means there's like very few spots we could put them and they wouldn't be consistent. So no, basically I want to make more sewing machines, but that will mean we make way more than we need.
Leave it to set.
Sewing machines are here and they're covered by this trade union, so that they use iron ore instead of smelted steel, which is very nice to have. So the next one needs to go here as well, has to. Mondo, hello. Hello, exclamation Mondo. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're good. Hope you had a good day today. You can spam it once a minute, but yeah, you can. I just want to move these, I guess, like around the corner. Something of that nature. Copy that. That's not the copy button. That's the copy button. So you can line up there, so you can move down a little. That still covers all of those buildings, good. So let's send a road up there too. Give these guys another warehouse to work with. So we need to check wood and iron again, because we're demanding more now. So wood is still good. Perfect. Glad I didn't remove any. And iron is still good because it was in major surplus. So that hasn't caused a problem except a shortage of artisans. So let's just... Well, initially, let's turn some workers into artisans. Just going to change things around here. It's a bit of a mess here, but it's fine. We'll do that for now. Just for now.
A few sundries.
That leaves us in a position to put the actual elevator assembly line into existence as well. Which, again, for now might as well be down here, or... Yeah, might as well be. Next to the marketry. Can we give them their own warehouse?
Our elevator plants are cutting edge. Time to get production off the ground.
On the end there.
Done. Time to get the elevators up and running.
Bricks
People
to do anything.
Want better views. Why not turn a typical resident?
Yes, we know how they work. Multi-factories. This one is.
We have the elevators, so let's elevate our ambitions.
Okay. That has required a bunch more workers, so we want to upgrade some farmers to workers. So what I want to do, move that back over here, move all the artisans into this circle. Ideally we wouldn't have those engineers down the bottom, and I'm hoping skyscrapers might help us squish them into this circle. We shall see. That'll do for that for now, I guess. We need more workers, and we have surplus farmers, so we just need to upgrade a good chunk of these guys. Move them over here, which will have affected needs and levels like that, but we didn't change that much, so it should be fine for now. Still a surplus of farmers, so I'm actually going to try tidying that circle up by removing all of them. We'll see how that goes. So that's the problem with sewing machines fixed. That's the workforce okay, and some production of elevators is running. I'd like to check statistically steam motors are now in -3, so yeah, we'd need to quadruple our production of it, which would take a lot, and probably don't need that many elevators, I don't think. So yeah, I'm not going to do that yet. It's fine. Where does it leave us with steel? Short again. Don't think there's any way we can prioritise steel usage elsewhere. That could be an issue. Maybe we should do another steel foundry. In a bit.
I could simply go to
the situation will be okay for now. We need to fix coal, and then from there we can increase steel production. Then market tree for the veneers is at half what it needs to be. That's fine. I'm happy with that for now. We can improve that later. Let's give this newspaper the same one we usually get. Let's do the 2 events on our expeditions. Then we should look at coal. That's up here and it needs improving.
We know not peoples as you. If you don't exploit this, you've left the old...
The strange artifacts are around. The diplomacy bonus 109 still. Should tell us it's just a crewmate has left some weird things around. Job done. On they go with high morale. Another success.
Be the star to steer us.
They steal your children. The air hangs heavy around the sailors as their question withers in the hut. We've done this one before, I think, but I don't really recognise it. Child has to be offered with each new moon, yes. Big bonuses whatever we do. The biggest one, a naval power at 200% bonus. Masterful shot. Crew fires a single shot, pierces straight through the steamboat's engines. Boat gradually stops puffing and drifts to your own ship where sailors can pick off the bandits and retrieve the stolen children. We've got a 100% bonus to get their
for 2 hours.
Position of their hideout. Let's try. It's a big bonus. Coerce them into speaking the truth. Bandits are overwhelmed before a single word is spoken. The hideout is easy prey for your crew. Storms through the den and triumphantly returns children to their parents. Morale is put back to 100. And on they go. Another win. Great. Okay, so what we're doing with the coal. We're halfway through this, so I think it's something worth finishing now, or doing properly. They've currently got Park Ranger that causes them to produce rubber. Secateurs, which increases the forest density so that we can squish them closer. We want to add Ursula Green, which does more density. Lets them squish them even closer.
Opens.
That should... This like radius around them has now shrunk like a lot. Which should help us fit them in these awkward shapes a bit better. Because we need to double this. At least double. There was another item. I'm not sure we got it in the end. I think I wanted to try and electrify it, but that might be easier done by getting the gas from the Arctic and literally putting a power plant in the middle of it all when it's up and running. Those 3 are good items, and especially the density ones together.
A fire broke out.
Let's look at the fire. Do we have a fire station? Yes. Sort itself out, but it will need rebuilding. Got another event on the archaeological, so I'm going to do that. Oh, it's returned.
Wouldn't let you down.
That's earlier than expected, but brilliant. What did we get? No dinosaurs. The Mazoan calendar, Temple of Nephir. I think we've already got that one. Mazoan Temple. I think we got that one as well. Interesting. Let's unload the ship.
The fire has been vanquished.
Finish the loop of the thought process on that. So that's here. We've got Mazoan calendar, Mazoan house. I think them lit up means they're on display, not just that we've got them. So the Mazoan temple we didn't have, and we want to display that. Mazoan temple. Yes. Okay. Good. That's one bonus, an added set piece. Not the dinosaurs we're after though. We don't have another one of those, so I'd like to outfit for some salvaging next. First we deal with the fire. Then we deal with the thing I was looking at, the charcoal production. So slow time down while we rearrange this. Shrinking them down should mean we can move them a lot closer. Kind of hoping they'll move all the way in, because that would be the easiest way of doing this. We can check that here, so that's still cultivation area 100. Cultivation area 100. All the way. We can have them that close, that's perfect. I wonder if you can fit more. You can. Can't fit that one there then. Can't fit that one there. That might be because of the firehouse. No, it does affect the others. So they can go there, in which case... How about in the middle here? No. Not far off the middle there. Go there. The road in there. Yep. That's all fine. Which surprises me. Don't think we can get any more than that in without dropping some of them below 100. Which, I suppose in theory, 2 of them at 51% is better than 1 at 100. In theory. It would just mean an extra 10 workers. So it's kind of worth it. In the way that my head works, at least. I'll line them up in a kind of neat pattern of some kind. Can fit a lot more here than I was expecting, which is brilliant. They're not quite at 100. Let's move them up. And then that road I'm going to want to move. There. Okay. I'm pretty sure you get a little red triangle if it's not 100%, so yeah, like that. That's at 82. That's at 82. So either we can move them out in order to get them to 100, or we put another row in. Want this row to be within, so we can put that there. Drops the internal ones to be less effective, but the outside one's still 100%. So, I don't know, it feels kind of wrong to intentionally run them at less than 100%. But for the sake of 10 workers, like, that's a lot of coal still. Like if we put that there, that one's going to run at 50%, these are going to run around 80, and this one at 100. That's... How does that work? So if this has got 78% coverage area, this is base productivity 77, so it might be 77.5 or something. Plus 30, plus 40, plus 50 gets to... Oh, it's dropping, okay. I don't know if that's 120% on 77 or 120 plus 77. Don't know. When electric will be, yeah, even more, yeah. Extra 100%. And we can't see the numbers because the coal is backlogged. Damn. I don't really want to do it like this. Which might be the wrong reason, you know. If you're min-maxing, then maybe it's worth doing. I'd rather they all ran at 100%, which could be done by moving this out. No, it can't. Interesting. That cuts the H1s down. Okay. If we move them out as well. 2. And he can be there. They're all 100% still? Yeah, okay. Just need a little bit of road to... As that keeps them at 100%. Does. Good. I'm not sure about that fire station being that far away, but what are the odds? High explosion chance, very high fire chance. Yeah, I want to fit this in here somewhere, really. Oh, which we can, and they all stay at 100%. Wow. Put another one on the other side. They're all at 100. Yep, that's fantastic. Don't think they need the police anymore. Might be able to move it like closer to the corner, but I'm not too fussed about that. The output from it's going to be pretty crazy already, and like you say, Timmy, when we add electricity, even crazier. That's really cool. Really cool. You just need these Ursula Green and the Teutonic Technical Secateurs to do that. And then the Park Rangers making it some extra productivity, but mostly it's causing the rubber to spawn every time the coal does. So we have the same fundamental issue we've had elsewhere. We're not creating any rubber because we're not creating any coal. We're not creating coal because we're full of it. So we need a way of ensuring that coal always flows out to ensure that rubber always flows in, which is not easy to do. One thing we can do is just like set a minimum stock and then permit trading of the rest. Like as much as people want to come and passively take from us. That's no guarantee of getting rid of it. We can flow a bit out through the docklands. We might as well. If I check what's our statistical production of coal now. 52. Puts us 24 over. So if we did 400 out, that would be good movement. Possibly not enough to keep it flying forever, but it would be good to get it moving. We trade that into gold because we already have a ship that takes the gold and sells it.
A new commission?
Here. It takes gold and fish to keep them flowing. The way it is. Keep the fish low so that because we produce gold from fish over here, so. With the same issue, if we backlog on fish, we don't produce any gold, and we need the gold to make higher level items to keep the investors paying us. That's pretty cool. What's our rubber production now then, statistically? It might say nothing because it's not running, but it should give us the darker green. 9, okay. Not enough. But when we electrify it, it might get to enough. Just. Yeah. Can't believe it's still not enough. We could do another one of those and get rid of the extra coal that produces in order to get the rubber, but rather just electrify this one, and that should be enough rubber for everything else we need. We'll see. So that's like a midterm goal. To get more electrification here, we need more oil or the Arctic gas. And I would like to get Arctic gas up and running, really. It has advantages like not needing the rail line, which we could do with on this island. It's a bit slow and clunky. That's fine. Let's do the event on the pirate hunt.
There'll be monsters abroad.
A bear attack. I've got no hunting bonus, but 100% force should hopefully survive the bear attack. Yes, picked out with expert marksmanship. Staggers before bounding off into the woods. Good. Their morale's high and all successes all the way. Could be good. Okay, I think I'm going to look at salvaging for a while. Then we might move to the Arctic to do stuff there after that or something. It'd be nice, more oil and electric station. Yeah, the main problem I have with the oil isn't necessarily getting it or getting it here. We have other sources on other islands we could ship here, but the rail lines are pretty slow, and we've had issues with like the power station at the top of the cliff running out because it asks for some oil, and by the time the train goes all the way up here, all the way around the cliff, and all the way back down, it's run out of oil in the station. The Arctic gas would be better in this situation because it comes out of a warehouse, so you just got to put a warehouse next door and job done. And that would be probably best for all of these things we got up on the cliff and over here. One thing we could do is move everything off the cliff, bring it down closer to the front here, but the mines can't be moved. So if we want to electrify the mines, we need to bring electricity up the cliff. And if we're bringing electricity up onto the cliff for the mines, we might as well surround it by other industries while it's there. So yeah, it's just like these ones up here. I want to replace the oil power plants with gas ones, and then have the oil power plants be the one that keep the people supplied and the scholars and stuff like that, because they're closer to the harbour front. Is the general idea.
Hold the crane.
Okay, we got ourselves a couple of salvaging items in the last session. This one increases the chance of finding animals of higher rarity, so that's one that we want. This one increases the chance of finding any item of higher rarity, so we want that as well. Hopefully improve the rewards we get. I don't know if that's enough, whether we want to like increase our sounder level higher or something. What do we need to transmute a higher?
Should hold together. Now for a time.
Legendary one needs 20 of the best scrap. Is that sand? 10 steel and 15 sand? I think. So it's just the scrap really we need to do that. Which what we've got. I don't think we got any of the top level sand. Don't ring a bell as having any of it. No, we got some of the nice scrap, none of the special scrap. Do we want an item that increases the quality of the scrap we get? Let's do a little search for scrap. No, apparently there's nothing that affects that. Salvage scrap amount.
Admiral! Admiral!
Not necessarily the amount, but the rarity. I don't know if that's affected by the amount. Not sure. Let's do some diving without maps, like following the sounder and see what we uncover. And let's do this event on the pirate hunt. It's the dynamite tree again. We didn't bring a crafting, but we did just randomly decide at the end to bring a little medicine. We've got a 39% bonus, which is a success. Brilliant. Good. There's one more event on that one, then they'll be back. We could line up a botanical one just to clear these out of the queue, I guess.
Hold the crane.
Might be an idea. We'll do it with the expedition ship when it's back. I want to use the salvager to do salvaging for a while. There's a diving spot. What do we get if we dive? Some special scrap. Excellent. That's the kind of thing we want to be doing for a while then.
Bring her around.
Need 20 special scrap. No, that's not the right colour. Oh. It's like an iron gear and a copper pipe. We need 20 of it. That's that one, which we've got.
Aye.
Let's take a look-see then. goods. That one, not that one, that one. And it was some steel ingots. It was quartz sand, yeah, thought it was. Okay, let's bring that over to Nate. Then we'll have like 3 legendary items. That should be good. And we'll try and do Kraken's Lair again, or one of the other maps we've got, I guess. See what we get. Because last time, when we had no bonuses, we did the Kraken's Lair, which is a legendary map, and got like a rare award, whereas I want a legendary reward. Let's transmute them, brilliant. Have some maps as well, yeah, some diving maps we've got, quite a lot of them actually. Why won't that equip? Not those. Interesting. Do I need to turn it off? Yeah, turn it off.
An explosion in one of your factories.
Oof. Oil refinery in Prosperity's gone down. There we go.
New orders.
Okay, let's put those materials. Well, let's follow this ping because it's nearby. What does that do? It just gives a better ping, I guess. It doesn't really describe a difference, but other than the expedition effect, which is still good because we do expeditions on this, but
the people celebrate your leadership.
3 legendaries, so should be good. Ping disappeared. Did I? Ping. Oh, he's over there. What have we uncovered? Some gold and some regular scrap. Okay. Let's unload and grab a map to do and sort out this event on the pirate hunt. Stranded on an iceberg. We got 200% bonus to blast ourselves free.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Which is successful. Morale goes up. And pretty sure they're now on their way home. We keep forgetting we're capped on research points. We need to spend some.
This is the Research Institute. We conduct research here.
And we need to be buying shares over here all the time. There we go. Because if that doesn't work the way I want, actually no, that'll be fine. We can keep the shares, buy all the shares, save, take the island. If that causes a war, roll back, still keep the shares. That's fine. Can't. Steel is full. Let's just jettison them and let them die. Okay, grab a map. That's what we're doing. We've got 2 epic maps. Sunken Royal Clipper, Lost Temple. And we've got 5 legendaries. Jormungandr, Gugelmats, Kraken, Sente Silver's Ship of the Line, or the Megalodon's Abyss. So we need one, well, I'd like to do one here in the Cape first, so it's not those. Do the Kraken's Pit, do the Sunken Ship of the Line. Both 2 options. Biscuits, machines, biscuits, animals. I want to look for animals, so we'll do Kraken's Pit again.
Begin the turn.
Okay, we'll slow down time because they are timed.
Preparation.
An island with no rivers. Chicken nugget shaped. Top left corner. Looking for chicken nugget shaped island. Not really that. Not that, it's got a river. That one's got a river too. That one. Not really the right shape. Or that. Not that one. Not that one. Definitely not that with that shape. Could be that. In theory. Head over that direction initially.
Hold the crane.
Don't think that's it. No, wrong side is pointing. Or don't know actually. Maybe they're not showing the rivers or the separate little rocks. Kind of shape is kind of like this one, but not really. I just need to go to the top left of every island until we get the thing. That one. Oh, it's definitely that one. Yeah, it's got these kind of cliffs on the edge of it, which is like that. Yep, that's the one. Where's the ship?
New orders.
It's going to be over here, where those fish, birds are flying.
All hands at the ready.
On our way.
Come on, Mr. Scavenger. Salvager.
Begin the turn.
Dive.
A great moment for all of us.
Helmet jellyfish. So, great, it's part of the set that I want, Abyssal Depths, but it's not a legendary reward. Some nice scrap. Also finding, I mean, it does say rare, epic and legendary, it doesn't say legendary. I just thought legendary map, 2 legendary items boosting.
Bring her around.
Would have been nice to get a legendary reward. Because you just have to keep doing that map over and over until you get the ones you want, I guess.
Carry her about.
Can I come over to Nate and see if we can buy Kraken's Pit maps lots of times? Let's do the Pirate Hunt event. There is one more. Okay, the inspector's coming to inspect. We have 100% force. And we succeed in scaring him. I don't want an epic flamethrower, so that's fine. On they go. They must be coming home by now.
Aye. Room to maneuver.
This city is a magnet for genius.
Share debt. Share debt meant someone owns our shares. Never going to find which island it is, but didn't think the princess had bought shares anywhere.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Oh well.
Hold the crane.
Trade. Items. It's emergency vault, no. It's the palaces, not what I want. Probably still fun.
The world's oyster opens.
Wondrous stash. Palaces. You can tell by the the image which one it is. Doesn't look like it. Herdsman's Journal. Gates to buy TT. So many different ones. Kind of cool. Jormungandr's lair. It's to the Kraken's pit. Some legendary ones, but all the same one that I don't want. Lucky it's cheap to re-roll at Old Nate, so you can. Oh, that's the other one we've got already. There's Kraken's pit. Okay. It's got blue ribbon, the gold stamp. So if it doesn't have blue ribbon, I don't need to check. Should probably have the icon saying I've got one already, although it's on the ship, not in storage. Go. Oh, they stack up. Interesting. Yeah, we'll have that icon. Blue ribbon, and I'll have that icon in the top left. Not the only one that looks like that, I guess, but okay. Now you can get the same treasure map 3 or 4 times and they're all allegedly for the Kraken's pit. I think let's try it 4 times and see what we uncover.
Oh, no,
Let's do this. I think they've returned, so.
I knew this crew wouldn't let you
What
down.
did these guys get? Legendary flamethrower, don't care. Epic black flag, don't really care. And a map that I don't particularly care about. Good. At least it's done. We did get this legendary Captain Smith as well, I guess. Okay. Let's just try any of these botanical ones where this ship can get a good bonus. Force, naval power, faith. It should be very easy. Let's try doing it this way round.
Aye, 'tis fair.
Force and naval power you can do from the pirates. It's like that one. It's pretty good as well. Faith. Have we got like a preacher or something? Don't think we do. There's some goods that give faith bonus. 40 faith from him, that's very good. Can't be equipped though, but that's fine, you can take that slot up. Some rations, which it seemed to me like they could drink the champagne as rations, yeah. Get some diplomacy by taking that as well. But I guess I want another food that gives another bonus, like schnapps gives medicine. Force, diplomacy, medicine, naval power, navigation, force. Can we get an item that you equip that gives crafting? Probably not. Not really. Diplomacy. More navigation. Not one that equips, okay. Oh, you can use the map on an expedition for navigation, that's pretty cool. Crafting, but he won't equip, no. Hunting bonus? Sure. Little hunting bonus, why not? 100% morale. Off they go. Where's the salvager? What did I do with it? It is.
Carry her about.
Bring time back down. Yeah.
How we've longed to get back to the blue.
It's got a river down the middle.
And mountains on the 3 corners, and it's on the bottom left, the one without the mountain. River, mountains. I should orient myself like the map. Big river down the middle. There's mountains in every corner. It's down here. Yep. That was the first one I checked, so that was lucky. Just speed time up to bring the ship over.
Carry her about.
Should probably build a skyscraper, shouldn't we? We're making the elevators now, so we should be able to build one at least. I don't know how many elevators you need for a single skyscraper.
To the edge of the world.
We dive. Do we get a kraken this time? Nope, we get a sperm whale.
The crew come round to you.
Not even part of a set, so I'll probably sell that off or something. Which reminds me, we can do a research. Get the last civil expert. Then we can donate the whale off the ship, I think. Can see it here. There it is.
It's through
Clear that
donations
out.
like this that the institution got where it is today.
That reminds me that I should buy this share. Then we come back in 10 in-game minutes.
Would fall upon me.
Put a firm save in, try and take the island, see what happens. Okay, let's do this one
Full
again.
steam ahead.
Looks like no idea. Don't know what that looks like, but it's a funny shaped island. Thin bit poking out the right hand side.
New orders.
Not like that. Not like that. This is poking out, but not on the right hand side. I think it's that. Not that one. Maybe more like this. Yes, because it's got that little inlet there, so there should be a... There it is.
On our way.
Found it.
Begin the turn.
Where's the ship? I don't see it moving on the map. Speed time up now, can't I? Because we found it.
Carry her about.
There, I think. Yeah. Oh, we get a ping for the map. Helpful. Didn't realise. Key, really have to try it. Yeah, it's good. It is. There's a lot going on, which for me sometimes is a bad thing, but a lot of the time is a good thing to have lots of different things you can do.
I know I see soul when I see one.
Begin the turn.
We've already got a firefly squid, I think. Okay, so we've done the map 3 times. We've got an epic and 2 rares. And lots of scrap, like a good volume of scrap. Do the other 2 and see. I don't know what... I don't think there's anything more we can do to increase our odds of getting legendary reward. I mean, we can check, I guess. Don't know what it would be called. Diving? Salvager. Well, it'll be called Salvager because it has to be equipped in Salvager. So these are all Salvager items. So it'll be one of these. That's increased chance to find items of epic legendary. Ah, that's worth having there. Because that's not rare. That's transmuted. Okay, we want to transmute a diving bell. Scrap amount. This is machines. This is rare, epic, and but with scrap amount as well. Okay. This gets artifacts more often. Yeah. Okay. I think we just want to replace our My Callan with a diving bell in this case, or perhaps when we're not wanting animals we'll then need to replace Orvet Charles with something else. Okay, what do I need to get a diving bell?
You want to dance the danse macabre?
To end this war with the pirates first.
Untold perils await us.
I also have my wife and children to think about. I can't say I'm not relieved.
Okay, we'll have war with that pirate again soon. Diving bell, there it is, straight away. We need 15 of the blue scrap, steel and gold.
Hold the crane.
Steel, gold, which is dangerously high. Check that in a second. And the special scrap. I don't think 11 was enough, was it?
Carry her about.
No, we need 15. Okay, we need some more of that top level scrap first. Let's just get rid of the newspaper. Forgotten already what the other thing I needed to deal with was, but never mind. Let's do the event from here.
You've left the house.
It's too narrow and shallow this far. It's the opera in the jungle again. 90% navigation bonus. All good. And away they go. That morale loss was higher than usual. I don't think champagne's good food. So yeah, let's follow some pings, see if we can get any special scrap.
On our way.
Not sure we will from ping, but take a look. That's nice scrap.
Around. Carry her about. Room to maneuver.
Dive again. Just got us gold and nice scrap. Okay, good. Special, even. That's enough to get the item I'm after. Yeah, I will sell the gold. Which is the other thing I wanted to check, wasn't it? This ship.
Ready.
Not that ship. This ship, then. Yeah. It's not moving things fast enough to clear them out. Well, the fish is pretty well cleared. Okay, so let's change this route so it's 2 gold, 2 fish instead of 1 and 3. Because the gold is filling up, which will cause a backlog in the docklands if it gets all the way to the top. There we go.
New orders.
Sell that and then transmute me a diving belt. I'm going to equip that instead of
an explosion in one of your factories.
We'll unload all the stuff and do the other 2 maps.
A fire broke out.
Another explosion. All things considered, these distilleries should probably explode more often because they're running very fast. Like
the fire
350%.
Hold the crane.
Unloading stuff. Rid of that.
Begin the turn.
Do a map. I know where that one is. That's this one down here. It's got the funny mouth to it. Is there. That'll be that spot there for that. Kept on research points. Got some maritime experts to get. We will have finished the talent development A 16 to get 3 at a time, so 6 more times. Should easily fit within that 27,000 cap and still get them.
New orders?
I have this nagging feeling you're a jelly.
Dive here, see if we get a Kraken.
Thank the Admiral.
We do. 20 regular scrap
If
and
it's a
a
fight
Kraken.
you want, a fight you shall. Here's an easy target, lads.
There's that war that we
Your
knew was coming.
harbor is under attack.
It's dealt with.
Hold the crane.
Let's do the
It's
last
rare we leave any alive. I don't need telling enough.
Shed light
last
in
map
the
we
deep.
bought. We know that one. It's got the pointy out bit heading down. It's this.
Your harbor is under
it's
attack.
there.
Your harbor
Well,
is
we've got
under
the
attack.
Kraken now. I don't know why we'd go back to the Kraken's pit.
Your harbor is under attack.
No, but it's not anymore. Ease. Okay. Dive here, then we'll do the event in the expedition. Then we'll try buying the Princess's Island to just test that theory out.
New orders?
Another Firefly Squid that time, so no, lucky that we got the legendary then. We'll have to look at the rest of the Abyssal Depth set, see where we get them. But yeah, I assume they're spread out. You can't just keep diving the Kraken's pit and get the whole set, would be my assumption. Good, so that's that. Let's get our Kraken out on display. It's a bit small. Looks like a squid to me. Yeah, I'm not convinced that's the real Kraken. Okay, rest of the set won't necessarily dive for them now. Let's see what they are. So how many jellyfish we got? We can put that out. Blobfish, shark, black swallower, prickly sea devil. To look up where they all come from and how we get them out. But we can put the helmet jellyfish out next to that. That's 2 bits of the set. Cool. Very cool. Do the event on the botanical expedition. Castaways request your help, but where could they be? Shark baiting is a common distraction for your sailors. The latest catch provided much more entertainment than expected. Its belly was a bottle. A bottle with 3 sheets of paper, each copied the same message in different languages. Piecing together the documents to make up for their weathered content, crew can make out a call for help and a latitude, but nothing more. Medicine bonus to check the shark. Navigation bonus is 90%. Let's have a look at that. Search defines a specific area. Many islands match for latitude, but far fewer could be mapped on an actual shipping route. By reducing where the castaways ship might have gone, navigators identify a handful of islands which could host the castaways. After 2 weeks of smooth sailing, ship reaches the area. Necklace of islands linked by strands of deadly coral reef. Stay away is 20%. Navigating is 90. Probably 90. Ship avoids the deadly reefs and finds the castaways. Vessel groans as it swims through the clear waters, deepest corals reflecting its shadow as it narrowly avoids them. It takes a short while to find them, entrenched among the dunes of a secluded beach, sprouting from it with squeals of joy and disbelief. Captain offers his unalienable loyalty. Get a free legendary captain. We'd have to drop either the medicine or the diplomacy bonus. Got another diplomacy bonus, so let's swap into the
People
champagne.
celebrate your leadership.
And on they go. Okay. Let's go to the old world. Cooldown is up, so put a specific save in.
before Princess Island. Just check diplomacy. We're at 95, not 100. Can we likely to accept a gift? No. High to flatter? Don't think that helped either.
I think I may skip this particular lecture.
That hurt. We'll try at 93. And if 7 makes a difference, then we can load the save and approach from a different strategy.
Another player has had their island seized.
That wipes their most developed island out.
Do not wield
Hopefully
the dagger
sets
of
them
ambition.
back. Minus 30 relationship with them. Don't actually see where the harbour is. Oh, there it is. Minus 30 will drop us out of the alliance. 63 is high enough for trade though, or has been in the past. So it could just drop us to trade rights or peace. Depends on what losing the alliance does, because it's not just 30 for having taken the island. We then lose the alliance, which will have another negative impact, which could lose us another level, which causes another negative impact, and it cascades directly to war. We'll have to see what she does in that regard. Then I guess let's look at this. Upgrade 2 skyscraper, 1 engineer, 1 investor. Why don't we start? It's in the middle. Upgrade these investors to a skyscraper, so it's 5 elevators each time. Okay, and it's not really scraping the skies yet.
So proud we laid the first stone. Keep it up. Plenty of real estate up there. My rivals are trying to keep pace, which is so funny to me because they're all failures.
This is a level 1 skyscraper.
Yes. Shopping arcades.
The panorama effect is weak. Okay. So that provides a bonus. Bonus residence is more income. From being the tallest, I would guess. Probably. Sure. It has a new desire, so they want a department store. Okay. Doesn't add any happiness needs or change the lifestyle ones.
Best, or I don't.
Which, lucky I've just seen that. We've got a trade route we didn't resume since the war ended. From New to Cape. The local mail needs resuming to create international mail. Oops. But there we go. Good that I saw that.
Buy low and sell high.
We have a bicycle problem, which we'll need to look into at some point. Okay, so these guys want a department store.
The
A shopping
people celebrate
arcade.
your
Okay.
leadership.
It has like a coverage area. Geez, okay. We didn't allow for space for that, but I guess it's only the investors that want it. We can put it on the end here, and it covers that circle. Okay.
Behold, the Galleria Banneret. Now, sacred halls have to have product. You know, your catalog is...
We know how this works. We've seen similar things. Yeah, as you're saying. Oh, yeah. Mild interest to actually wanting to try it, yeah. It's a good series overall. And Anno 1800 is a very good one of them, so I do recommend trying it, definitely. Okay, so these guys are going to pick a thing that they sell here. It's kind of like the restaurant for the tourists. Toasters is the only one that's unlocked. Yeah, we can go there. We read all this when we unlocked a restaurant. We need to provide steel, filaments and zinc to produce toasters. which
I ponder, do arcades influence our
reduce the
perception
consumption
of, the
of
self?
jewelry and
Are
light
we
bulbs,
less what we do and more what
and
we
increase
own?
happiness and
Do we
income.
consume
It's good. Okay,
these
so we're going to
goods,
make
or do
toasters
they
here.
consume us?
A
They're gonna
toaster!
need-
The perfect
Okay, so where input goods can be fetched from as well. Yes, of course. Circle indicates residence is a benefit. Okay, so that's good on the edge there. It does cover the whole investor area. I don't know how many of these we're going to turn into skyscrapers, but there you go. They're going to need a warehouse to supply them, so let's put one of them. I don't know where really. Put them here for now, and then make it a pretty one. Okay, so we're going to need to check filament, steel, and zinc production. Steel we know is short, so we do need to do more steel. Filament is just made from coal as well, it's quite simple. Zinc is now short.
toasters are selling fast.
Zinc. And filament is now short. Okay, so filament and zinc are needed.
The people celebrate your
Zinc
leadership.
deposits we haven't tapped and electrified yet. There's one.
What next? Sure. Time to brew up tomorrow's. Knew you'd be on board. Oh.
We'll carry the electrical from there to it. Maybe just move that to the corner. It's another electrified zinc mine. Good. Filament factory, where's that? I think that's here somewhere.
Do not mind the odd jet of steam.
Yes, these things. Let's make another one of them. And probably needs another warehouse around here. Let's put one on the end of the road for now. So that's good on zinc. We need to check coal going into the filament, which is fine. We're making tons of coal. We might need to drop what we're doing at the docklands with it though. More steel is needed, so let's sub on the cliff front here somewhere. Yep. I want to rearrange this to fit them in neater than that. Why don't we swap these things over? Get another one of them there. Let's balance it. I can't fit another. It's fine. That'll do for now. Check that's enough, or whether we need another. It's not enough. Okay. I need to find some generic productivity boost we can cover these with. Not supposed. Well, this gives 50%. It would be nice to cover them with this trade union, which has to cover the coffee roasters on that side. Doesn't need to cover the steel works, so let's swap or move them. The foundry's up there, to move that one. Yeah, I don't think we can. Yeah, that's fine. Move these. I guess for now they can just go there. That warehouse is going to get overloaded very quickly. Can't fit one at that end. Let's put them like that. Hopefully they'll spread their loads between the two. But it's short of workers. How does that now leave us with steel? If they're all being boosted 50%, we're now over. So we can cut one back. Juggling. And they're just about even, which we'll take. Iron is still good feeding into that. Coal is good. It's now at 21, and 20 is going through the dockland, I remember, so that's good. That gives us sufficient material to produce the toasters for this department store. Should make these guys happy. Short of chocolate for whatever reason, but there we go. We could upgrade that skyscraper to a higher level. This is growing arms and legs, I guess. But cool. We'll want to upgrade probably an engineer next, to see how that's different or whether it's the same. Find out how that goes, but before we do that, I'm just going to take a short break again. So we are 5 hours 55 in, and I could just do with a break for the brain before approaching more of this, and a break for the legs as well, to have a little stretch. So I'll just be 4 or 5 minutes wandering around, then I'll come back and we'll carry on looking at skyscrapers for a while. I'm not sure now whether we're going to make it to the Arctic today to sort the gas out. Maybe, maybe not, but we'll see how far we get with other skyscraper stuff, and then do whatever we feel like, basically. Not too important. So thank you. I'll see you in a few minutes, guys.
How thrilling! A renowned personage has arrived.
Seductive charts bury my desk.
Hello everyone, I'm back. I see, we're all... Jazz is getting coffee and Timmy's getting whiskey. Nice. Saturday night, do what you want.
The people celebrate
I've got,
your leadership.
Yeah, orange. Not quite so exciting. Let's see what I've missed while I was away then. Special visitor. See what that was. Don't recognise it from the picture. Ah, one of these. Airship technician. We'll donate that. Guess I should have paused when I went away because we were still at risk of having war declared on us.
We can recruit someone
Checking on that
the
next.
maritime, industrial, or civic spheres.
Donate that random reward away.
Very
Still need to scoop all those items up from
useful.
around the world. We should do that. Check diplomacy. Okay, we're still allied. That's a significant difference between the princess and Beryl. Or perhaps the difference is having the alliance is what protected us. Over time, being a much easier AI, princess should edge back up towards 100. And then we'll buy another island, and so on, for as long as we can get away with it, and ultimately knock her out of the game, or knock her down to such a small size that like a single ship can just go clear her out or whatever. But that's good, that's positive. I'm glad that's like that. Let's do the event on the botanical expedition. Isla de los Muertos. 40% faith bonus. Tell them it's all just a story. 40% faith bonus again to not give in. Conviction in one another is rewarded. Good, that's a success. 100% force to open the tomb.
Look what blew up the blowhole.
And that's a success. And we get Barbarossa's bones, which I think we already have. But we'll take it again. No, we won't. We already got Captain Richard. Which do we want? They're pretty good expedition effects. And I think we already have the bones, so I think we'll leave them behind. And move on. Okay, I'm going to send Salvager. Let's go picking up items. Islands we took from Beryl.
Begin the turn.
That's got one. That's empty. That's got a bear. That's empty, so grab the milliner. Go get the bear. And then 3 items here. Okay, that was a good reward for seizing this tiny island. 3 legendaries. None of them look particularly interesting, but expedition bonuses are reasonable. Crafting navigation's a pretty nice combination.
Hold the crane.
Pick up the bear, come up to this island.
On our way.
It's the last one we own. That is new, I think. Okay, let's get back to skyscraper learning then. So if we make an engineer skyscraper, how is this different?
Boring! We're shaping the future of consume here. The outside's drab. Has to show off what happens inside. People like gardens, right? Slap a gazebo next to it.
Okay. So they also want department store. They want the same thing. Don't know what the gazebo plaza's about, but it's not directly requested here.
We have the devil to pay.
So that means we need to either move them closer. Not either, we need to move them closer and move the department store. Doesn't matter where we put it, it can't cover all of the circles. So they can't all become skyscrapers. This side of that rail is better coverage on the investor side, which
I could simply go to press.
We'll just do this and publish whatever that is. Okay, it's not ideal, but that will cover with the green area everything we need, and with the circle everything we need. We need more of them. That's going to get awkward. We may need to separate these circles, make a bigger gap between them, which...
Stand to attention for the boss.
You know, we'll just have to redesign it as the need arises. Okay, so he wants us to build engineer level thing? No. Investor level thing? No. What is a gazebo plaza then? It's not here. No idea. Is it a beautification option? That would be in this high life options, which it's not. No, don't see a gazebo plaza there. Can I do a search somehow? No. Is it a special? I don't think so. I think these are all like unlocked elsewhere kind of things. Does look like a decoration item. Gazebo plaza accessible with investor construction. No other ornament. So it is an ornament. It's at the investor level, but I don't know how you kind of find that. Oh, there it is. It's like the top end, most luxurious thing. Gazebo plaza. Kind of big. Size of a house, so... let's, for now, move one of the houses out to this overflow area. It's a gazebo plaza there. That's completed the quest.
Should be a breeze now for Miss Jenny, my house help here, to get to work. We
Now
do
that
the
actually
big
affected
picture,
it, if
she'll
at all.
do the nitty gritty.
Yeah, I don't know about
Yes,
that.
the details are within my purview. One footnote, my name is Theodora, although Mr. Bader seems to prefer Miss Jenny. An honor to make your acquaintance.
Okay.
Miss Jenny, be a dear. I have a cup here with no coffee in it. Now, flip it.
Choose a patent to research. Okay. They're demanding but gullible. What they really want is to be led to what they want. New gadget. What shall we make then? Galleria Badarette. Add another machine. Galleria should be a place of glamour, something luxurious. Let's make something luxurious. Model the opulent lifestyle. Something culinary. So something to eat off of. Or a high-end bag. Not sure it matters. Let's make something complementary. Crockery. Good china for special occasions.
A staple
Sure.
we can get in cheap and ship out at a price. Miss Jenny, let's get...
Very well, Mr. Bader. I'll see to it.
Okay.
Stupendous. Well, partner, I'll be in contact once the lab have finalized the patent.
Sure. We've got another event on expedition. Let's get that done.
Mr. Bader, there's a problem. While I was out this morning, someone broke into the office. The paints for the brand logo have been stolen.
Perhaps you can replace the missing goods, Guru. You know, keep up
to
your side
make
of
some
the bargain.
paint, I
We're
guess. Okay.
out.
We'll look at that
I'm
in a
afraid
second.
not.
Darn it, this is stalling. Likely an either. Production will take...
Don't need that many pop-ups for one quest. Okay, let's do this event.
Summer for you to think. You've left the old...
We've seen this one before. Stuff is robbed. Go back and completely plunder the harbour with big bonus. There we go. Morale goes up. Onward they travel. Okay, she wants 15 tons of lacquer delivered into the middle there, which is fine. How do we make lacquer then? We need a level 3 skyscraper before we can do that. All good.
On
This
the
skyscraper,
up and up again.
other than a shortage of chocolate, why do we have a chocolate shortage? Let's fix that. It's important to keep them getting everything. Chocolate requirement here is 7, and we're producing 3 locally somehow. Not sure how we make the chocolate here. It's not like one of these. No. How are we making chocolate? Must be some kind of item. None of them. They're making rum. None of them. Ah, it is that. The advanced coffee roaster makes chocolate. We can't really get more advanced coffee roasters, so we're not going to increase the local production of chocolate like that. But point is, so we need 4, maybe 5 to come from the New World. We are producing 2. Okay, well that's the problem. We need to double our current chocolate production. Current chocolate production.
I can teach you how it
Here.
works.
There's just one of them. Looks like it. So we just need another chocolate factory, which we're going to want to move stuff around. Don't think that's quite enough space. Can move these around a bit. If there's enough warehouses around the place, let's just upgrade that one. We'll see if they can play in later. Most things are full anyway. Hi Timmy, welcome back.
Admiral! Admiral!
That one fits nicely there. We'll go with that. Can move them over 1. Move them over 1, hopefully. Copy that. That's chocolate doubled. We need enough cocoa and sugar for. Cocoa should be fine. It is, it's in 12 in surplus. Sugar is now 4 short, so we need half again of what we're currently making. is these. Got 2 of them, so we need 1 more of them. Which isn't going to fit nicely around here.
Your heart is in the right place.
Them like that. Empty a gap there, we can fit something into that later. Needs be. That should be good for the sugar. Can find, there it is, that's spot on. That's supplied by sugar cane, which is huge in surplus. So that's all good. That's increased chocolate production. Should now be in surplus by 6, which is more than we need. That's going to ultimately, when it gets moved, fix the shortage of chocolate here. Good. We also had a bicycle problem, didn't we? Yes, we should look at bicycles next, but let's do the event on the expedition first.
Draw your pistols.
Pinned on
We're in the
razor
presence
sharp
of a
coral
virtuoso.
again. 100% bonus to just remove it, which the divers do successfully. Morale stays high. On they go. Bicycles. I don't think we actually have a shortage. No, we're like very close. We should probably make more. The biggest problem is probably the lack of rubber. But I think we're still having it. I don't think we are having it delivered. We're not. We're short. Oh, we are having it delivered still. Okay, so we shouldn't be short of rubber. Let's expand actual creation of bicycles, because that will allow for us to increase the population without immediately running into a shortage of bicycles. It's cab assembly. That's sewing machines. This is bicycles. Make another one of them. All good. Is it still powered? No.
Your people are rioting.
Power doesn't quite reach that far up the road. Let's remove the unpowered bit so we know. Fit that there. No.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Go 1 more square if I really want it to. No. Anything fit in that gap? That warehouse can fit in that gap. Sure, that's necessary when it's next to another warehouse, but there we go. And then these can all move along and all be electrified and all make bicycles. Turn them round, I think. I like that better. Okay, there's some rioting happening on Lone Moon. Okay. Got police here, but they're just out of range, I guess. Don't really want to leave them to burn it down, so let's make another police station. Maybe they can sort that out. Okay, where were we? Bicycles which are made. Doesn't work because I've taken him out of range of this guy. Who changes the recipe? Can I move him? Yes.
All hands at the ready.
There is okay. Iron ore and rubber. Iron ore is just okay. Barely. Good. And rubber's going to be short, but we're having it delivered still, so that's fine. We have medium-term plans to fix that. Improve that. Let's do this event.
We're under the weather.
It's medicine 1. Sailor under the mast. Weeks of harsh weather have taken their toll on the ship.
The strike has ended.
Violent gusts of wind this morning have toppled the mizzen mast. For a moment, ropes tying it to the other masts hold it in place. There's only so much weight they can take. Break with a snap, letting the mizzenmast plummet to the deck. Sailor now whales, leg caught under the pole. 19% bonus to cut the leg. Better than no bonus to craft anything, so fingers crossed. Extreme but commendable choice.
Could be a lottery.
Leg is removed. Don't need the details. No big morale penalty. They continue. Should be
on
home
the bright
soon.
side. It'll be over. You force my hand.
War with the pirates again.
I
We're already
also
up
have
to
my wife and children to. I can't say I'm not
76 with the princess. Don't know when that happened, but good.
Ship under attack.
Sneak in and get longer non-aggression before she declares on us. Yes, for 10,000. Perfect. Good timing. Okay.
Success at sea is not easily won.
They have returned.
The world's oyster opens.
Pride of Madeira, Sacred Blue Lily, Tower Jewels. Nothing from the Sacred set that we were after, but some more flowers if we ever need more flowers, I guess. We've got some more expeditions. That's 2 skulls. Get rid of that. Let's do another one. See what the skills of diplomacy, force, medicine. Not great on this ship. Medicine, naval power, hunting could be okay. Naval power, force, and diplomacy is more likely. Hunting, navigation, crafting, not so much generally. So this one.
I'll never get seasick.
Naval power, force, and diplomacy. Naval power and force. Diplomacy. Naval power, navigation, and force. Be nice. Get another diplomacy bonus. Medicine and diplomacy. That's not equipped. Prefer equipped items where we can to keep space open for food and loot. Take a chicken with us for no reason. Crafting, diplomacy, again not equipped. We've got 25 diplomacy at the moment. I would like more than that. 10 more from the white flag. We had someone who just added, well, that's the one I've already given. So if we give the white flag as well, that's 35 diplomacy. Not amazing, but something. That'll do. Well, I guess we could take champagne. Let's do that. Let's equip something else and take champagne. Something that's different, I guess. Navigation. A little bit. I got a lot already. Okay. Be different here. Kind of the same. Tiny bit of hunting might be good. Yeah, better than nothing. Bit of champagne. Diplomacy bonus.
Only a fool loosens that grip.
Some jam. Never tried taking that. That did not boost morale a lot. Chocolate boosts it a lot more, which is why it's my preference. Let's take some schnapps for the medicine and then chocolate for food. We'll be at 100% morale, all the ticks. Off he goes on another botanical. Okay, where were we? Bicycles, I think, are fixed. Other than a shortage of rubber, which we shouldn't have. I guess the ship bringing it from the New World isn't doing it effectively enough.
Aye.
Too slow, perhaps. Too small.
A remarkably effective cure.
There it is, it's on its way. It's a clipper with 200 in it. I guess we're just using a lot. Using a lot, but not that much. Let's have a look. Rubber is at 6 now. 6 per minute. 360 an hour. That ship should be able to make 2 trips in an hour, definitely. The other option is
We can't shut the storeroom door.
This is the problem. We're not actually making the rubber locally because of the coal backlog. These visits are not pulling enough coal away, which is not good. Like this isn't.
These fabled lands exist.
This isn't consistent enough to remove the stuff that's causing us problems, like the well, the clay is one. Coal, the fish. Like that fish is full as well.
Never met a pie I couldn't love, but the Tattershire grub, no one I'd trust.
Sure, how? Like, what could we do to keep it moving better? People are allowed to come and passively trade. Oh, no, they're not. Yeah, that's right. Sell when above 500, yeah. But we're at 3,300, so it's perhaps need to invest in a bunch of ships, a huge number of ships that clear this warehouse out consistently and constantly.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Perhaps.
Ready for a challenge.
One clipper doing a little bit of some stuff. Maybe we need cargo ships doing a whole bunch of stuff. Let's try it. Make ourselves 4 cargo ships to start with and see if we can get that working better. Don't know. We'll see. Fingers crossed. How are we doing? I think we're now good to level these up. The chocolate's on its way. Unless that ship's not fast enough. Don't know. Or the thing we've got making... Yeah, probably need to clear the coffee out to get the local chocolate production working as well. It's not great, these items. Everybody says they're the solution to the problems, but they're kind of not. They're great, they do a cool thing, but they introduce this flaw that is so fundamental and difficult to control. Whereas simply manufacturing things and transporting them over is simpler. Although guessing how many ships you need is not the best approach to it. You shouldn't have, like, there's so much in the game that is not guesswork that it's weird that that bit is. Let's no, chocolate is on its way. So these guys are chocolate has to get here before we can upgrade that one. Okay.
Leadership.
We can upgrade these guys. Makes it even taller. Cool. The panorama effect has increased. Cool. We need to provide chewing gum as the next need.
Surely higher skyscrapers.
Skyscraper residents like to have an unobstructed panoramic view. Having smaller skyscrapers around them supports the panorama effect. Skyscrapers that are taller or of equal height reduce it. What does around them mean? How close is that? Like literally touching them? Because that's pretty easy to control. Stronger effect the higher the population. Okay. Yes, 10 bonus residents from everything. Okay.
I don't pretend to understand artisans. Art is
10
science.
bonus residents
Elegant,
from
beautiful,
a few
yet
things.
fit for purpose.
When you select it, taller ones are coloured in green. No. So the ones that benefit are coloured in green, the ones that are subtracting coloured in brown. Okay. Then we can juggle things around, I guess, to maximise that effect. But yeah, we'll see about that as they get taller, I guess. We need this chocolate to turn up, which... it's not flowing well. What's going on here? Chocolate. That's 0. And this is the ship on its way here now. So again, it might just be this thing. Clipper isn't enough anymore. Population's grown so high that
ship constructed.
A single clipper is not enough to bring the goods over. Maybe we need 2 clippers.
The people celebrate
we need
your
the other
leadership.
shipyard to do that. And actually, considering our income, I think we can probably afford to overspend by using a cargo ship instead of 2 clippers. Might not be optimal, but it's nice. It's nice maritime experts. Another 10 to go.
Olio reporting in.
This cargo ship is the fear. Want to take Cape Route, golden fish. Take the Medusa off. Put the fear on. You can just do fish. Okay, so that's going to clear fish out, which will mean gold production doesn't suffer. That Medusa that I've just pulled off that route. Where is it?
Awaiting new horizons.
Can give your white flag to him. He should have an epic white flag, actually.
Cargo boat at the ready.
They are selling it, although who really cares with fish? An extra 10% on fish isn't going to make much of a difference. 15%. I'll send that one to get sold off. And then fish are no longer reliable in the docklands unless I ensure 1800 plus what we're consuming is always available. So set our minimum stock holding to 2000 instead. And like, forget about passive trade, it's not going to be relevant because we're pulling 300 away on a short trip.
We have been too hesitant.
We have the devil to pay.
An event on our expedition.
Set our bearings right.
Deeper you go. Boulder blocked entrance and a booby-trapped corridor, typical Mazoan temple. After a fall down a slide and a crash into uncharted caves, a team of explorers jokes about the situation in an attempt to forget its deathly aspect. Know what people say of Mazoan mazes, deeper you go, the shinier it gets. 90% bonus to try and get through. Follow the suggested route. 50% bonus to create our own path. Let's go with the bigger bonus. Obvious traps are easily evaded. Sailors contort themselves to avoid sharp stones and plated triggers, flowing through the corridor with the ease of seasoned explorers or cut purses. Quickly reach pocket of the temple. Vast chasm crossed by a meagre bridge with no handrails. Could this be a trial of courage? Got no faith bonus to do the bridge, but we do have 50% force to go down.
Our booty.
Climber's child's plate. Rock walls provide a much steadier footing than wind-flogged masts. Sailors reach the bottom of the chasm where they find an army of ropes stretching into darkness above. Temple's mechanisms. Find what might have been the Mazoan engineer's entrance. Leave the temple filled pockets and memories.
Your ship has returned
Glyphs.
from its
It's good.
voyage.
I don't think we have that yet. It's part of a set that we do have things from. So I wanted. We have to pick something to drop. Diplomacy, medicine, or the chocolate rations, which seem to be very effective. We have some diplomacy already and no other medicine source, so I'm going to swap the champagne for it. Keep our fingers crossed. On they go.
If I find there is anything
Just
wrong...
say the word.
Clipper can be sold.
Sir Archibald.
One final look.
Done. Newspaper can be published. Don't really care. They're never
New
good.
orders.
The Magnificent is a cargo ship that's now available.
It's important to be true to oneself.
We create a new route in the
How
Cape.
thrilling! A renowned personage has arrived.
For the Magnificent, they're going to take all of the meat, beef, and sell it. Then we need to do the same. So we're trading out 300 beef. So we want to put our minimum holding at 500.
Seductive charts bury my desk.
Which it is, and then the rest is going to get sold off hopefully quick enough. This Magnificent could do with
ship construct.
A white flag. Can take a legendary one for now, that's fine. No. Let's save that for the things we're clearing out that are worth more. Another one's ready. Okay.
Crane.
Get the Rangoon set up. It's going to be another trade route. Rangoon in the Cape. It's going to load up on coal. Sell it all. That means gold, herbs, and coal should all flow okay. And there's no longer any need to turn coal into gold. And if we fix that, there's no need to turn windows or bricks into gold either, nor meat into gold. That's fine. Need the coffee to clear out as well to get the chocolate flying, but I don't really care about that. I'm going to prioritise chocolate coming from the New World, I think, instead. Work that way around. Not making enough surplus clay to get the furs we need. We need the furs, so we should put something on that. Well, let's put the beef back on there. Because that is available. Good. That's kind of balanced a bit better. That should get this flowing better, though it's overloaded the warehouse and we haven't electrified it yet. We may need to reorganise that to have 4 warehouses or more.
Admiral! Admiral!
It'd be interesting. Is there anything else that triggers? So rum production triggers off of brewery and schnapps, so we should make sure we're clearing out schnapps and beer as well. Are we trading any out? No. Could, or that's what the next ship's for. When it's ready. Schnapps and beer. Sure, both have got a minimum stock holding, a bit higher than that. Let's go with 500. Beer as well. There we go. We'll see whether one ship can do 2 things, whether that's not fast enough.
Olio reporting in.
Good. I've forgotten to do something. We were halfway through picking items up, so let's get them over here and unloaded. And send them to another region to clear up all the items there.
Ship constructed.
Back and forth. They're ready for an upgrade. Good. They also want chewing gum. This is making sense.
Where these towers grow.
Good. Chewing gum is not a department store item, no. I see, they're like homewares. Chewing gum is a manufactured good. Can only be made in the New World. Okay. And I assume no magical item to change the rules on that, so that will have to be shipped over. Bonus supply. Residents with department store, furniture store, drug store are provided with chewing gum, billiard table and violin. That's incredibly powerful. 3 things, we're just giving them toasters. We need this. You can just buy it from Eli. Okay. I'm not sure how we're going to fit it in with all the other ones, but I want them.
If you don't exploit
Let's go try and buy a bunch.
You've left the old...
Send this flagship to Eli, Wormway's prison.
Aye.
Unload, not that. These things. Send you to Embasa to go pick up whatever items are there. Do the event on the expedition. Pirates. This is different to the normal pirate one where we use a pirate to skip it. A pirate is attacking us. We've got 180% to fight them, 15% faith. Let's go with the naval power. Ship turns in the shallowest possible arc. I've read that before. Maybe we have done this before. Improvised grenades, should we want to. We don't have a crafting bonus, so they're probably not good grenades. We'll just fire the cannons. Pirates are sunk before they have a chance to do any damage at all. Good. Morale is high. And on we go. Perfect. So I might not need to make chewing gum if I can get a couple of that guy, and we can find a way of replacing one of these. Providing coffee's very strong. Because well, no, it's not, because it's one item and that guy provides 3. But he only provides it to skyscrapers. Maybe we should move our skyscrapers to a different circle. I mean, yeah, they consume coffee as well, but I don't actually know how many of these houses we can turn to skyscrapers, unless we can do all of them. Then it's... don't know. If we need to bring chewing gum from the New World, we might as well bring coffee from the New World and replace that guy, is my thought on that. This guy's providing pocket watches and jewellery to everyone. And bonus income. So that's 2 items, so that's better than the coffee one, I guess. Although they're made locally, not in the New World. And then, yeah, this guy's getting rid of cigars, so... don't know about that. Could do with a bigger town hall, which is an option from the palace. Don't know which one it's under. Yeah, there. So we could get an extra slot, then not have to worry about it, which I'm inclined to do. But only if we give up the +1 influence per engineer bonus that we currently got, which is this many extra influence. It's at least, well, it's around 100, which
your ship has returned from
we've
its
got less
voyage.
than that, so we can do it, but we'll have an influence problem pretty much straight away. Salvager is here.
Hold the
We see
crane.
eye to eye.
Some kind of animal to pick up from here. Yeah, not sure on that one. Well, we're back to that original thought. We need to knock the princess out of the game before we can not have a influence problem. Got any unnecessary military ships? I think we already cut down to like 1 per region. That's still like to have 1
Battle deck to attention.
just in case. I think there's one around here. No, not in this region. Okay, so we have really cut back and not much to be done for that. Okay. Fine.
Room to
Monkey
maneuver.
is ready. That can be set up. Loading 3 lots of schnapps. 3 lots of beer. Then going and selling it all. Good. See if that works. Okay. We do it. Let's find out what the damage is actually if I just do it. Yeah, we go to -10 influence. Which is not good. We also just sunk a bunch of influence into new ships. Which, there you go. Could we do... Cut the botanical garden back. We didn't do that yet. We tidied up the other ones, I think, a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. The Oriental cherry's not worth having. Champac. Rest are okay. It didn't free up anything because we've still got the free... we're on free modules for botanical gardens still. We haven't reached the ones you got to pay for. One zoo module we're paying for. It's not worth trying. We'll just have to sit negative until I can work out something to do for it. We reached Eli yet? Yep. So what's the name of this guy we're after? Surprised this is an epic and not a legendary. I may be misunderstanding something about it. Oh no, increased maintenance cost maybe? I don't know what skyscraper costs us, that could be significant. It's an epic and looks like a delivery guy. Post person with a moustache. There it is. We want at least one more, just in case. Well, we want at least one more for now, and then we may rearrange things so that we only need one, but why don't I try and find a third? There you go. That was the easiest we've ever found anything. Can go back to Crown Falls. Event on the expedition. Let's get that done. Love Island, yes. 25% to convince them to marry. 15 to await the verdict. Or give up. Bigger bonuses what we did before. Try and marry them. Something is lost in translation. The king smiles benignly as if your crew still have a chance. It's just a great hunt. Eyes flick to a copper oracle on a dais. Okay. So either 15% for the waiting for the verdict or 20% to hunt. Still the bigger bonus, so let's try it. Hunt is not perfect. Crew show courage in pursuit of a tiger which draws the king's admiration. Sadly they cannot catch it, which leaves the king wondering if your men will be able to provide once married. Decides not to let his children leave. Some of your crew remain to stay committed to staying behind. Must continue without them. Took a morale hit. Okay. I was 81, it's still okay. What's next? Biscuits is next. Okay. Guess we'll find out what's involved in that soon. Biscuits lacquer furniture store. So there's 5 different department stores. Presumably to reach the maximum height you need all 5. 5 different furniture stores as well, so I'm inclined to make another circle somewhere out by the palace perhaps and just put skyscrapers there and keep regular houses down here. Ultimately may end up with no regular houses, I don't know, but there's so many specific buildings needed for this, they kind of do need their own space, like not even that close but all the way out here, something like that. Game is so extensive. Yes, Timmy, there's a lot of content. I wonder if it would have been easier, more enjoyable, if you'd started playing the game the day it was released, then played each DLC the day it was unlocked.
A bold new expedition, Admiral.
Then you would have added each of these elements like one at a time in isolation with everything else around it finished. That might have been easier to manage, because now starting with all these elements all at the same time, not knowing what any of them do or how they mesh together,
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Overwhelming. Just how many different things are going on. Each of them really interesting, but so much.
The people celebrate your leadership.
There's that guy, so extra... hello? Yeah. It's good. You know, all of it. Not all of it. You know, some of it's really, really bad. But the game on the whole is very good. And it has so many different things that are really interesting to work out and put together and organise and experiment with. It's I mean, you can see what I probably should do is play on a slower speed, but you know, I want to make progress every stream. But what we get is just like event after event after event. Got to do this, got to do that, do this, forget this all the time. Like I'm capped on research points. I shouldn't be. I should be researching all the time, but I can't remember to look at there every 2 minutes because there's so many other things going on. I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, figuring out the best way of doing things. I'm not sure there is like a best way. I think it's very good that the game provides different methods of achieving the same result. So you don't have to do things one particular way, and you can find your best way of doing it, which I like that. I like when there isn't one specific answer.
Admiral! Admiral!
Do the next
Fight
event.
if we must.
The trial. Crew face the bloody customs of foreign lands. Don't recognise this one. After a night of feasting, the sailors believe that meeting the foreign prince and his sea-travelling court is the highlight of their trip. The morning comes with news of a sudden death among the court. The crew find themselves immediately accused of murder. The prince demands a trial by combat. The men are left with little freedom. Choice of the challenge's nature. 50% for a brawl, 20% for a duel, 25% for a trial of wits. None of those are particularly big, but 50% for a brawl seems best. What could a lord do against a sea-forged champion? Prince's warrior is nothing more than a scarecrow in shiny armour. Cotton-clad fighter scoffs at his tacky opponent. Walking wardrobe is tripped, grabbed, thrown overboard. Receives compensation. Interesting. It's common, but it's part of a set. Common, but it's part of a set. Don't know how else we might get it. If it's simple, then I don't want to. We're a long way in. Let's dump the schnapps for it. Morale's high. Let's dump the chocolate for it. See how that goes. Yeah, I agree with that too. Yeah. When you play and you're like, you get caught up in that chain. You're like, okay, I'm gonna finish after I've done this thing. So you start doing the thing, and then you're like, oh, but to do this, I need to go do that thing. And you go to that thing, and you see something's not quite right with the thing next to it. So you fix that thing first, and then it's like 2 AM, and you're like, oh my god. That's Anno. Our influence from engineers has dropped. It's now 2. I swear it's higher than that earlier. Oh, that's because I changed the thing, of course. Of course, that makes a lot of sense. Not far from the next boost of influence from population. I need to get to 59. There's also a way of getting influence with the beautification items. If I build a... No, it doesn't say so. Oh no, it's attractiveness that it gives, not influence. That makes sense. Yeah. You learn a lot from watching. Yeah, I think it's just one of those games where watching it is pretty helpful. Seeing the way people deal with certain challenges and all the different elements that they plug together to do things might show you a method you've not seen before, or a perspective that you wouldn't consider yourself, or what have you, because the game's so diverse and so in-depth.
It's 4 hours in a row. Time to stretch your legs.
It's not 4 hours. It's longer than that. Okay. So this town hall is not getting the bonus from the palace, is the thing that I just got tripped up on. That's because the palace bonus ends right there. Can be extended by adding wings. In order to add 2 more wings, we need to reach the next population tier. Or we can just move this entire building there. Make sure it's still covering the farm over here.
All hands at the ready.
And that should then reach a little bit further, and we'll get the extra slots. In goes Blue Skies delivery service. To both. Like I said, I think it's probably better if we move the skyscrapers away and give them different people. But this will work for now. You know, this lets us progress and understand a bit more. That should just give us free chewing gum. Yeah, good. Good. When that reaches maximum, we'll be able to level them up to 3 and progress. Let's do the event on the expedition. The inspector again. Got small bonuses for this time. Force is still the biggest one. And we succeed. It's another item that's part of a set. In fact, it's the same set as what we just picked up. I'm going to risk dropping the schnapps for it and hope we're coming back soon. I think we're on the way home now. I think the next notification will be that expedition's back.
This city is a magnet for genius.
It's another free Ursula Green. Very helpful item. We've had it free twice from visits, which is good. What do we want to do next then? I want to... don't really feel like we've got enough time left in the session to go to the Arctic and make any significant progress. So I think we'll leave the Arctic for the next stream. I would like to look for some more of these items. We can't place them out without some influence, but we're close to that population level that might get us there. Means I need to sort out what the salvage is halfway through and bring it back.
New orders?
Probably. I don't know. We need to look up where some things come from, don't we? No items, so items at the end. Let's send them over there. The items here, no. There. Not there, that's one we owned before anyway. So just the ones the island it's heading to now, and then it can come back, and if we need to do salvaging to unlock things, we can do that.
Hold the crane.
Elephant and a pirate. So I think we want... we can do a dive to get what we're after. Might need to change some items around. We want Mosasaurus fossil, which we can dive. Dubious treasure map, forgotten wreck. Portal to Hyperborea. That's one that's sold. We can buy that. Unless we get lucky in research, I guess. But I think diving's preferable for me. It's cheaper. But we're going to need some kind of salvager item that boosts your chances of getting stuff. Well, we can use my Callan for that, actually. The portal to Hyperborea, I guess, has lots of things you can get. We want to encourage it to give us the museum item artifacts. We could do with a Peter Flinders to help that. That would be the best. Which is an Old Nate trade. Just buy him from Old Nate. That's a pretty simple thing to do. Hopefully.
Cargo stations.
I forgot to put a flag on that ship. Need to grab that when it gets back. We're capped on research points.
Olio reporting in.
I've got to put a flag on 2 ships. Okay. This guy needs them.
New orders.
Don't really think beer's worth enough to use the legendary flag. We'll just use the same one on this guy. There we go. Ship's waiting now because we have, I guess, got more heading out that way. We put another dockland unloading spot, perhaps. Why not? Adds attractiveness to the island, which is good for tourism. Which is giving us lots of free legendary people, so worth encouraging. Where's that salvager at? Not left yet. No, has left.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Just missed it. Put those into storage. Leave Orvec Charles behind. Come over to Old Nate.
Begin the turn.
We want to buy that legendary person that increases chance of getting artifacts, and we want to buy the map to Hyperborea. We want to do the event on the expedition as well. That's the grenade tree. This is different. It's not the exploding tree. Fragrant but deadly fruit. Guide alerts crew to stay away, but it's too late. Excruciating burn. Don't have a medicine bonus, so diplomacy bonus. Calm him down. That did not go well. Every word that blurts out the mouth makes the man fret more violently.
Not the worst
Okay.
manifest.
Down to 40% morale with big risks there. I hope they're on their way home now. Okay, what does the map to Hyperborea? That one. Kind of turquoisey, bluey kind of colour. It's not the guy we're after, that's machines. It's that same guy again, not who we're after. Go to the Kraken's pit again if we wanted. That's the guy we're after. Chance of artifacts, yes. Good. Where do we go for this anyway? To the Arctic, okay. Interesting. There's another one. Don't know how many we need to take. And we should probably check where the other ones come from, because if multiple ones of them can be found in the same dive, we'll want to take even more maps with us. Perhaps That's maps to an alternative one that's also in the Arctic. That could be the case. Or, you know, just do one thing at a time, I suppose. Come back and grab more later. How much am I spending to reroll? 23? It's nothing really. At least 5 of them. Yeah. I don't know how many you fit in one stack as well. The Megalodon's Abyss is in the Arctic, and I think I want stuff from there. Maybe that's what the colour of the ribbon is, the location of it. Six in a stack. 7 of them.
A great moment for all of us.
Expeditions returned. Good. That's a relief. 8 of them. That'll do. I'll take the other Megalodon's Abyss if that's... I think we've got one in storage. Let's debrief this expedition. What did we get? Lotus, I think we've already got. Holy Moly's not in a set. And I think the Brazil Nut Tree we've already got as well. I think we just got a bunch of dupes. Never mind. We also got 2 parts of the Lost Tribe set and another one of the Lost Cities, which we are currently displaying. This is a mess and we can pretty it up at some point, but I don't have the influence to build it even though it will get refunded. Can I just get some influence back from somewhere quickly? We got like a trade union that's mostly empty. No, we do not. Yes, we do. This one is. So
I feel it reflects the times.
Grigor needs to go back here. Build that. It will stay at 10, which isn't enough. You need 20. Damn. Yeah. I need 10 more influence back. Let's just
the people celebrate your leadership.
Where have I got influence I can get back? All over the place, probably. Zoo. We've kind of sorted through them though. We've only got good ones out, but Walrus could go in. Blackjack, let's do that. It's fine for now.
You gained an influence bonus.
Grigor. There. Lost to what I was doing. This guy I know is picking up the other map for the Arctic. Megalodon's Abyss. That's also there is for machines, which we're not really looking for at the moment. They're in the old world. So let's send this up to the Arctic. Let's put the thing on display. That's why I was here. Lost Cities, his own calendar as well. Lost Cities, we've already got a Mazoan calendar on display, so we've got a duplicate of that. Looking for a necklace and a harbour. And we'll have finished Lost Cities set. Which is interesting. It's not the one we're trying to finish, but it's interesting.
Don't trust me? It's the...
So where do we get Stegosaurus and Ammonites? Those are the other ones we want. Stegosaurus. Diving in Hyperborea. Cool. Or yeah, expedition research. Same as the other. And Ammonites.
There's
diving
no
in Hyperborea.
Never.
Okay. So if we just keep diving in Hyperborea, we might get all 3 that we're after. We can also buy ammonites from Madame Kahina, which is a very simple way of doing it, I guess. We can line up another expedition.
You want to dance the danse macabre?
Force crafting diplomacy.
All in.
Rid of the pirates again.
Battle deck to attention.
I also have my wife and children to think about. I can't say I'm not ready.
Diplomacy
Your
force
harbour is
medicine.
under attack.
No, it's not. Medicine, naval power, hunting. Don't like any of these. Hunting, navigation, crafting.
Aye.
That's possible. Hunting, we've not got a lot of, I don't think. That'll do a bit. Do we have a person who does hunting? Yes, but they only equip in the salvager, so they'd be there. Try it.
A scattering of blossom.
I've already forgotten what we're doing. Do this way around.
Right is fair.
Hunting, navigation, hunting. Navigation. Not really. Crafting. Again, not an item that we can equip. There's some navigation. Thought we did get someone we could equip who gave crafting. There's crafting, but you can't equip it. It can't be equipped. And that. Okay, let's see what we can do with equipping stuff.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Crafting navigation. That doesn't equip. Okay. Interesting. And annoying. Not really any good items there. A bit more hunting, doesn't equip. Navigation. And then I guess whatever really. Diplomacy. Might as well be that one. Then we want to take crafting and whatever. Ideally crafting and hunting. Don't think we got any of them. Crafting, no, too little. Crafting and navigation. Let's go silly with it then. Hunting, force and faith. Hunting and diplomacy. Chocolate. And just pray we don't need to bring any loot back home. I don't have enough chocolate again. Okay, we do need to increase the flow of chocolate over here. Jam's rubbish, we checked that last time. How was seafood stew or milk?
The people celebrate your leadership.
Champagne's not great. It gave starting morale. It gives a diplomacy bonus, but each time they drink it didn't give a lot of morale. Like at each stage the morale loss was bigger, whereas chocolate really does benefit. It might have to be champagne though. I mean, it can be something lower level, like canned food.
You steam ahead. You've left the whole thing a ruddy jumble.
It gives us the 98%, but could be okay. I don't think canned food was great. I would like to leave one of these people behind, but they're giving us the crafting and hunting we need. Whatever. We'll see how it goes. If it's a complete disaster, it's a complete disaster, and we'll live with it.
These fabled lands exist.
Okay. What? was I in the middle of doing before that? Ah, we're going to the Arctic. Yes, with our salvager.
Hold the crane.
May we see these shores again.
Get oriented right. Don't really know the islands here at all. Haven't spent a lot of time in the Arctic beyond the initial quest chain, so we'll see if we can recognise any of these
Ship shape
islands. It's kind of two parts. Big bit, little bit. Kind of obvious. Big bit, little bit. Yeah.
Carry her about.
Was the cross right at the end of it? Yeah. So this is that one. I hope. I don't know if it spawns fake ones of these or not, but ping's in the right direction. And we dive, and we win.
Success at sea is not easily won.
Not what we were after, but a legendary Mortochromicon, which is not part of the set, so I don't know, but still nice. It's a legendary. It's not the legendary I wanted. Our inventory's going to fill up pretty quick here. We're going to have to juggle things somehow. We'll probably just dump them onto an island and then ferry them over later.
On course.
Let's try another one. It's got like a lake in the middle of the island, vaguely circular. We're off the north of it. No lake in the middle of that one. Lake in the middle of it. Yep. Off the north of it. Could it be that? Don't know, it doesn't quite look right. That or that maybe. That doesn't look like the right shape, does it? No, little island sticking off. That's not the right island. Lake in the middle of it. Ah, there we go. The right one has the birds above it. While that's coming over there, can look for a bit more scrap. Forgotten why we even wanted scrap in the first place, but there we go. I know we want it. And I think it was to help develop the Arctic later.
Light path plotted.
There's a little bit.
Seductive charms very much.
Salve has reached its location. And we dive. We win a T-Rex. So not only can we get the 3 that we're after by diving here, we can also get the ones we've already got.
Bring her around.
Although, I don't know, we could create a museum that's just T-Rex skeletons. I wouldn't mind that. I'll bring the ship back and put some of these things into this harbour here and then clear the space to do a few more of those maps.
Airship.
Yeah, you're right, Timmy. We can make a museum on every island with every dinosaur on it.
Maneuvering.
All of the tiny little islands we own. We'll go put a T-Rex on every single one of them. Or, I don't know, we should probably put a museum on somewhere in the New World, or if they... I don't think they go there, do they? We don't really have that many islands that we're actively using. We own almost every island in the game, but we're not really using them.
On course.
Let's unload those maps as well. Just do Hyperborea first.
Got
Many
a
previous
rock off
expeditions became lost in the ice.
the end.
Shed light in the deeps.
Weird shape, and we're off the north of it. A rock off the bottom right corner, like that. Wiggly, wiggly shape. And yeah, we're off the top.
Begin the
Good.
turn.
Lucky. We've started up a... So while we're here doing this, if we're offered any of these lost cargo quests, we should do them. Because they give you the scrap that this guy's after. So send this guy to pick it up. There it is. Quest complete, and it just gives us a few extra scrap.
Chuckles are contagious.
Guaranteed scrap.
On course.
The salvagerette. See it moving. Crazy. Probably. It is moving. It's there. Okay. This flak monitor is no longer necessary, really. I'm going to send him back to the Cape. Tidy him up in a bit.
Ready for
And in the
action.
Arctic, there's no point in having a battle cruiser because it was only Beryl here and we've cleared her out. So the Princess can't give us any trouble up here. I mean, it could, but I don't believe the AI will.
We have the devil to pay.
Okay, there's an event. Let's finish this dive first. And we'll check what that is.
Aye.
We've got an Atlantean tablet, part of the Atlantean set. Very nice. But not what we're after. Let's check on this event.
Are we masters of our craft?
Crack in the hull, water in the hull. I've got a 50% crafting bonus to repair. Solution for everything. Sounds like a success. Good. On they go there. One can food gives -1 on the first stage, whereas I think champagne gave -3.
Hold
Not 100% sure, but I think it was. Actual food ones are better for that particular screen. A very small little cluster of islands.
Time to rummage in the old sea chest.
Could it be this? There was a cross. I don't think it could be that. No, it should be up here. It's not. Don't think it's that one either. Oh, oh, it's him. Yeah. Don't think it's that. Ah, that's poor timing. We've got the UI bug, which usually comes about 4 hours into the stream. Today it's come later. We generally just give it a little bit of time to put an auto save in. Could cause us trouble because we're in the middle of a timed event, so I think it's better to roll it back. Let me crash the game down. To reload it. Little letters. Any second now. There we go. Okay, it's synced. Close the launcher. Finish the game.
don't think they need to put in a... they give you the reminder every 2 hours. I think they also had to add a way of forcing you out of the game every few hours. They'll let me decide for myself. Well, there's even an update for the game recently and it still hasn't fixed this bug, so it'll be quite a complicated one, I guess. We are loading. Okay, we're back in. Let's continue. See how far back it's gone, how much we have to redo. Interesting, I think reloading it changes the like RNG on the awards, so if we have to redo a dive we can end up with different reward for it, or different event in the expedition if that hasn't happened in this autosave. Interesting. Where are we then?
Aye.
There is an active search and we have the tablet, so we missed like nothing. We're looking for that little cluster of rocks. I wonder if it could be part of the ice shelf.
The people celebrate your leadership.
It's not this one. It's not these. Don't think it's that. Nor that. Patch there but no birds above it. Don't think it's this. Don't think it's that. It's too big really. That plateau as well, too big. Nor that one.
Room to maneuver.
Nor that one, so... yeah, unless it's like just randomly in the ocean and not marked on the minimap, or behind this fog of war.
Props are spinning.
Which I haven't uncovered. Probably should have uncovered this entire map before doing a treasure hunt on it. We'll see. You get a lot of time. Shouldn't really need to worry about it at all.
Hold the crane.
If there's anything over here we haven't uncovered as well. Nothing behind that fog. Not this fog.
Flight path plotted.
Random rocks, icebergs and stuff over here.
Offer shelter.
Don't see any of the markings, so I don't think that's it.
New orders.
Don't think it's over here either.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
It did kind of look like
On our way.
little icebergs rather than a big island.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Makes it look like they are small.
Begin the turn.
Be in this corner. Not under there. Oh dear.
Maneuvering.
Not around here at all, don't think.
A fire
so.
broke out.
No, it doesn't look like they're in this corner either. Okay.
The fire has been vanquished.
Bring her around.
I feel like I'm missing something, and it might be simpler than I'm
Ready.
doing. Let me just slow down time and deal with those ruins. Another Schnapp's explosion. Back to the Arctic. I
The people celebrate your leadership.
Little rock, slightly bigger, and also disconnected one. Not like that. I don't think. I mean, we'd see the little birds above a spot above it, wouldn't we, if it was there? Little rock, bigger one, but not really. No. Definitely not that. Could be like this, but zoomed out. Kind of. And it's like quite far off to the north. But no, I'd expect it to be around here somewhere. I don't think it is that. Or like that. Oh dear.
Hold the crane.
This hunt is not going very well. Scan every single bit of the map until
on our way.
Kind of better on it. No, this is all you get. And it the orientation, just I assumed that they're all north is up, which this one is. I guess they all are. Make sure you're facing the right way to see it the same angle. It does kind of, from the size of it, look like it's random icebergs that aren't on the minimap, which, yeah, I don't know about my odds of finding them. Has to be in the water, can't be in the ice because we have to dive for it. Trade map, good idea. Very good idea. What do we think? None of them look like it.
This city is a magnet for genius.
This, I reckon. Probably the closest look to it, which is Nate's Island. Of course.
Bring her around.
That's where Nate's parked. And that's got the... Yep. Good tip. Thank you, Timmy. Very helpful. Didn't know that. Or hadn't noticed before how it has the little islands on the trade map. Yeah. Get over here and dive.
New orders.
What do we win? A cave painting. Pretty sure we've got that one already. But okay. Not what we're after. Let's... yeah, do the expedition event. Yeah. And then we'll do the next one. Overweight ship is easy prey for stormy waves. Oil merchants who crew met at the last harbour paid good money for their cargo to be stored. The weight isn't something the vessel can handle. 150% navigation. Seems good. Safe. Cast iron shank of the anchor plunges into the shifting waves with a large splash. Just right, the ship wobbles, but manages to stay put. Wait for the storm to pass. And on we go. Good.
Aye.
Let's go diving again.
kind of mountain with an island off the top of it. It's easier to just...
New orders.
Doesn't matter, we've got pings. Another thing we could have done on the last one is driven around until we got the yellow ping.
On our way.
Over here somewhere. There.
Bring her around.
Get.
I know a sea soul
White
when I
Tooth,
see one.
Sword of Riddick. Set of the Bronze Age. Nice, part of the set. Legendary. Not what we're after, but still nice. Your kitchen still smells like bacon from the sandwiches. Oh, lovely. Well, don't know. Depends how hungry you are, I guess. And whether you've got more bacon to cook. Let's deliver all that. Do another one. Looks like quite a big one. Island off, and it's just to the south of it.
Aye.
Not sure if it's that big. Kind of. More like this one over this side.
Carry her about.
There it is. Isn't great bacon. Makes up for it by being lots of bacon. Yep. A bit more scrap hunting. Might as well.
Flight path plotted.
No luck. Salvages there.
All hands at the ready.
Maneuvering.
Let's dive. Another legendary from a set. Atlantean. Summit of Atlantis. Not what we're after, but there we go. Let's do the event from the expedition. It's weird how many different legendaries there are in this one dive map. There you go. The breakout. 80% naval power. It's not what we had last time, but let's give it a go. We are successful. Morale goes up. Everyone's freed. On they go. We know that one.
I'll never get seasick.
There.
On our way.
Don't hold out much hope. We've only got this and one more map, and we're looking for 3 items, so don't think we're going to get them all. Just hoping for some kind of dinosaur. Nope.
High spirits.
The Atlantean Court of Laws. We're getting a lot of the Atlantean set. It's a shame because it's not the one we want, but okay. Last map.
Aye, aye.
Big island, relatively circular, off the top of it. Probably the one we're settled on. Possibly that one.
Hold the crane.
There it is.
Dirigibbling.
Some scrap.
Maneuvering. Dirigibbling. Heading.
More. Now where is that? Where we get
Look what blew up the blowhole.
the altar of Oopsie Daisy. Part of the Northern Sagas. No dinosaurs on this trip. 8 maps. No dinosaurs. I want a refund. Let's drop all those off temporarily. Pick back up the Megalodon's Abyss.
Aye.
And we've got a lot of items, but not the ones we want.
It's sextant time.
It's got a pointy top to the island. Pointy top to the island. This one on the right hand side.
Hold the crane.
And the things off the left. There it is. Nearby. So we're not intending to get dinosaurs from this dive. It should be abyssal fish. I've got the wrong guy because this improves chance of finding artifacts. When I now want animals. Yeah, trade map works really well. Really helpful.
Success
I've got the Kraken
at sea
again.
is not easily won.
Kraken is also available here, but we've got the Kraken already. Don't need the Krakens.
Time to rummage in the old sea chest.
Island with a rock off and it's above them.
One final look.
Really good for getting that general shape of an island, yeah.
Begin the turn.
Publish our usual rubbish paper. Got quite a way to go, so let's hunt for more
Presence of a
scrap.
virtuoso.
Don't particularly need airship people, especially not military airship people.
Plotted. On course.
There's a little bit
Maneuvering.
more. Ooh, some more. It's a good trip.
Heading set.
To 90, I think. I wanted to get like 150. Can't remember why, but I think I
Maneuvering.
wanted to get 150. Salvage is almost there.
Dirigibbling. Light path plotted.
Grab that. Let's do a dive. Last one. What do we win? Great white shark. Okay.
The crew come round to you.
Not what we're after,
Carry
but
her about.
there you go. We'll have to go back and buy more maps, I guess. Let's do the event from the expedition. It's the
people
mermaid one.
celebrate your leadership.
You've got 45 diplomacy. Tell them to ignore it. And it works. Morale goes up. On they go. Not bad. If I can check, can't I? What would we be collecting
If you
scrap
take
for?
your eye
Would have been
off
an
the
item
anchors,
here. I think it was this. Gonna make the charcoal kiln productivity go up. And get free snaps, which is helpful. There is something that reduces the increases the forest density of the charcoal kiln up here in the Arctic. 'Cause I assume we can't use the Ursula or whoever because they don't go in an Arctic lodge. Don't know if it even exists. Yeah, we could look into it when we actually start improving the Arctic in the future.
Crane.
Okay, so I want to take home everything really. Prioritize stuff we don't already have. So that, and that, I guess. Come back for the shark if we want to do the ocean predator set, and all of that scrap we've collected as well might prove useful down there at some point. It's quite a lot of it, but you know, we can come get it as we need it or whatever. Let's send this guy back to the Cape for now. To go buy more maps, I guess.
Props are spinning.
One last little hunt for a bit.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Light path plotted.
There's some. One.
Heading set. Maneuvering.
Nope.
Admiral! Admiral!
Let's head back to the Cape then. Catch the salvager when he gets here. Do this event.
Sickening.
Mad preacher. He's going overboard with his preaching.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Blaming misfortunes on the heresy of the officers. What have we got? 45% diplomacy to discredit him. Diplomat has a greater way with words. Good. Humiliation is magnificent. On they go. 75 morale. Seems good. They're close to the end now. A couple more events maybe.
To your stations.
This battle cruiser is to sell. At least for now. Send him to a shop.
Monitor
and that
ready
flak monitor is also to sell. Claim a bit of influence which we can use to place out these things we're digging up, diving up.
This is the Research Institute. We conduct research here.
385 out of 386. We need to do one more round of talent development, and that's all unlocked. Then I guess we research other things. There's one way I guess we can finish off a set is we can specifically build researched ones, but cost is relatively high, so I'd rather dive them up or perhaps get the investor level.
Farmers didn't know we still had the blighters.
Which we've reached.
Come to think of it, did see some wretches plodding about the estate, probably poaching my
3
grouse.
rare, epic and legendary artifacts for your museum. If we can successfully do a large... We did a modest one before, pretty easy, just had to get some things shipped about. When the salvager gets here, we'll have a go at running a world fair, a large world fair.
Why think of heaven
Can also
when I've offices like these?
Can't upgrade to level 3 until we get 15 level 2 skyscrapers.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Interesting. We can work on that at some point, and what the deal is with that. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of maps. That's fine. I don't know how the system works. It might favour giving you ones you don't already have at some point. Don't know the stats really. That's the flagship available. Yeah, that's how I feel, Timmy. I'm not sure if it's necessary. We might be able to move these around. Like if we move these zoo and museum elsewhere, you could put a bigger gap in the middle here, and turn the edges of these into skyscrapers. I think it's doable. Just have to change the pattern a little bit.
All hands at the ready.
I think we could separate these out and build them all up. Keep these nearby, but not necessarily here, and move the other guys away more. And they can even be more compact. Like if we're not putting a town hall in the middle, it doesn't really matter how they are and where they are. Let's do this event.
It's beastly, Admiral.
Grisly encounter with a bear. 70% hunting. Around the palace. Hunt, fine. On they go. Yeah, I mean we can move the palace and redesign the palace and everything. Like if we spread them out, we could put the palace in the middle. Although one thing I do want is for the palace to reach the entire island if we can.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
I was thinking of moving quite a lot of industry down closer to it because it gives benefits to both
Your
houses
ship has
and
returned from its voyage.
Industries. So
I present my humble duty.
the palace will be hard for the farms. Yeah. Well, we don't know. It's got a long range. But the shape of it and everything can be changed a lot. So
yes,
should be fine. What do we got? Museum. Is it going to tell me at the bottom if I've got something from the top? No, that's what we've got plugged in. We know we've got some Atlantean things, but it doesn't tell us what's in storage. Okay, fine. We don't have the Atlantean Wall or the Temple of Poseidon. We've got that one. That one. We've got 3 of them. Don't know if it's worth putting them out until we've got all 6, really.
This city is a magnet for genius.
Oh, a free one of those guys we wanted. Cool. I think it's worth like putting away the Mappa Mundi, which only gives 30 and we don't have the other 2. Well, the animal figure is out. Let's have a little tidy up. I know they're like free, but still maximise what we're doing. So clear that one.
Seductive charts,
Clear.
very modest.
Well, let's clear any that aren't 50, I guess. Apart from the ones we want in the set, maybe. Oh, Origin of Mankind. How many of them did we have? Oh, we had the 2, yeah, we didn't have the cave painting. Don't know what the little green tick means. Fine. Zoan House. Yeah, Lost Cities. Yeah, not that one. And not that's a quest item, but it's giving 50. Okay, that's fine then. We want
A great moment for all of us.
Expedition's back. Welcome that back in.
Could ask for more.
See what else we're adding in it. Another sperm whale. A black swallower from the Abyssal Depths set. Awesome. Wanted that one. And another lion, which we've already got. But we got an item I actually wanted. I can add it to the set back here. It's 3 of the Abyssal Depths ones. Just need the other 3. We can look at how we get them. They're not even legendaries, they're just interesting. Lower level stuff. But cool, it's nice to have that out. Imperial figurehead. I didn't have that shark, no. I think we might have some other shark. Dasky's medal, is that? Yeah. Those. Oops. Yeah, can't move like that. Okay. Those 3 at the front are a set altogether. Then we've got empty ones. Lost City set, I don't think we've finished it. How about things that aren't a set but are giving us 50? That can go next. That Spirit of Salam, is that a set? No, good. It's another. Belongs in that row. Origin of Mankind. Took the other one away, but we can have incomplete set. Same with the temple. Oh, it's connected up there, yeah. His own house wants to come back. That's part of Lost Cities. Not a Jurassic. Okay, so like that. Oh, and that's part of Lost Cities as well. Okay. So what else do we have to put out? It's either 50 or it's part of a set that we're building. So let's start Atlantean. 3 of them, all of which are 50. Got that on display already. I mean, you can have 2 of the same thing, weirdly. 2 of the same unique artifact. Northern Sagas, Bronze Age. All of them, I guess. So it's these ones I want to know if we're doing the set. I don't think we've got enough of Lost Tribes for it to matter. Got 3 of them. Okay, so we want that which is non-set. The non-set is going there. Then Atlantean. Back here for now. That sets that we're not completing. It's going there. Or not actively trying to complete, so that can also have Northern Sagas, Bronze Age. This is Atlantean. Atlantean. Now that's Jurassic. Where's my 3rd Atlantean? At the front here. That's 3 Jurassics, and this is 4 from the Lost Cities. It's better organised and easier to keep track of. Yeah, 2 more for Lost Cities, still need the 3 for Jurassic. And we need 3 more for Atlantean, which they're all legendary, but we're halfway there just after 1 trip, really. Which is cool. We got more expeditions ready.
Ready for action.
Let's just unload this one. You can set off on one next time. This guy's going to come over to the shop and stock up on maps next time, so we can do more diving. And we can sort out our skyscrapers somehow, and we can go and fix the Arctic to get Arctic gas next time. Let me just finish researching talent development. That's the last person. That is fully unlocked.
Celebrate your leadership.
Which is nice. Progress. And we're 7 hours 59 minutes in, so we will wrap things up for today and carry on with all these little projects in the next Anno stream. Let me put a save in because everything's gone smoothly. That's all good. We don't need to roll back, which is nice. What a day. There was a lot of stuff that we got done. The first objective to knock Beryl out of the game, it wasn't easy. It was quite a pain, but we got there. Beryl's out. That's a big relief. That's a big distraction just out of the way to never have to worry about again. Still 1 AI left, and we proved that they are a problem, so we do need a route to get them out, but it looks like economic is possible with that one, so we'll keep trying to give that a go somehow. Yeah, exactly, a lot of stuff done, but a lot still to do. And yeah, you know, we tried all sorts. We tried all sorts of diving, we tried all skyscrapers and developing those new chains there. The list for next time, everything we just went through, and the World Fair. We want to do that next time as well. Try and get some dinosaurs through a archaeological World Fair. Yeah, still lots of fun to be had in the game. Lots of different things to try. Or I suppose things. At this point, I wonder if we've seen everything once, and now we need to go deeper into it all. There's still a lot to be done in the game, which is shocking as we're like approaching 100 hours into the first save I've done. But it's good. It's good. It's good fun. Anno 1800 will be back next Wednesday. I assume. Got no reason to move the slot, so it'll stay as it usually is. Wednesday, 2 PM GMT. Do another long session of all of this. Learning all these things. Keep going. It's crazy, but it's good. And then next stream for me is tomorrow. tomorrow's Sunday. We'll be doing Factorio, again 2 PM GMT, another long 8-hour one. We're doing a modded Factorio run with Frestorio 2 and Space Exploration, which is even more confusing than this, but I think better structured, so I'm kind of enjoying progressing through that. It's not too much of a hassle, but you know, maybe we'll unlock something tomorrow that changes the whole thing and confuses the hell out of me. We'll see. No problem at all, guys. Thank you very much for joining me. Everyone who's been here, whether you're catching this later or you were here live and you were lurking away or chatting away, appreciate all of that. All that stuff is so hugely helpful. Been a good day. We talked about earlier, things are going well for the channel in general. So it's really nice to have all that support. Anyone who's here enjoying, if you haven't clicked follow yet, then please do. It helps you see when I'm live again, so you can come and join in again, which would be lovely. Yeah, no trouble, guys. Now you've got hundreds of hours in Anno to enjoy. Let's have a look for this evening. We've gone through all the plans. Let's see who we can raid into to wrap things up. All sorts of people are live this late. That's unusual. Some chatting. Zerk's trying a new game. But it's spooky and I don't like spooky. And we raided Zerk yesterday anyway. Some people doing silly games. Well, Mochi Van Bonbon. They're in my list. Who I've never. They play some really weird games and I've never really checked it out. So I would like to go see what that's all about. If I can get the name right. Looks like the right symbol. I guess we'll find out. Retro kind of stuff, so games I wouldn't have seen before, but we'll check it out for the night. See what's going on. Thank you very much, everyone. One last time before we raid off. Really do appreciate everything tonight, and hope to see you all again soon. Have a nice evening.